Wow.
Oh! Came into the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with it. Oh, he goes down to the knife and then just goal. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into the weekend. That's right, we are back. It's Hunt Premier NA Season 1, the first ever time we have had these American teams out here on the EFT Arena Battlefield to show you what they've got. And I am thoroughly delighted to bring you to Finals Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, these teams have been grueling it out week in, week out for the past 5 days across the last 3 weekends to be able to fight for the title of the top team in the HPL NA scene. But before we get into all the nitty-gritty of all of that, welcome into the Hunt Premier stream live on Twitch. We are partnered here up with Battlestate Games, again, to bring you this amazing action. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and today, for Finals Day, we have brought back none other than the man, the myth, the legend, and the mustache himself, Hot Sauce. How are we doing today, sir?
Absolutely ecstatic to be back in the booth with you, Cracked. A lot of exciting action here as HPL has done the first NA season, and I'm just stoked at how these top 4 teams are so close in points as well. It makes this final day that much more interesting. So certainly ready to get right on into the action.
We've got so much to bring to you guys today, and don't forget, because it's Finals Day, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Hunt Premier, always the gift that keeps on giving. We're going to bring you every single match today that's going to be played out on screen, so nobody's going to miss out on any screen time, okay? You're going to get to see exactly how every last little detail folds into place and where each of these teams are going to settle on that all-important table. Not only that, folks, but we've got more games to show you today. We're not just going to have a couple, 2 or 3 today. We're going to have 4 humongous matches, all right, to show you. Starting off with Hpl Na taking on Unknown, Eclipse taking on Zenith after that, Master X into New Dawn, Aspect into Vanguard Gaming, all right? 4 full absolute belters of games, and I cannot take enough time to express, guys, how close the top of the table really is. I mean, I have literally gotten to the point where I'm scratching out and scribbling notes because of how complex it can be if one team does this and one doesn't quite do this but does do this, plus round difference, and it all just gets a lot crazy, okay? So let's just put it into context that everybody in that top 4 slot today has a chance of taking home the title given certain scenarios from somebody else, okay? So every match is going to count, with the biggest one arguably of them all going to be the one that's kicking us off, Hot Sauce. And I mean, what a place to start.
Yeah, I mean, Hpl Na versus Unknown, it can really kind of, I mean, we can solidify that win for Unknown if they're able to come out and win decisively here as we take a look at the rosters. But for me, a little bit later, I'll be looking at Game 3, depending on how Game 1 goes. But for Hpl Na, they are going to pick Bay 5 starting out, and we're going to see Shelby, Trevi, House, Yuki's, and No Tech over there on the regular roster. Of course, the substitute players, Zit and Nova down below. But we're going to see a lot of Bay 5 and a lot of Bowl here today, Cracked.
Yeah, we are. There's been a lot popped in there when it comes to the decisions made about which of the maps I think are the most consistent for these teams that have seen themselves as the more experienced players in the arena scene right now. And Bay 5 and Bowl have absolutely been at the top of that pick list there. So first game of the day, maybe foreshadowing for the future to come with the rest of the maps that we already know in advance, but we'll leave that teaser to the chat for later to see whether they believe in change or whether they have the faith in the true tried and tested Bowl Bay 5 strat that we've seen from a lot of teams. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be a lot of games coming today. So, before we quickly dive into this match, let's take a quick moment to have a look at that schedule and when each of these teams are coming on, with then which we can swap quickly back to those two team screens and talk a bit in detail more about the teams that are going on to the pitch today. So here we are, that beautiful schedule as done by production in the background. Big W to those guys that are working hard on the keys. We've got Hpl taking on Unknown today, starting very shortly. Eclipse then going to Zenith at about 5:15 UK time. Master X taking on New Dawn at about 6:30. Aspect taking on Vanguard as our final match for the day at about 7:45. 4 amazing matches to come today, and like we said, Hpl versus Unknown, the first that we're going to get to feature. Hort, Unknown have pretty much put everything they possibly could in the best place they need it to be for themselves to have a chance at taking it today, and I think you could argue, more surprisingly so to everybody else, it seems, after getting some feedback, the same said for Hpl.
Yeah, I mean, Hpl has really stepped it up as the league has kind of progressed throughout these weeks. And you take a look at I mean, they're sitting at 12 points, just 2 points behind Unknown. So if they could really upset Unknown 2-0 here today, grab those 3 points, they potentially could look at solidifying the dub. Now, Master X is not too far behind them there, and they have a little bit easier of a route today because New Dawn, although a very talented team, a newer team, so still trying to find their way and has struggled a little bit here during this first season. So Master X might have a little bit easier of a road, but I think this first game is really going to give us a good feel of how the day might play out.
Yeah, I mean, the tone of the day so far is going to be all eyes are on Unknown. I mean, they have 14 points. They have a plus 55 round difference. Okay, that is not something to shriek about. Bear in mind that the next closest round difference is 23 rounds lower than them from that of Hpl. Unknown literally cannot lose if they go 2-0 into Hpl in this first match of the day. So, as said, the tennis ball, proverbially, or as we like to say, passing it back and forth between ourselves and the casting booth, is in Unknown's court. This is, a set match in the hands of Unknown to be able to put it in the bin for themselves, if possible, for the Hpl team to upset them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they really just have to draw. Even if they only take 1 point, that'll put them at 15. Master X Hpl would then be 3 behind at that point. You know what I mean? So even if they can come away 1-1 and not have it too bad of a round differential, they still should be sitting pretty. But we'll head back and look at this first game here. As we saw, Unknown, their pick is going to be on Bull. Of course, Barbaric, Undead, Strix, Cruisin', and iSleek. We're very familiar. We've gotten to watch them dominate throughout this tourney or this league thus far, and of course Watchful and Nuclear, their substitute players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at 14 points set up there for Hpl, if they do not find victory here as a 2-0 standing, which is required for them to shift up above Unknown on the table, give or take other results elsewhere as well, then the story still continues for them, because even with that potential loss or draw from Hpl, they then have to fend off the responses from Master X and from Aspect later on in the day, who both have arguably much more comfortable matchups than that Hpl are going to have to go into here versus Unknown. That Hpl lineup for you guys at home, again, one which I'm sure you're all familiar with, all right? Starting from the bottom to the top, we'll go with No Technique, Yuki's House, Shelby KB2 as we jump one, leading the team from the front. But I'm going to put a little mention and a note today to our probably most important player to pay attention to on the Hpl roster in Trevi FPS. That man, although not named House, has been built like a brick house of You Shall Not Pass in the last few features we've seen him taking participation in, right? Hort Trevi has been unstoppable recently.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much been the raid boss out there for Hpl. A lot of really big flanking plays, at times taking things into his own hands, finding some big clutches as well. So Trevi's certainly a star player to look out for, but the whole crew really very talented. So I'm excited. Again, we saw Hpl take a game away, I think, from Aspect as well. I know they took one from MX. So as the league has gone on throughout these last couple weekends, it seems like they've really kind of found their stride, and they just continuously get better. So I'm super excited for this first series.
Yeah, absolutely. And a very honourable, notable mention to Nova, who's currently listed on that screen there as the substitute player. But Nova, who has taken part in the majority of the games for the Hpl roster, swapping in and out for House when needed to for that side, has also performed above and beyond. And it's something we've come to expect from Nova, given the caliber of player that they are. So good to see that players have been getting involved from both sides. I know Watchful's had their step out as well within a couple of the games, and both teams have been scrimming with each individual within that roster on a multitude of occasions, not just the 5, but the 7. So nice to see strength going down into the benches from a couple of the top 2 teams in the NA scene right now. And I mean, we're still going to look at this as a very much, it's not necessarily a one-sided match, but it's a one-favored match. I mean, Aquila have been given the choice to, to attack or defend into Bay 5 with themselves coming out on attack, and then the same going into map number 2 for Bowl, right? So just to clarify this, ladies and gentlemen, Aquila will have had the choice to attack and defend on one of the 2 maps, okay, not both of them, but they have been elected and have elected to put themselves on attack for both. So for whatever reason, whether Aquila thinks that they are going to be the ones that are set up to attack strongly, or whether Unknown knows something. Maybe they know that they just don't think Aquila's attacking side is as strong as the Aquila apparently do, and they said, fine, we'll double down, you can attack twice. Go ahead. We'll defend for free for 2 rounds. I don't mind. That's an interesting one, Hart.
Well, some teams just feel a little better on the attacking side, ironically. We often have that debate. Well, typically it's better to start out on defense. You can allow them to push into your angles and such. But honestly, it feels like for some of these teams, it goes out the window. They just feel very confident. They're a very aggressive team. And so sometimes that pays off on attack. And certainly we know they've been working on the nade lineups as well. So I think that's why we've seen a lot of Bay 5 and especially Bull. I mean, there's so many good, not just traditional lead lineups, but the smokes as well, able to cut off some of those sight lines to get that plant down. But I'm kind of excited for it. It lets me know that Aquila is coming in confident, which I think is important for today.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think if there's any Aquila fans in the chat versus the Unknown fans, of which I know there are a lot of both, actually. It's been great to see the amount of support that has risen up in the chat throughout the entirety of the Hpl Na. So before we do dive in onto the action for you folks, I will take a second to shout out to the kings and queens out there, all of you guys that hold us up strong from underneath the pillars of the foundation and structure. Yeah, thanks for supporting, thanks for being here and enjoying the entertainment, and we hope, and I'm sure it will, but we have an entire day's worth of entertainment to give back to you for your efforts. And this first match is going to be an absolutely explosive one. If you're an Aquila fan and you're wearing an Aquila t-shirt in the chat, you've got to think they've got to come out swinging on map number 1. We can't be looking at a scrappy map 1 if they're going to be able to fight the endurance game. How strong to respond to adversity this Unknown side is. I mean, we've seen it throughout the main season, right, Hawk? One of the things that's seen Unknown so good in their matches has been when they have been challenged, they've been the quickest team to turn it back around.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the strats, the way they come and execute the plan near flawlessly day in and day out has been pretty surprising. But equally as surprising for me is, I think, how well some of these teams do on a map. We see some 9-2, 9-3, whatever it might be. And then in the very next map, the other team is the team that's dominating. So it's kind of surprising how much maps can make a difference. And even whether you're starting out on attacking or defending. So it's been an interesting little mix of emotions as these weekends have gone on. But I got to tell you, I was having trouble sleeping last night, Cracked. I was like, I got to get to bed early. I want to wake up and cast. But the excitement, the emotion, everything coming down to this final day. And, well, we're ready to get right into it, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. And I asked a couple of questions of both teams whilst we were in between the weeks as to how they felt they performed overall throughout the season. Never mind, Nova deciding to get straight on into the action, rips their cruising off in the early part of round number 1. The Aquila team on the attack have taken themselves in onto this A site and are pushing with some of the quickest tempo we've seen all season. But absolutely no surprise. Dead from Ali is Shelby with the bomb down on site. Undead finding that one. Yuki's picks up Undead in the trade though. Bomb is in a dangerous position, but it is behind cover on site. And the majority of the Aquila team have control for now.
Control for now. There was one that's kind of snuck through back alley, though, and they have to be careful of that potential flank coming into play. We talk about Nova, an amazing player coming off that substitute position here as well. The jump, looking for a potential jump shot over top. Has to defend his teammate who's looking to find that plant. That's No Tech, who does get the device down. Strix able to find Tech. Trevi with a flick of the wrist takes out Barbaric. And now we're in a 3v2 situation. Nova says, hold on, make it 3v1 as Strix will fall as well. And it comes down to Sleek here on the other side. And a 3v1 with time slowly ticking away. He's going to hear that audio cue. A little peekaboo over the top. Yuki's will shut it down. Aquila will take round number 1.
I'm a little scared. Trevi starting off where he left off. This man is just unkillable in some of the situations where he should be sitting down quicker than he can flick 180. Trevi somehow pulls something from out of the backside and nails the guy that's trying to shoot him from the back. What a ridiculous response, but actually a really well-crafted round from Hpl in the first, and that's another nade off spawn. Trevi puts Sleek in the dirt in round 2.
I mean, we talked about the importance of these nades and getting that early player advantage. We talked about Hpl maybe feeling comfortable on the attacking side as Yuki's finds one, but Cruisin' from downtown finds the double right back into it, and we got a 3v3 on our hands.
That's a really good response from Cruisin'. The underarm's a slow one for the super tempo out the front door. Then he kites back and lobs a high one up and over. Some good game awareness and a great sort of pre-firing from Barbaric. Spots the Nova trying to come through that green container for a quick rotation. But no, you shall be denied. That B player is still cemented on his post and defending his territory.
I mean, Cruisin' saw them beginning to make that rotate, makes the call out. The pre-fire comes in. Cruisin's going to pick up Trevi on the back of the play here as well. And now it's No Tech stuck in a very tough position. So Unknown finds a solid way to answer back here in round number 2. And one hell of a round for Cruisin' as well, as they find a quadra in that one.
I hope everybody did their proper prior preparation, because we are not about to see a piss poor performance. Instead, no, what we're going to see is absolute slamming for so many rounds that I feel like that infinite overtime that might curse the production team that forever hovers in the nightmare realm might actually get to become perfectly true inside of this one, especially if these two teams keep going back and forth at this kind of pace.
Oh my, and again, Sleek off rip, finding the nade on the Shelby here as well. Cruisin' looking for a similar strategy as that previous round. We'll take a peek over the top. Doesn't spot anyone just yet as Nova stampedes in, finds Undead. Strix will find a pick of their own as we are on board with Nova at the minute. Flirting around with Disaster. Cruisin' able to pick him off here as well. And Cruisin's had one hell of a first couple rounds.
Front door strength from the Unknown side is just seeing this approach from the Hpl attack being annihilated as it walks in on the entrance. Now, Yuki's left alone in the 1 versus 4 with the bomb in a tough place, and Barbaric able to see through the Goblin gas, claims the life of Yuki's.
Tough around there. I mean, Hpl looking good in that opening round, but Unknown maybe able to recognize what they're trying to do here early, making the proper adjustments and you know, coming up with 2 big rounds in a row. That's going to be the big thing for me, is how many rounds are these teams able to get in a row, or are we going to see a lot of back and forth early here?
This is going to be a tough one. That is the kind of Unknown that we were expecting. The first round maybe slightly debating us all as to how comfortably Hpl are going to be able to rise up into being an even side in this matchup here. We absolutely, not saying that this is a heavily outskilled match for Unknown, but with what performances they have put in on paper, it is hard to argue that these are undeniably the favorites inside of this.
I'm just waiting for that smoke to dissipate. We hear some of those shots ringing out, and Undead, the crosshair is right on so many bodies. If only he had the X-ray vision we did, as Shelby up close and personal is going to knock the head clean off Undead here. And with that, the plant will go down.
Like you said, if only he knew how many of those red silhouettes were stood there in front of him, how many times he put a crosshair perfectly on top of somebody else's head. Well, that's the beauty of us getting to see from the spectate mode, folks. Can't get that anywhere else. Just premium cinema live on screen in front of your eyes. Or Sleek almost gets picked off by Nova from the nutty peak between the outside of Tetris and that sandwich slider.
Nova doing exceptionally well for being a substitute player as well, as you know, still working with that team chemistry. Unfortunately does get picked off there. Now we're going to see Cruisin' find Yuki's. No tech, laying prone, finds one, can't get up and get out of dodge. As Strix able to find the trade back, and with that, Unknown will continue to collect the heads, deactivate the device, and that's now 3 rounds in a row here for Unknown.
Nothing too surprising, I don't think. Definitely got to understand, I guess, from an Hpl perspective, that this is a case of a war of attrition. See how many attacking rounds you can put past this Unknown side before you get a chance to defend, and then play your stronger side second to close it out. We're looking for, you know, that 5-3 to 4-4 scoreline or better on the attacking side to try and really put yourself in a good spot. So I'm interested. This is exactly what we would have expected from Unknown. We're not shocked just yet. I think this is the kind of strength we would expect them to come out and get the gate with, but it's not over just yet.
Absolutely not over just yet. And I agree. I think for Aquila, you're looking for at least 3 rounds is kind of right around that magic number. Anything extra is nice.
Oh,
Through the smoke, Undead comes away with a little prize, sprays back to the smoke, nearly catches Nova off guard. We're seeing shots being exchanged here in both directions as Undead will find No Tech as well. And Unknown absolutely popping off here.
yeah, Undead having himself free rent inside of other people's apartments right now when it comes to the space on this A site. It's the second time that he's been caught in the smoke. This time, though, not too many targets to confuse him with. He finds himself 2 kills. Barbaric picks up one in the background there as well, and you've got the 2 red members left alive from Aquila. On screen behind scenery, trying to fight the way for the bomb right now. Undead just holds his angle with patience, and even if they do collect this bomb, Undead's going to have a chance at getting one of them on the exit. Actually, timing is unfortunately not in his favor, and Trevi and Nova, last 2 left alive, are going to go round the outside and look for an alternative swap. Now, crucially, here's the sandwich challenge. Nova covers it off. And secondly, they know full well that the B player did not move last time. They have to expect that there's somebody waiting here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to be prone down over here as well, so it could make things a bit tougher as they begin to move that direction, and they're going to be heading right into deep waters here. Trevi peeks out, Sleek and Cruisin will combine for the 2, and Unknown beginning to find their way here is now 4 rounds in a row. And I mean, we knew they were a dangerous team. They're up top the leaderboard for a reason. No easy task here for Aquila, but as you mentioned, just looking to get a couple rounds here on that attacking side before swapping sides.
And remember, it was a good positioning inside of Connector to be there that had them held down, but good trigger discipline from Unknown that actually allows both members to fully expose from Tetris so both can get picked off from the crossfire, rather than first point of contact from Connector, because Connector could have had the back of Trevi immediately off of that, but he actually gives it a chance to be able to pick up both remaining members, knowing that they're going to be on each other's shoulder at that point in time. Cruisin finds the first opener into Shelby. I'm assuming that's top of mid from a quick early push. Actually, no. Strix finding Trevi for the second. That is Maze.
Shots continue to ring out, and we can see him tucked back toward the harbor side, but Barbaric up. Reaching over the top here, waiting patiently as well. Has the intel from a teammate. Certainly knows that there's at least 1, potentially 2 there as well. And now a little game of cat and mouse as we see who can display the better discipline here as far as Patient goes. Down on the angle, No Tech timing almost playing out in their favor. Cruisin's going to find No Tech here as well, though. And Barbaric knows there's one here in Connectors. The pre-fire continues to rain down. Yuki's finds Cruisin and immediately is traded back here by Barbaric. Back and forth they go. Nova in a tough spot. Eventually will be pinched on here by Strix. 4 members still standing here for Unknown as well.
Yeah, I think Aquila need to just reset a little bit, maybe slow the pace down just ever so slightly and try and find themselves something a little bit more consistent when it comes to being together as a team for some of these entrance gameplay, because it's individual picks that we're seeing. It's not 2 members getting caught or a trade for trade that goes a negative direction. It's just one single member being found either in a rotation or on an over-aggressive push into one of the 2 sites right now. So the Aquila just needing to take a step back, slow it up a little bit, try and play towards the gun strength and skill rather than just running it down. That being said, we all know how strong tempo is inside of Arena.
Yeah, Aquila, they like to be that fast, aggressive style squad as well, and it's worked out for them in the past. And looks like they're not slowing down anytime soon. The shots ringing through the smoke, almost good as we see Undead on the other side. Will take a bit of damage, but just remaining patient, not flinching in the eye of the bullets raining down toward them here as well. And the smoke beginning to dissipate here as well.
Word.
Pressing forward, Yuki's does get Undead, but not before they're able to take out No Tech. Nova will find Cruisin as well, and that'll make it a little easier to plan as Yuki's comes up with a huge pick on the Strix.
Now 4 members of Aquila inside of the site and the bomb planted. They have a much better position to be able to claim themselves a second round inside of this game. Unknown sitting comfortably, extremely well on their defending side with 5 rounds to their favor so far and looking very good. But as this jump shot challenge mirror match happens over the front of the forklift in front of the point, neither team's going to find anyone. And realistically, all people don't need to do is to peek. Shelby gets found, Nova trades, Nova turns onto Sleek, who actually was about to be challenged from out by Yuki's, but Nova just decided he's had enough of round number 7, Hort. So that one's ours, we're having it in the bag. We're not having anything messy in the back ends of the round.
Your substitute player is your star player at the moment up on top there. Nova, 6 kills already on the board here. So doing a good job of filling in here today for Aquila. They are able to grab another round. We talked about hoping to get at least 3 rounds on this attacking side. Anything more obviously would have been nice, but we'll see if they're able to close it out here.
Only one more round left before we swap. And like you said, 5 and 3 It's not perfection, but it's definitely a lot better than going all the way down to 6-2 or less. So it is that nade from Cruzen again that gets the front door damage. It's going to find one into Yuki's, but the other two have actually pushed up far enough to avoid it this time around. Shelby reclaims the bomb. Now that entrance onto the site is both known and is a lot slower off pace than what had been intended initially.
And Cruzen 11 on the board already. The first to double digits has been a juggernaut out here. Strix is going to find Trevi as well. Now on the rotation, Undead almost catches him off guard from behind, able to find Shelby here as well. The device will go down, and Undead dips into a safe location as the shots ring out behind him. There's one close, and he finds Nova as well.
Honestly, Undead so far in this match for the unknown side has played an exceptional role. He got caught a little unfortunate in the smoke the first time we were on board with him in that 1 versus 4, but since then he has not stopped performing better and better round by round, picking up kills from smokes, playing his positioning well, now creeping forward with confidence and taking challenges. Strix there again displays some of that challenge confidence from the unknown side. He just puts down the last remaining member of Hpl. And I am not shocked to say we are going into the first half at 6-2, given how confident Unknown are performing right now.
Yeah, and their mid control on defense is just phenomenal. I mean, they've really been able to lock it down with just one player or so. We've seen them try to make some rotations, but the pre-fires come in, they're often getting caught off guard. And then, I mean, we saw Aquila in those opening rounds have some success with the nades, but for the majority of that first half, it was Unknown, and more specifically Cruzen, who was just finding those heat-seeking nades, lobbing them at the feet of the competition, and coming away with big early picks to kind of continuously give Unknown that player advantage.
I mean, for everybody that we've spoken to in between the weekend and this weekend's last weekend and this weekend's matches has said to me that Hpl has been the surprise team. You know, they have massively overperformed, they would say, against what people had expected of them, given the caliber of teams coming in here, and people have been very impressed with the performance they've pulled off versus what they expected. Flip side to that, this is Unknown. It's not just a team in the league, this is the team in the league right now to beat.
Absolutely, and they could look to solidify the win here. Yuki's! Oh my! A triple nade comes raining down. The death and destruction from Yuki. Woo! Well, unreal.
He did say he'd been cooking something in the background in the week, ladies and gentlemen. Yuki's did drop me a nug that there was a couple of nuggets of his own god-tier work being put in from those grenades, and, well, there's the triple. Oh, baby, a triple's an understatement. What a time to pick it up as well.
Talk about a single spark to ignite that spectral fire for your squad. That very well could be it from Yuki's. An absolute devastating nade comes raining down. It gives them the 3-player advantage here as well. And now we just see them kind of working together, being patient. They know Unknown has to push in and look to find this plant. So they're going to hear these audio cues as well. Undead making their way in. NoTech finds it with ease, and now Strix all alone. Able to find NoTech here, though, and does at least get a consolation prize, a potential ace in the cards if he can find the next 4.
Well, as you said it, Nova does put the final nail into the coffin, and Hpl do close out a good, confident defending round there after some great work from Yuki's with the nade early on. I mean, this is something we've got to talk about at home, folks, right? This Unknown side is literally made up of the best players from a variety of other teams in the environments they were in. It was literally, okay, that's the best guy from there, they're the best 2 considered from there, that's the best one from there, and that's the best one from there. Let's just put them all together and make a dream team. And when you consider yourself of a 1v5, every single one of those players is going to be potentially able to pull that off. So you never feel confident, even down numbers into this Unknown lineup, that you're not just going to get slammed.
Aquila looking to do some slamming of their own. Doing a great job of being patient here, at least on the defensive side of things. We see they've got control of Alley here as well as the A site. That does appear as to where Unknown will be attacking. They're going to spot Shelby, but Shelby able to find the first pick on the cruise. And so some early success here for Aquila that's quickly stifled out by Sleek, who finds Trevi on the back alley.
Yeah, Unknown shaking his head as the lethal goes in. Wasn't too happy with the results from that. NoTech finds a kill onto Barbaric, and then Nova's going to take out his teammate to help him out for it. He pats him on the back a little bit too hard for a job well done, and NoTech falls over. Now, Shelby holding this angle tight on in, not giving Sleek any info to work off. He's going to play patience game. The bomb is going to go round the outside. Now, how far is it going to go here, Horde? Do you think they go for the full rotation through spawn, or do you think they're coming in from alley? Undead's got eyes for the point. Oh, Nova with the second team kill in a row is going to put another red team member down and give Unknown a free round. Oh, no.
That's a tough one, right? Maybe a little bit of a break apart in communication, especially after Nova's been playing so well here through that first half. And it's one of those things that unfortunately does happen from time to time. We talk about the physical aspect, but here's where that mental fortitude comes into play. You can't allow that round to affect you mentally because you don't have many rounds to give here. So you unfortunately have to let it go, take a deep breath, say GG's go next, and lock it in here for this round.
I mean, it's just one of them tough ones. The pressure gets hot, and sometimes you can handle it, and sometimes it gets to you, and you fumble a little bit. All that you've got to do is rock on, let it slide straight off the top of the dome, shake it off, and get into the next round. Speaking of which, Unknown are playing what looks like an interesting bait of a grenade towards Forklift. Nova finds the first. Cruising responds onto Notech.
Oh.
The nade goes out towards the door. It's a great nade, but nobody's home, actually. All 4 members waiting for it. Oh, and the return is God tier 2. Out of the rack corner goes Nova as Slate drops one on him.
Unknown just executing onto the site near flawlessly, finding these picks effortlessly as a team as we see him swinging together from multiple different angles here. And now Trevi beginning to linger forward here. Just on the other side, we see Barbaric laying down. Sleek not too far his way. He's going to quicken the pressure. He's going to find him. The easy hip fire. No, he doesn't know there's one more lurking in the shadows. That's Cruisin' for a 2-piece of their own. And my, oh my, Cruisin's absolutely on fire here today.
I mean, he's a smooth sliding styler. They don't call him cruising for nothing, huh? He's cruising on his way towards his first title is what he's thinking in his mind right now. There is no other option. It is win or get out. There is no, to be fair, it's just win or win. I've actually spoken to a few of these guys, including the likes of Nova as well. I mean, you want to see a stoic gamer, folks. Talk to Nova about what possibilities there are that could potentially make you lose a round of Arena, and his response is going to be, there aren't none. It's no exception. You don't lose. We are here to win. No excuses. Some of these players just have the dog in them, we call it. They're just that ruthless mindset to just, it's everything or nothing.
Aquila
Trevi with
the dogs out. Yeah, Trevi, a beautiful. Yuki's going to find one with a nade as well. You talked about it with me before we got going. Yuki practicing these nades and now finding another big one here. And Chops continue to rain out. Trevi will find 2 more as Undead gets the trade. Noble will wrap it up, and Aquila not ready to go silently into the night.
Well, Tankman Trevi with a quick 3-piece says, boys, lock it in. Pulls everybody back into shape, and for a round, Aquila look like they've woken back up now. Might be 4-8, and I feel at this point with Unknown having 4 more first map points in their favor, and you've got to think at this point in time, this is it, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Unknown need 1 round to take themselves to the title, okay? We were going to talk about it in the previous round, but then it ended so quickly we didn't get a chance to speak about it. So, round 2 for Unknown, 4 more championship points, you could call it. Back for the first. Yuki's is down. 1 of 5 problems removed. Ooh. Oh god. Barb for the 5-piece to finish it. Question mark. He's on 2.
And you can just hear the hailstorm of bullets ringing out as Strix does find Notech as well. And now just 2 KOs away from locking it in. But Trevi has other plans. Cruisin' will stifle those quickly. And now it's all down to Nova, who is taken out by Undead. Unknown will win it here, and with that, I mean, most likely solidify the championship as well. They're going to get guaranteed at least a point, which puts them at 15, and with that round differential only growing here, I don't really see a way for these other teams to make it back in.
Yeah, I mean, it is, at this point in time, bearing in mind Aquila are the team they are playing against and cannot win 3 points, it's not possible at all, right? We're at this moment in time where your second team to be able to challenge for the crown now with Unknown earning themselves a minimum of 1 point would be Master X. Everybody else now is out of the equation completely. And Master X currently have 24 round difference less than Unknown. Now, for those of you guys who can do math at home, all right, short of an overtime, which wouldn't be good round differential, a 9-0, 9-0 best case scenario for Master X gives them plus 18 round difference on the day. And it gives Unknown minus 18, so a total of 36 round difference, all right? With that being 24 to 36, that means there is 8 rounds in it at most for Master X to be able to wiggle with. It is not at all possible, basically, at this moment in time for any other team to take it from Unknown. I mean, it's a victory lap, right, Hot? Unknown have got one more map to basically scoff all question marks and say you don't get a choice.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to add to that round differential right here in that previous game as well. And so for them, it's pretty much done and dusted. Unknown can feel comfortable. They can go ahead and take that weight off their shoulders, relax a bit. But for Aquila, they can't. I mean, now there's this fight for second, third, and fourth, and they're all very, very close. There's money on the line. So for Aquila, they have to come out just as hungry, just as fearful in this second map as well. And I think it could lead for some interesting play as well. But now do we see Unknown have a little fun with it? Do we see some funky kits come out as well? Or are they just going to stick to their tried and true and come out here and dominate some more?
I've always thought about this, okay? We've watched a lot of competitive games between the two of us, right, Hort? And I think back to the League of Legends ones that get scoffed at, where the ranked match didn't matter, the tournament match didn't matter, so they A-rammed in mid. I don't know if these arena players have that in here, okay? We might be lunatics at heart, but I think these guys are just built that different that it's going to be, full pedal to the metal, gear 7, 8, and 9 all the way to the finish line. I think Unknown are going to take this chance to basically, they will have fun with it, I'm for sure, about this next map. But I just think it's going to be another chance for them to show us, we're not giving Hpl any ground here, okay? We're not just winning the one for the day. We're going to win both matches, and then Hpl are going to have to fight if they want to claim that second, third, or fourth spot. Because, I mean, at this point in time now, Master X and Aspect can go 2-0 and can put themselves above Hpl if we don't find any form of a result right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me, if I'm Unknown as well, I'm looking to make a statement, right? This is the first, Hpl NA1. So, yeah, we won. Now let's make a statement to the rest of the teams here in the league. And honestly, it was so great to see coming into the final day, these top 4 teams only separated by a few points. And then, the next couple teams only separated by a couple points as well. So, I mean, to see that type of competition in a number 1 is absolutely phenomenal. But now Unknown has a real opportunity to just put a big Unknown stamp across this first league.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this. They might have to change their team name after this, right? Because they're not Unknown anymore.
Very well.
But they are undefeated.
Yes.
And they remain undefeated with this now. Even if they lose this next map, they are undefeated throughout the entirety of the first season of the Hpl NA, which, ladies and gentlemen, I think a little round of applause for the Unknown side. That's a no mean feat. All right, the first season,
they've never lost
congratulations.
an HPL, they've never lost an HPL yet.
Never lost the best of 2. It's just that good. So yeah, congratulations. What a performance. But no, I give it to Hpl. Again, they had some fight back, but there's a couple of mistakes. There's a couple of repetitive issues that could definitely be addressed. I mean, we've got team kills. Not going to hark on it too much. It speaks for itself. There was a lot of push towards that A site that again and again and again was the same. I wonder, some fluctuation, differentiation in approach. Could that have turned the tide? Could it have made a difference? Questions we can ask ourselves in hindsight, vision being 2020. But nonetheless, we've got another map to go to, and it is going to be Bowl. Are you looking forward to some more grenades, Hort?
Hey, I'm loving it. The triple from Yuki was just, honestly, the play of the day thus far. Even though they lost, certainly the play of the day thus far. But yeah, I'm excited for the nade lineups. I'm excited to see how these teams, attack the situation in front of them. And I think it makes it more exciting as well. As we've had the EU. I think we're going to be on our 3rd one as well. But a lot of these teams really haven't maybe had that true competitive sense. So now they all get a little bit of a taste. They can kind of understand what needs to happen. And so I think as time goes on and we get into the next one as well, it's going to be, it's just going to keep getting more and more interesting.
Yep. So, chat, we could spend the next 2 minutes before we get into any form of action, depending on whether we get a faster or slower round, describing to you all of the various scenarios for Hpl right now based on their positioning, okay? We'll make it simple for you. They need to win as many rounds as possible, all right? And then once we find out how many rounds they've won, then we'll start talking about distances and measurements and who can take them over and who can't. So the ball now has fallen in Hpl hand to cement as good a position on the table as they can, given that that first spot is now out of reach, thanks to an Unknown victory in map 1. Map 2 here, Bowl, round number 1, kicking off with Hpl on the attack again. This time, Yuki's just holding one of those all-important grenades again. Launch generator, nobody home.
Now, it does appear that they're going to head toward the med side here. There is one behind Jin at this point. Even though the nade missed, they do spot Sleek. A slither there. A pixel is all you need sometimes, and that's all Sleek needs as well. Gonna take the head clean off No Tech here as well. Nova able to exchange some fire and eventually find Sleek, so we'll be right back to a 4v4.
See the dust flying around the generator after those explosions that have gone off before the chaos. Only one member aside going down so far until I'm cursed by Barbaric being able to capture the head of Trevi inside of the front of the nose. That being said, now swinging on up to the ramp, edge of A-plat, and finds Shelby underneath med on the med ramp itself. High position down the tower lanes, has Nova looking elsewhere, deciding not to challenge this time around.
I mean, Unknown just continues to pick them apart here. You know, we saw Hpl looking to attack first. Yuki's is going to find a nice shot on the Barbaric here from behind. And a 1v3 situation, not ideal. Heading right into the Lion's Den. Cruise it. We'll find Yuki's. And a good start here for Unknown.
I just want everybody to take stock of the positioning that Unknown is bringing into playing defending a site. More specifically, I want to look at how they've reacted to playing Hpl in map 1 first of all, and then the adjustments that they've made. Even with that one good defending round grenade from Yuki's where he dropped the triple, and the fact that they have consistently got grenade kills in different places, Unknown have decided now to just play really reserved. Like, we're not going to give you challenges. We're not going to stand in common positions. We're instead going to make you take ground and force you to have to plant the bomb awkwardly, or you just don't get to plant. Simple as that, and it's working.
You know, we often talk about the ebb and flow of games, and I think that's a great decision from Unknown to really mix up the pace and strategy, as Sleek will find Shelby here as well. But, you know, you always want to keep the opponents guessing, and anytime you can kind of switch things up and really keep them guessing, it's just going to benefit you as well. So cruising, you see him, you talked about being a little more reserved here, as Undead will have some success with the nade raining down on No Tech here. Now as the smoke dissipates, cruising will find Yuki's. The device goes down, and Unknown still has all 5 members standing. Trevi will eventually find Barbaric as cruising picks off Nova, and now it's all down to your raid boss. In Trevi we trust, but not the ideal situation.
No, and top med's going to get an angle across if he carries on the sandbags. Decides instead that he's heard Strix. That's a beautiful piece of work onto Strix as that there knows. He's going to have Split challenging him. Split is not over-aggressive on peeking. That's going to be Undead playing his life extremely well there. Now, Trevi has found some form of access back into this, but he's got 3 players to kill and 40 seconds left to do it in. This is going to be a really tough ask and most likely not going to be successful, but like you said, in Trevi we trust. If anyone can, it's the Trevi, man.
I like the fact that Trevi is being so patient as well. There's not a ton of time on the clock, but you really can't force a situation like this. He does spot one. There's one lurking close as well. The spray almost connects, but not quite able to do it. And Unknown just toying with their food at the moment. But Trevi steps forward. They're both caught in a reload. Oh no, who can get it off first? Trevi finds Undead here as well, but 5 seconds and ticking. Even if he finds this kill here, the remaining member can just fall back, play time. They'll grab the win, jump in. Trevi will eventually be taken out. Some good kills there from Trevi. Unfortunately, time just not on their side.
Yeah, I mean, when it hit that 40-second clock, if that was all done immediately in quick succession, yeah, absolutely. But you can't clear it out that clearly and safely if you're playing at that kind of pace. It's a very give-and-take scenario there as to whether you can play that line finally enough to pull it off in the small amount of time you've got left. Efforts to Trevi given. I mean, it's 4 kills. There's nothing to slouch over, but the time was played well by Unknown, and yet again, Hort. Double down will sound like a burnt record, but the reserved play from Unknown, how much space, they even gave Trevi space to come and collect it, but what they did was they didn't ego challenge that space being given to him. They just kept fighting him back.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you have to do, right? They're looking to solidify that dub, take rounds that they can, so it's still just smart Tarkov here as Trevi will find the opening pick onto Barbaric. Yuki's and crew begin to work their way methodically toward the B site here. They still have at least one to deal with, as Nova will find Sleek from a distance as well. And with that, they will have that player advantage. Things looking a little bit better here for Hpl in round number 3.
That being said, I am very cautious of the A-plat lurk. Strix is going to find a quick kill. No Tech trades it out. No Tech finds the second, actually. A good swing from No Technique. Stabilizes a little bit of chaos down the lane towards Orange. Trevi finds the final kill onto Cruising. And that is going to be the round over. And with that, Trevi is also going to give a good old friendship frag to one of his teammates to give him a bit of encouragement to spur him on.
Hey, why not? You know, you gotta make sure you're keeping that aim on point. So sometimes you just gotta practice on some friends. But you know, this is a good round for Aquila because we saw Unknown kind of run away with it in that previous one. Aquila able to grab this round and make sure things don't get too far out of hand just yet. We'll see if they can tie it up here in round number 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to go from it, and I've got to honestly speak towards one of the quotes from one of our beautiful casters that has helped us along in the HPL Na scene throughout the entirety of this journey. A shout out to Blue Esque, but you know, this is the kind of team that, you know, Undead's performance has been the best version of him we've ever seen, even beyond the NA Escape Tarkov normal tournaments, and it's one of the reasons why this Unknown squad has seemed to be doing so well.
Well, I'll take a line from Blue as well and say it's because they're playing with that fast violence, baby. They're just a violent squad who's aggressive out here. And right now, they find themselves in that player advantage yet again. Up by 2 here. Trevi, Notek, Nova, backs against the wall, looking to clutch up a dangerous round.
Yeah, and Trevi, the one-man tank unit, seeming to only being able to be taken down by Barbaric today. Unknown have had the better of him when Barbaric has been able to find Trevi early on in the round. Nova finds him back, though. Notek then picks up Strix. Numbers are slowly dwindling. 2 versus 3 as this levels out a little bit more. And they come through spawn, though. This is a good position. Somebody sat on Pixel right now for Unknown with the support from that container connected to spawn. And the bomb is the other side of a smoke to potential danger, and they have no idea now. Good force of attention, actually, from Notek Pulse Sleek, but he's going to return. Nova's going to use his laser, and that's going to give him away in the smoke.
Just unfortunate timing that doesn't play out in their favor. Notek able to grab a nice kill on the Sleek, but was unaware that Undead was there for the help as well. A beautiful trade and something that Unknown does very, very well. If they don't find that initial frag, they often have a teammate close by to swing together, find that trade so that they don't come away completely, you know, empty-handed, so to speak. But Unknown able to grab that round, and right back we go.
It's just unfortunate. I mean, I understand the mentality. You slap your laser on there because you need to be able to react quickly. You aren't going to have time to get down scope. You want to be able to hip fire, and it gives you that extra stability on the recoil. Better ability to aim, obviously, because you can see where your laser's going. Common sense there, but it's just rough timing, and the smokes are an absolute nightmare. If you can't play both sides of them, Cruisin's going to find the first onto Yuki's. Cruisin's going to find the second onto Nova. It is finally shut down by Selby, but not until he slapped 2 of the Hpl members looking to put some damage down. No tech. Sleek find the ground as Hpl second kill comes through.
I would like to see maybe just a bit more patience there. It looked like they were getting a little aggressive before those smokes popped. Cruisin was able to find 2, and with that, look to set themselves up for a round win. Aquila able to bring it back just a bit here as we're on board with Undead, slowly making their way around. Spots 1 and somehow nails the shot onto Notek in just a matter of milliseconds. Trevi, though, lurking on the other side, will catch Undead in that reload as Barbaric hops over top. Trevi with a flick finds Barbaric as well. And now Strix running around the point here. Knows there's one lurking about as well, but up close and personal, Shelby is there. There's nothing in the mag. The click, 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 and Shelby with a boom, boom, boom will take him down. Aquila takes another round here, and things get a little bit closer.
Strix was playing the sneaky snake game. He was a sneaky, sneaky snake, except a snake that's not got any rattle, can't do any killing. Bullets in the chamber, and you hear the click. Oh, that's not a good time. It was at this moment that he knew the round was no longer going to be his. Well, as we move on into the next one, Hpl have pulled themselves only a round behind now to 2-3. Oh. Good avoidance from Cruisin on that early spawn grenade that gets thrown so commonly towards Divide.
Really had to pump the brakes there on that one. Barbaric's going to find Notek, who was very aggressive towards Jin's side, and we see Nova back there toward Ambulance, who gets taken as well. Yuki's has really been practicing those lineups. Going to find Barbaric with that one. Back to a 3v4 we go.
Some good work. This is what happens, though, when you put the time in between the weeks into working out your utility use, whether you want to target certain positions or players, how your strategy works into that utility usage, and it's where some of the best teams excel. I mean, we looked to an EPA where we had Walker and the combinations of Walker's mindset and use of the grenades himself for the longest time, which we're seeing such success for the EPA side because they were able to dismantle teams by pulling apart the placements with early picks. A similar thing being said here from Hpl, just Unknown are that much of a beast that finding the extra closeout after those initial picks is equally as difficult.
And honestly, Unknown playing a little bit back early, kind of anticipating those nades. I wouldn't mind seeing Aquila hold off on those nades for about 20 to 30 seconds. Unfortunately, Trevi holding off here does get picked off by Undead, and now it's all down to Shelby.
Wait a
Baby is
minute.
tucked in the corner, and that is unfortunate.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It can work. I have seen that work. There are many a times that the EU legend himself, that friendly guy, Mr. TFG
Hmm.
himself, has pulled that off on stream, and it can work. I mean, don't get me wrong, you're stuck there in a 1v4 and there's nothing much else left to do. I mean, a Hail Mary's not a bad chance either. I like the idea from Shelby. He's keeping his head in the game at least, and he's having good fun with it. That's what we love to see.
It's funny because I knew exactly where you were going with that because I had seen it many times from TFG as well. And so it is something that does work from time to time, but you can't always fake out the pros. So Unknown was ready, able to find that pick. They'll get the defuse there as well. Look to double that lead here, but again for Aquila, I wouldn't mind seeing him hold off on these nades just a little bit because it seems like Unknown is taking their time finding their way toward generator here. So I think if we just held off an extra 10 to 20 seconds, they might have a little more success with these nades.
See Paul Watchful in the comments sat there, stuck behind the ads. Sorry, Watchful. RIP, mate. We'll catch you in about 60 to however many seconds. There's Yuki's with another grenade from the sky. He's going to drop one onto Cruising. I mean, Hpl Na might not have won either side of the matches so far, but there has definitely been some really good talking points for how well they played in this. Sleek is going to out-dance NoTech around the generator, though.
Yeah, Barbaric's going to find Shelby here as well. Unknown continues to find picks in succession. Nova trying to back out of a tough spot. Does look like he would be able to get to safety here as Yuki's now looking to hold the angle. We've seen some crazy nades from Yuki's. Unfortunately, the shot doesn't connect as Barbaric will find another. Sleek gives Nova a little 6 feet dirt nap here as well, and it's all down to Trevi going prone. The spray comes in. It looked good, but it doesn't connect for him as well. And now they know exactly where Trevi is. The hailstorm of bullets rains down once more, and Trevi in a very tough position against 4 remaining Unknown members.
I mean, this is... And that's all she wrote. I got 3 words with the talk, and, well, Strix decides that one is being ended without any suggestive thoughts. So 5-2, Unknown extend that lead to 3.
5-2. We saw some early success from Aquila, but it's been stifled a bit here by Unknown, and it seems like it's a pattern that they have. They trade a few rounds in the beginning, but once they get that ball rolling, it turns into a big old avalanche, and they put rounds in bunches, and it's really something that's kind of set them apart from a lot of these other teams in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you like to favor the comment, I should say, Hort. The clicking heads and collecting the bread. Well, the Unknown side here splitting the bread evenly. We get 8 kills on Barbaric, 6 on Cruising, Undead, and Sleek apiece. Only Strix taking the high road and the easy life. Maybe sipping a pina colada on the sun lounger whilst the rest of the team's doing the heavy lifting inside a bowl here. But a phenomenal spread all around amongst the Unknown players, showing just how deadly they all are. Now, smoke covering Curtin as NoTech pushes up to Gen. Trevi's going to find a person for Barbaric. A good avoiding with the grenade from Unknown is going to see their members on site alive. Over up top gets sprayed down to him. Barbaric is the only member currently hurting enough to no longer be able to play. Shelby finds a good pick onto Undead, slightly overextended. Trevi underneath apps is going to get deleted by Strix, though.
Goal all deleted, and Sleek will find NoTech here as well. The spray, again, looking good, but not able to connect to the mark just yet. Cruising, dancing around the smoke as Sleek finds Yuki. Shelby able to find Sleek, and back and forth we go once more. Nova and crew, still 48 seconds. Plenty of time for them to work their way onto the site and find the plant, but they have to be careful here as Cruising touching the corner of the smoke will begin to dissipate. Cruising's going to catch Shelby off guard, and now it's all down to Nova.
Nova in the 1v2, and he's going to get picked up by Strix. The 2 angles being held there. Nova in no man's land, unfortunately, with both members and Unknown being positioned more than ready for the push on Curtain. Unknown are going to close out the first half 6-2 in our second game here. They are already up a map in the best of 2 in the final game for the Hpl Na season for these 2 sides, but nonetheless, they still have some work to do, still got some closing out to be done, but you've got to think that only 3 rounds to capitalize on now, Hort. They've put themselves in a great place to take this one home 2-0.
Absolutely. I mean, just setting themselves up for success time and time again. It's a comfortable position for them to be in. We talked about Trevi. I mean, first to 10, though. First to double-digit kills on the board here for Hpl. And if I'm Hpl, I'm thinking about what I've got to offer Trevi to keep him on the team, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of other teams out there looking to recruit Trevi.
Well, the one thing I would say is, after having a good conversation with the Hpl side in between the weeks, I know that there's a lot of solidarity in the lineup between the majority of these members. So we might see one or two people move teams in between the seasons, as you would expect in every competitive scene. We all know this. That's how players professionally and competitive scenes work out. People swap sides all the time to find the best fit for themselves. So we'll get to look forward to that after the end of this season. And I am very curious to see what teams do turn into. But the ones that stay together, I always favour myself personally. I like to think if you can build some synergy and work on a team as a whole, there's a lot more to be had for improvement's sake than just swapping a player inside and out, unless there's an actual problem. So, interesting one, but nonetheless, we're going to be playing on board with a really slow round here, Hawk.
It's slowing things down a little bit. We talked about changing up the pace of the strategy to try and keep your opponents guessing. It's going to work out here for NoTech. Yukis finds another Sleek. Will eventually get Trevi on the other side of things here as well as they look to open up the site. You take a look at the mini-map, though. You see that rotation coming in very quickly here from Hpl as well. They have a good understanding of what's going on, because there is that long lurking flank on the other side of things, but Strix and Undead combined for 2, and Unknown time and time again in a tough position, able to turn it around. NoTech can't catch Sleek here as well, and whew, Yuki's all alone.
And the Bomb and company have decided they are going to the other point, so Yuki's is going to have to run a game of tempo now and try and get himself to split as safely as possible. Gonna have a challenge close headshot, ducking down. Good positioning here on the close spot. Sleek. Strix prone out on the deep angle, and Undead holding this right-hand wall. Yuki's is going to find some form of a miracle to be able to get one or two of these people out of positions here. All Strix has to do is play without any form of peek. And Yuki's is forced into trouble.
But I saw Trevi do it, so let me give it a shot. Undead, though, they were waiting. They knew what happened last time. They were a little more prepared at this time, had some extra ammo in the mag. Didn't get caught off guard there. 7-2, Unknown. Very close to closing this out and solidifying a hoist. Well, they pretty much already solidified that trophy, but, you know, it's nice to get the 2-0 on the day.
Yeah, and I think this would be solidifying it by a clear margin. This would take it completely out of equation or question that people could argue that, oh, well, on the day it could have gone differently and there could be a different result. No, Unknown have undoubtedly dominated the first season that they have taken part in here, the first ever HPL for the NA region. And you cannot argue that anybody else would rightfully deserve this crown, given the performance they've shown up from today. Hpl, the dark horse through the season so far, doing a phenomenal job to have gotten to where they have. Would have had to have been an absolute mountain climb to have overcome the animal that turned up from Unknown today.
I mean, they've just played consistently well every single weekend here, so very deserving of the position they are in. They've earned it most definitely here, as we are back to a 4v4 on board with Sleek playing around Jin here, just jumping, looking for a little peek, looking for some intel for the rest of the squad as the device does get planted here by Cruisin'. We'll hear those nades begin to rain down, but Cruisin' will dodge a bullet, dodge a nade, and keep the life for the time being. Oh my. Strix finds one. Barbaric shots whiz over the head of the competitor there, who finds the swing. Shelby able to collect Barbaric, and a little bit about more back and forth we have.
Yeah, Barbaric trying to get a bit cheeky on the point there, climbs onto the box, but the audio of that clamber and the mantle will 100% have given his position away. Shelby manages to find that one. Cruisin' takes the top of the bomber beanie off of Shelby's head, as well as Shelby's life with it. Nova's going to swing into the angle and is going to win the retrade. Cruisin' falling down, slightly off tempo for a straight trade, but still space being denied on the point by Nova. Yuki's finds one into Sleek. Nova's going to look to try and pressure defuse, taps to draw the player out. Strix hides behind the curtain. Now with Yuki's in support, Nova's just going to commit to the defuse. All Yuki's needs to do is the whole time, and it's not even going to be long enough. Nova's going to go down. Strix picks up the 2-piece. Unknown move to 6. Match and series points.
That's just tough. I mean, Yuki's had a good angle there. The crosshair placement looked good. I think that recoil just kind of put that up a little bit over to that left shoulder there, and Unknown. I mean, the shooting has been almost flawless for the entirety of that day. A good quick snap, and unfortunately, it's tough to get off that device there. You're trusting in your teammate. It doesn't play out your way this time, and now the backs are officially against the wall here for Hpl. Unknown looking to close it out in quite the dominating fashion here.
First nade from Nova, not successful this time around. Second one lined up here, going off again. The unknown side playing this weathered tempo, the slower pace that's found themselves safe from utility, but Trevi has found a good first blood. Strix manages to trade it out as a response. Down towards Orange. Nova's holding this container with Barbaric and Sleek about to create a double. Not before Nova takes tempo, though. That's Barbaric out the equation. A disgusting jump shot from Sleek slams Nova as he tries to creep his way towards Pixel.
Now Strix finding a two-piece as well. What a jump shot, though. Mancho
Ooh.
Man, Randy Savage style. No Tech says, if you can do it, I can do it too, baby. Back and forth we go, and now it's all down to No Tech and iSleek. No Tech with those audios, maybe trying to bait out a little bit of that pre-fire there as well, but looks to rotate around for the time being.
This is good, actually, because if he stops here, he hears the audio from Strix behind him. He's going to be able to get into Pixel, play the angle, turn around, do a double. Ooh. I thought he was going to go up top for a second, but no. No Tech's going to play down. He's going to wait for the challenge, and he finds the headshot. No technique. It's not even a headshot, actually. That looked good, but ends up being a body shot, taking the kill, but he confirms it. And Hpl saved one of the series points. 5 to go.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Unknown had the device down as well. They could have potentially just played a little more time, a little more patient there, but I think, you know, feeling that excitement of looking to close it out and get the dub here, pressuring forward. Great positioning, great situational awareness by Nova and No Tech and the rest of the crew there to clutch that up. But as you mentioned earlier, I mean, Unknown still having 5 opportunities to close this one out makes things that much more, you know, that much tougher, excuse me, for Hpl.
Just some delicate gameplay there out of Unknown. The deft flick of the wrist from Sleek, and as he snaps Nova's neck just behind the boxes. That is an unfortunate one, but he'll be enjoying that one in the highlight clips later. Barbaric swings in and denies No Tech and Shelby any access to round number 12. A quick double kill is humongous from the Unknown members. Nova finds Undead with that bomb, though, as it's trying to push through Curtain. Grenade goes off behind him, doesn't find any damage. Strix kills Trevi in the background. Oh, Strix for the second as the doubles comes through in 2. It's just Nova. Nova in the 1 versus 4, and Cruising's going to close it out. Ladies and gentlemen, your Hpl Na Season 1 champions, and victory in this game too, 2-0, 9-3 on ball. Unknown.
Yeah, I mean, if there were any questions before heading into the day, I think Unknown has certainly answered those very well. Barbaric, you couldn't find a more fitting name. Absolutely barbaric on the battlefield today, as we saw in that final round, finding a couple big kills in succession there, and will be your MVP here. 10, 10, and 6 for them, as Unknown will clinch it. Whew. I mean, we knew it was going to be exciting, but I thought it was going to be just a little bit closer. Unknown certainly putting in some work here today.
It's a crazy game, honestly, from Unknown. It's a great performance again out of Hpl. They have not stopped showing up weekend after weekend, but it's Unknown, baby. I mean, they are undefeated across the entirety of the season for a reason, and that's because they've not just put in the sugar, spice, and all things nice. That Chemical X, that X Factor performance has been there every time when it has needed to be called upon in the clutch, even inside of the last game there, where for Unknown, it doesn't matter too much. You see Sleek still slipping, sliding, skating, and smoothly snapping necks on those moves, jumping over the box there. You know, it's not just the competition, all right, for these guys, folks. It's not just the game, okay? This is a lifestyle. They love being able to outperform each other on the pitch, and you can see it because it goes all the way down to the wire, even towards the end of a game that doesn't necessarily have so much impact on the standings for the team that comes out successfully. That being said, GG's well played. Congratulations to Unknown. Commiserations this time around for Hpl. Their fate now rests in the hands of the rest of the results on the day.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait a little bit to find out exactly how they fare for this next game coming up, Eclipse versus Zenith. I mean, Eclipse is just 2 points in front of Vanguard as well. So if they want to solidify, you know, a little bit of extra money, a win could be very, very important for them here today, as, you know, like I said, those top 6 positions in that money. So we're going to start back out on Bay 5, but we do need to take a few moments to get the players loaded into the lobby. So perfect time to grab those snacks or drinks, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more arena action.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I hope you are all refreshed and geared back up for the action coming hot off the rocks for game number 2, because we've got 2 brand new teams to show you. We've got to feature Hpl and your HPL Season 1 champions, now unknown, in our first best of 2 for today. But now we're going to slide on to Eclipse and Zenith. A little bit of a rundown for you guys at home for the 2 teams and their records going into this. Eclipse have our roster here: Winter, Dev the Myth, Windchill, Jay Jones, Ghost. And Zenith coming in with Darkvo, Raze, Church Talk, Buparino, internal, and then we've got bench players for Tippy, DNA, in the Eclipse roster, and then Flixie and Ghost on Zenith. Two strong sides today, Hawk.
Two very strong sides. We're going to be starting out on Bay 5 for Eclipse as well, and we'll later head toward Bowl. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of Bowl and Bay 5 here today. We'll be blessed with a fort to wrap it up a little later, but that's neither here nor there at the moment. So back to Bay 5 we go. And again, I mean, it's always interesting for me because these are two maps that every single player knows. They've been out, since the beginning. But it's honestly kind of interesting how, one team may do very well on Bay 5, but doesn't do well on Bowl. So for Eclipse, I feel like they have to come out. This is their map pick. They have to come out, make a statement here very, very early. We talked about in the standings how they're only 2 points, in front of Vanguard. So a win here today could potentially propel them in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, current record so far, your Eclipse side have got themselves 2 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. The Zenith side at this moment in time find themselves at a record of 0 wins, 1 draw, and 5 losses. So a very large disparity between the two teams here facing off against each other. But the points that could come out for either of these two teams very relevant, actually, in their respective fashions for their positioning on the table. We've had, again, a chat with a couple of the pros, the teams, the coaches, and other people's involved in the community between the weeks here, and spoke to a few asking about, what's to be expected, what people are looking for going into season 2. Are there opportunities on the horizon? And a little dicky bird in the wind tells me, and no spoilers, chat. Can't spoil anything for you just yet, but there is a lot more on the line today for some of these teams than just placing based off of the monetary value they win from their position on the table. Okay, there are people out there looking to get involved in the arena scene, maybe organizations, sponsors that kind of likes. So placing here today is a big thing for a lot of these guys, and we are looking forward to seeing what potential opportunities do grace the scene in the coming future. That being said, Hawk, it's going to be a tough one for our Zenith side. It's 1 point. Let's not deny the facts. It is 1 draw and 5 losses. They've not seen success across 2 maps just yet. So I think the question we've got to ask ourselves is, what recipe do they need for success to try and take home a 2-0 here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just great to see him fighting all the way to the end. A lot of people would be discouraged. The fact that they're not allowing that to affect them mentally to come out to continue to play very, very well. So for me, I don't even think you start with worrying about winning 2. I think you start with worrying about just winning 1. You start and you almost take that 1 round at a time mentality. We know we have the skill to win. So let's not focus on what's ahead. Let's just focus on what's happening right now. Let's make sure our comms are on point. Let's make sure all the basic fundamentals, everything that we've been preparing for prior to this league is going to be on point here today. So if they can take map number 1, which is Eclipse's map pick, all of a sudden, now they've got that extra confidence. It's going to spill over into map number 2, and we could see them run away with that success. But even if you lose map number 1, hey, we've got our map pick next. Let's end on a high note. Let's take a dub. Like I said, there's a ton of talent littered across all of these teams. So even just because you haven't had a successful run in your first HPL Na doesn't mean that you're not a successful team. So you got to find those important things, to kind of pick apart where you can, get better and improve and look to grow and learn together as a team. You said it earlier. I love when teams stay together, especially when they have a tough season. It's nice to see that full returning roster come back. And a lot of times you see some drastic improvements if that 5-man is able to stay together.
Yeah, because I think it becomes down to a level of synergy. There are some plays inside of Tarkov, especially in the base game and in Arena, that it's that micro macro juggling of the amount of problems you have to deal with in your head at one time, where you actually have to actively engage with the thought process. If you've played that much with the game, you've got that experience, and you are subconsciously, very habitually moving around, reducing some of these muscle memories, such as the crosshair placement and so on, to instinctive reactions. It gives you more time to be able to process these more crucial parts of the detail: how to play 1v3s, 1v4s, do I have enough time left, bomb positioning, angle of coverage, so on and so forth. All right, we all got way too complicated for that, but where it was going down the rabbit hole. But you get the gist, folks. All right, the more that you can do with the less resources, the more presence of mind you have in the clutch moments, and that tends to decide a lot of arena gameplay. So that'll be something we're looking for. I'm curious as to the thoughts at chat, actually. I wonder if we could maybe get a potential poll prediction up for the guys in chat as to which of the two teams is going to win for this one, because After speaking to a lot of guys in the NA scene and asking some opinions of the EU pros, the likes of Walker, the likes of Hawkcrux, some others that we've reached out to in the different various teams, asking for opinions on, how the NA scene's going. Eclipse, I think overall, have not performed where people have expected. They would say it was an upset, I guess, of where they are on the table right now. So you could look at this from two minds for Zenith. One, it's a chance to catch Eclipse whilst they're on the rocks, whilst the chips are down. It's a little bit of a low road. Flip side, this could be Eclipse's chance to rise from the ashes and prove to us exactly what everybody thought about them and the hype in the first place. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think Eclipse has a little bit more on the line just because they're 2 points in front of Vanguard. They're 3 points behind Aspect. So a 2-0 could push them up into that 11-point territory. Obviously, Aspect still has to play, but it's an opportunity for them to kind of still make a little bit of a statement at the tail end of the season. Equally for Zenith, though, I mean, you have an opportunity to get a big win against a very talented team here. So uh, even though Zenith has had some trouble, they still have a solid opportunity at taking at least one of these games, if not both, away from Eclipse, which is what's so great about this first HPL NA. I mean, a lot of these teams are very close. Any given Sunday, as they say, sometimes those games don't always go your way. So just because you had a bad weekend last weekend doesn't mean you can't have a great weekend this weekend.
I mean, it's going to be celebrations, I think, all around tonight, regardless. Okay, I think every team that has taken part inside of the HPL NA tournament has done a very good job for themselves, regardless of the overall performance and finishing position on that table. You've got to shout out, like you said, to all of the players that have pushed through all the way towards the end. It doesn't matter necessarily that you've not come first, but it's a lot of time and commitment to put in for 3 whole weeks with the hard grind, training, scrims, team prep, research, textbooks, and the like. It's a lot of work. So big W's out there to all of the competitors that have taken part, and it's why I'm looking forward to seeing both of these two lineups going off against each other. I mean, Winter and company have fought tooth and nail in a lot of their games, and they've just, I think, sometimes just had the bad end of the day where it's just not gone in their favor, really.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen 3 of these HPL EUs, so I've been, just dying to see the NA action. Now we finally got it. So, it's this type of competition that helps the scene grow in the right direction as well. So even if you don't perform well in your first series, doesn't mean you can't bounce back in the next one, and it doesn't mean it can't allow more teams to kind of come into play here. So I love the growth that I'm seeing here amongst the leagues. I mean, a huge shout out to Hunt Premier for doing this for such a long time and allowing the community to take steps and strides in the right direction. Obviously, we thank Battle State Games, in partnership as well. But Hunt, Philbo, the whole crew has done really just a ton of terrific things for the scene. So obviously, we have some bugs in the game here and there, but overall, the community has just been absolutely phenomenal. So I love to see the direction that we are continuously heading.
Yeah, absolutely. And many amazing things to come on the horizon. Of course, we've always got the potential of a new map at any point in time, which is something that I'm always excited for. Whether it's been teased or not, whether there's any information of a new map coming out, I'm always sat in the background like, oh, are they gonna tease us a new map this week? Are they gonna drop us a new map this week? Because it just feels like the longer we don't hear anything about a map, there's got to be something coming, right? There's got to be a build up to it. And I mean, Skybridge came around relatively recently. Then Fort followed it. There's a trend here. I'm looking at that timer between when we last got a map and when we got our next one, and it's coming close. I don't know. We'll see. But thoughts of future dreams and goals of maps being dropped from the sky aside, we've got 2 maps to play again. We're back in Bay 5 and Balls, familiar territory. For those that have joined us since the beginning of the broadcast, firstly, thank you. And secondly, you already know what these 2 maps look like now, okay? Y'all can consider yourselves the cracked wisdom experts now on the maps, all right? We've just got to figure which 2 of these teams is going to navigate them better. There's a couple of talking points, right, Hot? Let's look at the player matchup, shall we say, in this one. I wonder if we can take a quick look at the 2 teams on screen with their lineups and the 2 maps that we're going to look at to talk through this. Because it's going to be one of those things that, Winter, Devdemyth, all right? 2 very well-known names for being able to perform on the spot. Devdemyth specifically so as well, not just in arena, but consistently in base game tournaments too. Are we looking to raise the First Blood King from the Zenith side to try and dissuade some of that domination and strength? Is it going to be bringing them to church? Are we taking them to church? I don't know. I'm looking at my paperwork and I'm trying to find a way that this Zenith side has something to look to for a light at the end of the tunnel in this, but I do feel like this is going to be a very heavily Eclipse favored match right now.
Yeah, I mean it's tough because you look at the the statistics on paper and it certainly favors Eclipse, but again as we said earlier, any given Sunday, sometimes stats just don't matter if you're able to pop off. So I think if Zenith can find some early success, they might be able to build off of that. But you know I am still kind of leaning a little bit more toward what you're saying, but I like playing devil's advocate. So I'll pull for Zenith here.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a word whilst we're waiting for the next match to roll on in from our champions, a little bit of a tout to Undead and Company. Firstly, thank you, guys, from the Unknown Squad. I appreciate the positive comments to your competitors in that final game there and the good sportsmanship. For those of you who know me relatively well and what I like to stand for, good sportsmanship and enjoying the game and healthy competitivity is something that I would always work towards seeing. So I love to see the comments from Barb and Company in the chat saying GG, saying well played, and that, Hpl, despite the result on the day, did turn up and give him a tough battle, but also extended a GGs to Undead. Undefeated champion has a pretty nice ring to it. And his response is, thank you. There's a lot of hard work put in from the Unknown Squad. There's a lot of VOD watching, a lot of cooking in the textbooks, and it's all ended up paying off. So, just goes to show, folks, like we attested to some of that hard work being put in. Again, Undead from Unknown, a nod of his head towards the fact that that is the hard work that's being put in to get the results that they've got from today.
Yeah, honestly, that's what sets a lot of teams apart from other teams. You can get on and five man and just go on and play and play and play as much as you want. But unless you're taking the time to sit down, run some scrims together, do some VOD review, dissect the map as a whole in a Discord call, talk about execution of plans, talk about, what happens if plans go awry and we need to rotate. So if you can come prepared with a game plan and a backup game plan, it's something that could set yourself just to give yourself a little bit of an edge over your competitors as well. And so obviously with more leagues like this, there's going to be more potential VODs for you to review. So, it's up to these teams to do their homework. You know what I mean? We didn't know how important high school was until now, right? It can
Oh, yeah.
it can hold true in video games as well. So there is a lot of things behind the scenes that equally is as important to the game as a whole. And so it's great to see teams like this putting in that extra work and then getting an opportunity to see it pay off as well.
Well, this is it, absolutely. And this is why we love to see everybody turning up to watch, the great attendance and people enjoying all of that action, is because all of these teams do graft so hard to put it on screen that it would be a shame for nobody to watch all of this amazing entertainment. That also to add to some of the highlight clips that all of the teams are going to be able to take home from their experience here, regardless of the performance on the table. The likes of that one that's currently filling the chat with a lot of joy right now, Yuki's in that triple kill that was dropped on the defending side, that was amazing. You see the comment from Barb. We knew it was coming. We tried to wait it out, but the timing was just so perfect. It still claimed 3 lives. That's all it takes, folks. A little bit of understanding of timing and some master chefs in the kitchen, and well, you can produce magic.
And we've had a ton of insane plays throughout this first season here of Hpl Na1, but that might just take the cake for play of the league, because I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of them, but a triple kill with a nade is I mean, it's crazy to get 2, right? To get 3 with 1 nade is something that you really don't see very much ever.
And honorable mention, okay? I know Aquila might not necessarily have a chance for this top spot right now, and poor Yuki's is actually going to think about the coincidence in this for a second, all right? But we made a joke at the beginning of the season that Yuki's sometimes has this not evolved but devolved form, the myth of Dookies, where mistakes happen once in a while. We fluff a little bit, but actually 2 or 3 moments that immediately popped to my mind for Yuki's, for example, from the season. You've got that amazing 1-2 kill on the point on the bomb on Fort that was outstanding, where the hip fire first bullet deleted 1 of 2 to win the round, and that was a crazy one, and that was also a Yuki's play. And then you've got the triple kill just now as well. So I'm sure every player has had their moment to be able to pop off throughout the entirety of this tournament. And, I would love to see, and I am going to love to see, reviewing in between the seasons, All right. Some of these professional players' reels that they put out, that's something I'm looking to doing on the Twitch channels, is going through and looking some of these talents, talking about where players are swapping teams in between seasons and just having a look at what, they've previously produced and the potential for them in new combinations. I don't know about you, Hawk, but I love the idea of all the inter-team stuff in between the seasons because we've got lots of them to come now. This is the first of 3 NA seasons. First of 3 EU seasons coming up, obviously, just shortly after this as well for the year, and so much more, including elimination tournaments. So many different opportunities that are going to happen in between as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of a mix-up issue in the kitchen, okay? The chef forgot to bring the cheese in this morning, so we've sent a runner out to the shops to go and fetch that whilst we get everything cooked up to perfection for you, so bear with us. And in the meantime, we are going to take a quick look at that head-to-head for you at home, folks. We've been waffling a little while, so time to refresh you with the names on those teams. Hawk, would you please do me the honors in introducing these 2 delightful competitors today?
Absolutely would love to. Of course, on that Eclipse roster over there, we've got Winter, Dev the Myth, Windchill, Jay Jones, and Ghost. Of course, the substitute players for Eclipse over there are Tippy and DNA. On the other side of things, when we take a look at Zenith here, their roster, Dark Vo, we got Ray as well. We've got Church Talk and Booperino. Everybody loves Booperino. I see his name in chat. It's just a fun name to say as well. Internal, who has been rocking that marksman class as well and doing exceptionally well on that class. And then, of course, their substitute players there as well are Ghost and Not Declared.
So many talented players on both lineups, and at the end of the day, like we've always said, the pool of teams here are top notch. So there are going to be some even at the top that are dispersed out in under a spotlight, shall we say. They are considered the weaker of the teams out there, but do not be dissuaded. If you come up against the Zenith roster in a ranked game on a night time, trust me when I say it is absolutely not a pleasant experience. These guys will speed roll their way through you if you give them a chance. And the Eclipse lineup here today are going to have to reinforce some of that confidence that has been brought to them from the community going into this if they are going to stop Zenith from a surprise upset here.
Yeah, honestly, I've ran into a handful of these players from different teams, including this one here. I ran into one from MX last night. I've ran into Cacao in the EU scene, and I mean, it's tough to even get a single kill. So when I do get a kill or two, I be sure to clip it and save it because these guys are insane. Like Cracked had mentioned, just because they might only have a point on this league here as well, it just goes to show you the skill set of all of the teams here across the league.
Absolutely. Sneaks there in the chat. One of the wonderful mods working in the background alongside these teams telling us that Zenith are all handsome AF, by the way. 10 out of 10 confirmed. So you've heard it here first, folks. From the dapper muscle man himself, Mr. Sneaks, built like not only a 3-man wide tank unit, but also a very majestic man in his crucial form. But telling us that Zenith are also apparently very handsomely handicapped, it seems. They are beautiful human beings.
Oh man, well, we love to see it. We got some friendly banter in there as well, because apparently they're not as handsome as the Eclipse crew, from what I'm hearing. But it just goes to let us know that there's just a plethora of beautiful individuals, both in and out across all of these teams here as well. And it's honestly a pleasure to get to showcase the talent of all these teams here today with you, Cracked, and everybody else joining us. So again, we can't thank Hunt Premier enough for allowing us to come in here and yell at the mics for Battle State Games as well. Everybody behind the scenes as well. They don't often get enough credit. Connor producing the show. I know we got Sergeant Raging Snake, Kevster, the observers. We get to come out here and yell at the mic. Our jobs are fairly easy. They got the tough job behind the scenes. They don't get enough credit. So, some big hype for them as well. We certainly appreciate everybody working very hard behind the scenes to make this what it is today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many people you can mention, from the likes of the main man, myth, and legend himself on the keys in production, Connor himself, who, traded out his automatic-driven car for an axe to the head for the favor of the intro video, thanks to, I believe at the time, that was one of the pros that played in the Emissaries versus Sherpas match, but poor Connor finding himself keeled, shall we? This blade wheel keel with the back of a melee weapon just for the highlight reel of the Hunt Premier. So every single one of the guys working hard in the background, including the likes of Damien as well, obviously. Shout out to Damien today, who is currently corralling those spectators into their best work. So lots to say thank you for, honestly, folks. There are so many pieces of this engine that go together. It's a blessing to be able to work with them genuinely. Like, there are not a better group of people to work with right now if you want to be involved or surrounded by people that are actually just here for the best growth of the environment, Hunt Premier is going to be your place to be. And there's a lot on the horizon future-wise when it comes to tournaments. There's lots more space between current tournaments for other things. All right. I don't know anything, chat. I'm just hoping. All right. I'm a naive speculator to accumulator. All right. I'm praying. That's it. There's 3 letters in my dictionary that I'm praying are on that horizon. All right. One's for L. One's the first letter of the alphabet, and one's the first letter of the word that's opposite to yes. All right. We put them 3 together, and we might see ourselves in the near future. But less of that nonsense and the anagrams. I'm just looking forward to seeing some of these teams competing on a LAN stage, because I want to see that face-to-face heat hot. I want to hear teams sat on each side, okay, of a bench, literally giving it 110. Like in that 1v4, if somebody wins the 1v4, out of the chair, give it some, really, really give it some passion, some energy. And I think these players have got it in them. And I actually think that there's quite a lot of the competitors out there that have a similar mindset. They're hungry for that environment to prove.
Yeah, we all love tournaments, but a LAN event is just, the atmosphere is unmatched when you get to hear the hype and the excitement and the ups and the downs. It's just a roller coaster of emotions, all a great thing to experience. So fingers crossed. But as we get ready for Eclipse and Zenith again, Bay 5 Bowl is going to be the majority of the maps that we do see here today. We'll get a little cherry on top with Ford as we wrap things up a little bit later, but certainly going to be an interesting, hopefully a close series. But I think that Eclipse is really going to want to make a statement here to wrap up their season. So I expect them to come out very, very hungry in these early rounds.
Yeah, and thankfully for you, ladies and gentlemen at home in the chairs watching from the chat, well, this is only game number 2 of the 4 spectacular blockbuster matches you're going to get to witness live here today. And we're going to be rocking on into game number 2, which is going to see Eclipse taking on Zenith for match 2, which realistically, the result between the 2 teams doesn't decide much based off of them in a mirror matchup. However, it is very crucial for the table standings for both teams that a good performance is put out here today.
Yeah, and I mean, Vanguard is right at the heels of Eclipse as well. So they need to, even just by getting 1 point, they can help push themselves away. 2 would put them in that safe zone, but, any little bit extra to just kind of help propel you forward and make sure that you get to claim that spot that you're hoping for. Because, that top 6, all looking for that money there as well. So if you can make your slice of the pie a little bit bigger, it might just taste a little sweeter.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it's 10,000 euros worth of pie being split between teams that place well, then it's a lot of money to play for. And 10K is only the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure as the scene develops, the prize pool will also increase. And many to look forward to. But that's now being put in the backpack, ladies and gentlemen. Waffle out of the way. We're going straight to the main course. And Winter's having Ghost as his first. Eclipse starts off with a 5-4 approach onto this site, playing defensive, internal, finds one onto Jones, left a mid for 1, Ray for 2, as the quick double out of the back of the office claims lives on the ball.
Ghost gonna find Ray to trade back. There's internal on that marksman class. We talked about the success he's been having on that class and showing it here first case. Dev the Myth, another name Crack talked about earlier, certainly capable of finding themselves able to clutch up in these tough scenarios, is just trying to get the intel they need here. A minute to work with is plenty of time, though. They have an opportunity here to still play their play style, and unfortunately, it looks like they are going to head in toward here. The pre-fire comes out looking for the back end here as well, and really just stuck in a tough position here, Crack.
Yeah, it's dual back and forth as bullets ring out across the inside of their door frame and that Tetris gap. And Church has just played it slowly, and he's actually going to timing peek himself into unfortunate situations there. Dev the Myth having the better tempo on that, gets himself with Crosshair up before any response is given. Now, Zenith have found themselves in the 1v1. Dev the Myth doing good work to reduce his numbers down. Only has 1 player to deal with. Baits the shots, and then quick re-swing from Dev the Myth with a nod and a shake of the head says, yes, that is how you textbook clean up a 1v1.
Man, Dev the Myth, we talked about the capability of clutching. We get to see one right there off of that triple as well, and probably getting virtual high fives all the way around there for Eclipses. Honestly, that was a round that Zenith most likely should have been able to close out. They had that player advantage, but always easier said than done when we're up here in the booth.
And ladies and gentlemen, although the players inside of the game would not want to catch the grenades being dropped from the air, instead, Hunt Premier is deciding to drop you an airdrop, exclamation mark HPL, to get on the hot prize line for a chance to win yourself an EFT Arena standard key. That's right, if you want to take part in the raffle, exclamation mark HPL in the chat for a chance to win a standard EFT Arena key.
Love to see it. Everybody has an opportunity to get involved here in little arena action. Speaking of action, Ghost, who has subbed in for Boop Arena, who was having a little bit of issues there, finds an early pick in round number 2. Unfortunately, Ghost on Ghost violence, as Ghost will find a 2K of their own, and with that, look to open up the site.
Yeah, it seems like Zenith's Ghost is Casper the Friendly Ghost. The other one, clearly the one more haunting, found on the 13th of whichever month decides to be death on the timer.
Oh.
Jay Jones talks to Church Talk in the back alley and says, "No, I'm not happy with the excuse you gave me. Be gone." Dark Vo, the last one left alive, and it's Windchill, Dev, Ghost, and Jay Jones all ready to take him on.
My man had an anti-aircraft gun over there with the flechette, man. That's tough
Yup.
to deal with at times. So Dark, the lone member here, though, pushing in. The audio cue is heard. Windchill will put him on ice. And with that, Eclipse will take round number 2.
I mean, this is the Eclipse side that we expected to see from the beginning of the tournament. This is the demonstration of that confidence and strength that when put together, Myth and company are able to absolutely slay out. Ghost from this Eclipse lineup as well was another member being considered by a couple of teams before everybody got settled in the NA scene. Got himself a couple of teams consider it, I'd say, sniped. Not sniped as in stolen, but somebody beat them to the punch. Eclipse offered Ghost the position, and Ghost, absolutely rightly so, snapped the opportunity up and finds himself here doing a great job as well. 3-1 on that scoreline so far.
Early shots ringing out toward the A site here as well. And some decent mid presence. Potential rotation on the cards here as we take a look at the mini-map. It looks like Eclipse still trying to draw some noise over here on that A site. Look to bite out an early rotation from Zenith. And again, after a couple explosive rounds, we see him slowing things down a bit here.
I mean, we talk about Bay 5 and mid control and how crucial it is, and Myth is going to take out Dark Bow here as the mid thunder comes in from the ECL lineup. As soon as they see a gap, they zoom through the middle, crack it apart like that lightning speed quick team that they are. Internal is going to find himself getting cut off as Dev finds one on the rotation. That's Church being taken down. Maze is now trapped between this rotation and slicing across mid. Internal finds Winter. Out comes Maze. Internal's not going to take it this time around. He's actually going to wait for support from Ghost instead. Raze finds the angle first. That's a good pickup on Dev. Front guard from the ECL lineup now taken out.
Being patient, they're going to step right into the crosshair. He's able to find one. Ghost will help with a second as well. Good tag team here from the crew as Internal on the backside of things will find Windchill, and it's going to be all up to Eternal here on this marksman class. Spots
Oh
Ghost
my
takes him out
word.
quickly. Jones, though, quick to find the trade and a good angle to play off of each other, but nonetheless, still some nice kills coming in there.
That class that ECLJ Jones is on, by the way, Hort, is one I am familiarly known with being seen worn by one of our beautiful members here at the Hunt Premier. A Boosh for Dag kit, that is right there, ladies and gentlemen. A Boosh extraordinaire. He loves himself that AA-12 flechette shotgun because it absolutely slaps. Now seen to be the more fond former of the two to that Saiga 9 shotgun that everybody was having pain from in the HPL EU season just gone now. Myth with a grenade out the opener finds Internal.
Early nades. We saw it in that previous series as well. Church Talk is going to find the headshot onto Jay Jones. Ghost will pick up on Church Talk here as well. A bit of early back and forth as Ghost finds Dark. And now with that, Winner and crew continuing to pressure around here. We hear the shots ringing out. The device looks to go down and stepping out. Look at Ghost. Beautiful crosshair placement. Finds Ray. Dev will get Ghost as well. And after they win the round, a little fun team fire there.
I think I need to start praying for the opposite of what I want to see happen on screen happen, because this is not the game I expected to see. I did think Eclipse were going to have a very easy life with this one, but I did not expect them to be winning this confidently. Right now, they are... It's not even set up. It's just confidence in being able to take the fights. I mean, Dev Myth is swinging corners like he's a man on a mission.
Yeah, unfortunately for Eclipse, I think they just had a couple first, days, and things just didn't go their way. But now playing the play style that they're used to playing, very confident, hitting the shots, everything falling into place here today, and they continue to look to assert that dominance. But Dark Vote going to find the pick here onto Dev the Myth to open things up without a player advantage here for Zenith, and we see some signs of life being breathed back into the squad, but Winter looking to take the grasp of life away as Ray will find the trade, and back and forth we go.
Two members of ECL holding out from the alley, one with the bomb inside. Windchill going to get his head down behind that cover to get this bomb planted. Blast pack going down. 50 seconds on the clock. Challenge, Jay Jones. Rat, tat, 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 tat. Taps Ghost out of the equation with the responsive Ghost taking out Church Talk. Internal finds the other Ghost. Windchill with a quick double at the end of the round is going to close out, and Eclipse move to 5-0.
Quite the dominating performance so far. Clinic, one might say. And I mean, for Eclipse, everybody is doing pretty well as far as the kill leaderboard over there. Dev the Myth Ghost the closest to that double-digit mark with 8 apiece as well. So for Zenith, they just haven't been able to find something that works for them yet. They need to find a way to exploit something here on that defensive side. But Eclipse is looking almost flawless at the moment. How do you do it?
I mean, yeah, the only thing less than flawless they've got is that members on their teams have died in the rounds at the moment in time, and I think that's what Zenith are going to be looking to for some form of support and stability in the mental mindset right now, is that they have managed to kill some of these Eclipse members. I would hesitate to say that the majority of kills that have been taken so far have been to quick trades back as Eclipse are putting their pedal down. Dark Foe is going to stop and pick up a first blood for the Zenith side in round number 6. That's going to be a first opening success for them. Interesting smoke to cover off Hell. Ray fighting with Ghosts on the front door. Oh, sorry, just Ghost. My apologies. Only one of them this time around. Jones. Bro, this kit is ridiculous.
I mean, you could just hear it from across the map too. It's not the most pleasing sound if you're on the other side there, as Jones will back off a bit here as well. Ray putting some bullets downfield. Fortunately, has to try to slowly and methodically make their way onto site. And with these angles, the hipfire knocks the head off Ghost. Jay Jones, Dev the Myth will find picks to bring it back. And Jones again, an absolute juggernaut with his BFG over here, this AA-12. As Windchill will find Church, and Eclipse continues to put rounds in bunches. Zenith not quite able to grab one just yet.
And look at how little damage Jones has taken. He's barely had his numbers worth of health knocked past the 75% mark, and he's just killing people left, right, and center at a very, very far range. It's almost crazy to see. It's not a surprise. Personally, I'm not shocked at all. I'm shocked that we've not seen more teams experimenting with different enforcer kits. I mean, we had a chat with Walker beforehand, and the mention of a couple of different weapons out there. You've got your mutants, your RPKs. There's loads of different bits and bobs going on in the background. So the AA-12 coming out is not a surprise to me. Raze finds a grenade kill first of all. Jay Jones picks up Church. Dark then finds the response onto that big beefcake in Jay Jones. Down he goes. Can Zenith convert with the big tank out the round, Hawk?
Dark looking for a crazy jump shot of his own. As Winter begins to work through connector. Dark though. Here's the audio cue. Finds the flick of the wrist and will pop the head. Now in a 4v2. Zenith looking to clutch their first round of the day. Still have to get through Dev, Demyth, and Winchill. We saw a crazy clutch from Dev a little bit earlier as well, Cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be able to step out here as Internal's going to get caught running with his hands in his pockets. Raze, now fully aware of where Dev the Myth is. Ghost is going to find Windchill on the outside. There comes the kill from Raze to close it out, and Zenith do find themselves the first successful round. 6-1. One more round left on the attacking half for Eclipse, but I think they're already happy with the job done, regardless of whether they take the next one or not.
Oh, they've got to be ecstatic. I mean, even if it ends 6-2, it's just a dominating start, especially on the attacking side. You give yourself so many opportunities to close this one out as well. For Zenith, they need to win this round and, more importantly, a couple after it. They can't really allow ECL to get to a match point too soon here. But again, I mean, how do you slow this team down? They're just playing lights out at the moment.
Going to allow the tension to ride out for a second as the grenade goes off in the mid lane in front of Tetris. Eclipse more than aware that there is an early grenade potentially coming out of Zenith there to pick up the first kill. A great swing from Dev. The Myth's going to take off the head of Internal inside a sandwich. Jones. Oh, Dark Bow barely doesn't convert on the pre-fire.
I love the calm before the storm. It's very rare you hear this silence here as it is quickly stifled by Dev the Myth finding another pick. Dark looking to display some patience here. Dev running through connector as well. Shot to ring out. Is cautious on the other side. Dark will find Jones here as Winter and Windchill will combine for two of their own. They know the last member of Dark is on B. The device already going down on A, and Eclipse continuing to run the masterclass of games. Dev with that swing will find another. And Eclipse continues to dominate.
He certainly is looking a bit more like a legend than a myth, this Dev today. Very hot and cold player, can sometimes turn up and absolutely pop off. Has been known a couple of times throughout the Hpl Na so far, though, to turn up and not be as visible as we'd normally expect. But today seems to be absolutely locked in, ready to crush all hopes of anybody else thinking elsewise, other than Eclipse taking a successful 2-0 here today. A dominant performance from Dev the Myth in the first half, and, well, you could say the same for the rest of the Eclipse lineup.
Yeah, again, it's just a tough position to be in, and we talk about the mental coming into play. You've got to be able to take a deep breath and just look to reset. So, you're gonna have to hope to play a little bit better on bowl, but you're not out of this just yet. If you can find a way to get a couple rounds in a row and look to kind of turn the tide, so to speak, you could maybe swing things back in your favor. But all the momentum certainly feels like it's in the corner of ECL at the moment.
Darkvo finds the first with the grenade onto Ghost. Raze is going to clean up Jones, and that's 2 quick kills from the Zenith squad as the smoke goes on the door. Raze has already passed it. Is he going to get in and find Windchill before the bomb enters? Back door, Ali. He's going to run straight past him. Windchill finds the kills. Raze forgets on the close corner. Winter finds Darkvo. Again, Windchill is there to respond as Church swings Ali for the refrag and does not find success. Internal runs on a broken leg and breaks his own ankles. Winter. I'm surprised he didn't win that there. Ghost is last left alive. The magazine's out and in. Just in time, the back door. Ali challenge is not successful. Ghost is giving room to breathe. He then gets found out of the smoke, and Dev the Myth, right when Eclipse needed him to come and cement the rounds, it was starting to look a bit sketchy, comes out of the smoke and claims the back for the last kill.
8-1 ECL. I mean, they just string the... every time it looks like they might be at a disadvantage or Zen has that player advantage, they just are able to come away with some big picks in succession and turn things around. You talked about Dev the Myth sometimes being hot or cold, certainly all hot today. 15-3 through these first 9 rounds is insane.
I mean, yeah, you want to talk about taking a mental edge into the second game as well. How about a dominant performance? That's a good grenade out of Raze, though, to claim the life of Jones.
They've got the player advantage now. We'll see if they're able to utilize it here. Zenith looking to take control of the A site. They've got a lot of space here as Ray will find Winter. Windchill on the peak. The flash goes in. The smoke is up here as well, and the device looks to go down. Ghost on the peak. Shots ring out. Ghost able to find Raze, who's up top of the box here. And with that, Windchill will peek in. Find Church. And again, it looked like it was favoring Zenith, but now Eclipse beginning to dissect the opponents as Ghost will find a team kill on the Dark. And a series of unfortunate events yet again. Windchill finding Eternal. Knows there's one in the corner. The spray comes out, and Windchill collecting heads and getting bread, baby. The device will be deactivated, and ECL makes a statement here in game number 1.
I could not have said it better myself, Mr. Hort. A statement, absolutely. I think that one can consider itself folded, stamped, lettered on up, and posted out to the success vault to be saved and written down in the records, because Eclipse, they're not going to let themselves forget about that one for a fair while, and rightly so. A phenomenal performance. Windchill there, your MVP with 10 kills. 6 headshots, but I argue that many members on that side in different forms played a crucial part. You've got Winter there, standing as the backbone of the team, taking the first death on a couple of rounds quite a few times, but getting so much information doing so because of how aggressively he's playing. But then, I mean, the beefcake, Mr. J. Jones himself, AA12 Jones, popping in with that automated destruction cannon, I guess we'll call it now. And then, you can't fault the performance from Eclipse in game number 1.
Yeah, you don't want to drink the Kool-Aid of Jay Jones over there. The man was slinging the shots, and you could hear it from across the map. It's like, let me just stay away from that side. And but again, I mean, everybody was hitting the shots. So At times when we saw Zenith, a couple rounds finding the early picks, getting the player advantage, it was Eclipse who just remained cool, calm, and collected, sticking true to the objective there, and waiting for those angles, for the opponents to step into the crossfire or the crosshair, and so just finding a lot of solid picks when they needed to. That makes me worry a little bit for Bull as well, because I feel like Eclipse is just hot and ready to roll, and Zenith just hasn't really had an opportunity to kind of get going or to find their stride yet. So if they could find a way to win the opening round or the first two rounds, I think we very well could see that kind of swap. But if they struggle in the beginning of this game, I feel like we could be in for something dangerous here.
I mean, my question right now is, what have Zenith got in the tank to be able to stop Winter, Windchill, Dev, the Myth of Jay Jones from at the opening 1 to maybe 3 rounds of this game just absolutely dominating their way through it from competence? If the rounds settle and become constructed in objective-based gameplay rather than this just absolute smash and grab, I don't know what the difference really is, right? I don't know how they find a way through that initial contact to be able to get to that composed gameplay, because Eclipse have been so quick with it that you're not given a chance to let the dust settle when it seems like a trade has gone in the favor of Zenith, just on the edge of when you start forgetting about it being an interaction, and we would maybe pass the commentary because it's slowed down a little bit. There's a red team member from Eclipse that picks it back up again, and we don't get chance to stop, and it's just domino, 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 close.
Yeah, I think if I'm Zenith, much like New Dawn situation, we've only got 1 point. We're not going to be able to take a placement. So let's get crazy with it. Let's run out there and just try to maybe do stuff that we're not used to doing. Maybe keep them guessing, be a little bit overly aggressive. Like, you have an opportunity to maybe try some things that you wouldn't necessarily try in a situation like that. So, I mean, crazy times call for crazy things. So I wouldn't mind seeing them just get out there and just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And a hashtag rigged going to be flooding the chat there as Step Sherpa won himself the giveaway for the EFT Arena Standard key. So, no, Step Sherpa, hands off. All right. You're not allowed. Chat only. Okay. And it did get re-rolled. So, GG's and congratulations to Dover_TV. You've won yourself an EFT Arena Standard key, sir. Congratulations. Gentlemen's a round of applause for Dover. Get in touch with the mods. Do us a favor. Create a Discord ticket. That's the best way to claim your prize. Create a Discord ticket. Reach out to the mods in the Discord and say, hey, I want a key. Can I have my key, please? And then we'll get you in on the action. Congratulations, GG's. To those that didn't win, don't worry. Many hot prizes to come. This is not the only HPL you're going to get to see this year. There are tons of tournament coming soon, and we're looking forward to that. I'm going to say, Hot, we'll take a moment to mention the jumper, actually, before we get into the details of the next one today. You are looking rather colourful today. Well, I love the get-up.
I appreciate it very much. I figured I'd dress up, look a little flashy here today. It's my 5-year wedding anniversary, actually. So huge shout out to my wife for allowing me to come have some fun today before we go have our fun at a party a little bit later. So certainly appreciate that. But I know I got to try to match your energy, because you're always a shining star, Crack. So I'm just trying to up my game a bit.
Yeah, favorite color being orange. We do tend to glow a lot over here. I'm not going to lie. It is one of the curses of enjoying bright, vibrant colors. But no, chat, if we could all take a moment to wish Mr. Hort and his beautiful other half a congratulations. Is it 5, Hort?
Yeah.
5 whole
5.
years? It's a 5-year wedding anniversary. And the man is still here with that majestic mustache to entertain you guys with some amazing yaps. So I love to see some support in the chat for our amazing co-commentator today, Mr. Hort Sauce. And congratulations to him and his partner for surviving 5 years of each other, because as somebody who's also in a relationship myself, I know how tough that can be. All right,
It could be hard to deal with me, So yeah, absolutely. But it just goes to show how much I love it here. I love working with everybody at HPL from the front to the back, the community, the people in chat. I have never felt anything but right at home since day number 1. So it's equally an honor to be here to get to share my time with you guys, and I certainly appreciate each and every one of you as well.
That's it. Now, hearts aside, folks, we've got important information to talk about. We've got a hot game on the table for you, and we're going to need to, let's just say we're going to need to sort of just relax a little bit. It's been, yeah, it's been a
Woosah,
very,
woosah.
You could say it's been hot sauce, all right, since we've started. That's what we could say, all right? It has been wild, absolutely wild. And I am looking forward to the rest of what we've got to go today, folks. Whilst we're just hanging out, we've got 2 more matches following this, all right? 2 more crucial matches. Not just that hot, but the one following this with Master X is going to see a big potential shift to the tables based off of how that result ends up.
Yeah, that's another game I'm incredibly excited for. Just it has, as you mentioned, just an opportunity to really kind of throw a wrench in the mix of the standings here, which is it's been exciting. I mean, we talked about how close the competition has been. To see it come down to the final day for 3 or 4 teams to figure out exactly where they're going to fall into the standings of not just the money but the bragging rights as well here for HPL in A1. So yeah, I'm super excited for that. But honestly, I'm hoping to see Zenith bounce back a little bit here. I know they have the talent to do so. And I'd like to see them give Eclipse a little bit of a run for their money here in this final game of the day. So, it's not over until it's over. And like we said, we've seen teams, struggle on one map and turn around and dominate on another. So, but nonetheless, it's been exciting action throughout the day. I'm just happy to be here with you and, like I said, showcasing the many talents that we have here throughout Hunt Premier.
It's always party time at the Hunt. We don't have a boring time over here. We're not about that whitewashed, boring, grayscale, no fun action, all right? There's no fun police over here. We're here to have a great old laugh and chuckle whilst we're doing it. In the meantime, we get to watch some exceptional arena gameplay. We even get to give out prizes to the guys in chat. And at the end of the tournament, even some of the players get to pad the pockets with some pounds, pennies, euros, and all of those Freedom Fund currency dollars out there. Lots to earn. All right, lots of successful prizes and lots to be enjoyed and entertained. And the most valuable prize from all of this, we'll hit the soppy one, memories. All right, the things that are more valuable than anything you could ever have. All right, we're going to make a great experience and you're going to be able to remember it forever. Hot Sauce has full on hit the W's for the cringe. We're here. That's right. One more game to go, ladies and gentlemen, for Eclipse and Zenith, all right? Zenith are on the chance to be able to take something back, all right? We're looking for a consolidation prize because the Eclipse lineup in match 1 was dominant. If they are able to take a map back here on Bowl, Zenith would absolutely be able to walk out at the end of this season with their heads held high because that in itself would be an achievement given the standings that they've had.
Yeah, I mean, just showing up and competing in this league alone, I think, is a feat and a tough task on its own. So, I mean, everybody deserves a big pat on the back, a solid high five or whatever. But, just coming out here and making sure that you give it all, I think, is the most important part. Win or lose, go out there, give it all you got. And at a bare minimum, just make sure you're having a good time because that's what it all boils down to at the end of the day. And so I think that's what we see for a lot of these squads. I mean, we saw the friendly banter. We've seen the great sportsmanship as well. So, at the end of the day, that's the most important part.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we are, finals day, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, Zenith versus Eclipse. Eclipse find themselves 1-0 up in the tie and looking to try and make themselves 3 points on the day to affect their table standings. Winter on the AXMC is going to annihilate Raze for the first blood. And ladies and gentlemen, the first one-tap cannon on the pitch puts a big smile on my face.
We heard Dark taking out Jones. You could hear that AA-12 ringing out from a distance, but Ghost and Windchill finding quick picks as we do see Booperino back into this one as well, but quickly taken out, much like Internal here as Dev the Myth will find another. And Winter, uh-oh, he broke out the sniper, baby.
Did somebody ask me a question? Because Winter's here to give out some answers, ladies and gentlemen. AXMC gameplay, I cannot wait to see it. This is one of those weapons that has cut the masses. It's divided the community's opinions as to whether it is a skill crutch, aka a wooden stick to assist the standing levels, or whether it is an exceptional weapon that when in the hands of the most skillful players can do devastating things. You notice here 11 rounds of AP Winter has, as well as the VSS for backup.
If there's a game that or a gun that frustrates people, I'm probably going to try to use it. So I'm all for it. But Dark Ball raining down nades from a distance will make Dev the Myth exactly that, just a myth here in this round. As they'll have to wait for the action of the next one. Internal up close finds Jay Jones as well. Windchill quick to find a pick on Booperino, and there's Winter chopping them down. Choppers on deck as Windchill will find Internal as well. Oh my, Windchill putting everybody on ice at the moment.
What do you mean he kills him there? What do you mean a Winter's going to continue on with the cannon? That's the third down as Winter has played his way out of headshot. Super slow in this round, but what a kill on internal from Windchill. The smoke was covering full vision, and he does one of those wicked sense things where the crosshair just snaps the model behind that smoke and deletes him out of the equation.
Someone will probably clip it and call him a cheater on Twitter later. Windchill will wrap that one up here against Ray. With that, again, early success here for ECL, much like we saw in that first map as well. So, I mean, what does Zenith have to do here to try and change things up a bit, to try and get an upper hand onto Eclipse?
Well, create more clips like that where you get vaulted into the ranks of players that have been acclaimed to be cheating because it just looks that sick on screen that you can't even fathom the idea that it's possible or real. I guess that's the only way. We're going to need to see a 5-man Zen stomp, and, well, they're stomping. I don't know about kills, but they're definitely stomping the way to the B side right now, and that player underneath by Yellow Van is about to have a lot of problems. Oh, and away he goes. Nope, nope, I'm out of there.
Brave Sir Robin, he quickly turned and ran away. And that's exactly what he needed to do, was leg it, because, you know, he was staring straight down the sights at a firing squad there. So able to get back to his safer position for the time being. Ray spraying through the smoke there, barely off the mark. Dark is going to find Ghost. Dev will pick up on Ray here as well. And again, as quickly as those subtle sounds hit, the beautiful chaos ensues shortly after. Church finding Winter here as well. We can hear that AA-12 ringing out as the device looks to go down. Jay Jones will find Booperino getting bopped in the background. Internal keeping eyes here for his teammate, getting that device down. We'll find a pick on Myth, and some success here for Zenith in round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Windchill, the last left alive with 3 problems to deal with. Each of the members all relatively low health, other than Church. Windchill finds himself on a good weapon for this as well. He's got his spear in hand. There is one thick player on the Zenith side that could be potentially problematic. That of Church carrying that Sega 9 with the Flechetti, sorry, the Sega 12 even. Speaking of which, there's the Flechetti we were talking about, and Windchill does not have enough within him to be able to get through that Enforcer this time around. Church closes the round out, and Zenith move off the mark a lot earlier in Game 2 than they did in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we needed to see from them as well. And so hopefully they can build off of some of this confidence and allow it to spill out in some of these next few rounds here as well. Eclipse just got too far ahead in the first half in game number 1. So Zenith able to reel it back here in game number 2. We'll see if they can carry that momentum forward and maybe look to grab a couple rounds in a row here.
Momentum would be beneficial. A couple of rounds in a row certainly would lead to a more confident style of approach. That being said, Dev the Myth has confidence this time that that grenade might deter a big rush. There it does. Church Talk pays the price. That big beefcake on the Zenith side now taking a rest on the bench in the early section of round number 4.
Ghost is going to find Dark here as well, and they continue to find these early picks. Dev the Myth has been an absolute menace. Jay Jones will fall here to Booperino. Now look at the press. Dev the Myth finds Boop again. Now Ghost will step out and get Eternal. Dev the Myth is looking scarier than a gas station bathroom today.
Windchill closes it out. Raze pays the price with his head, and that's the last of the Zenith members inside of 4 that's going to be allowed to pay anything towards the round's success. Eclipse find themselves 3-1 and a good lead on the defending side.
Yeah, it seems like every time that Zenith is able to have a moment of their own to find a round and look to build that momentum, ECL is just so quick to respond in the following round and look to stifle any of that momentum that they gather here. So we'll see if Zenith can answer back or if ECL will continue to put rounds on the board in bunches.
Interesting that whilst we were talking to some of the guys in between the weeks as well, I had a chat with Box and kind of asked the question, which of the teams do you think is the strongest at this moment in time? And an interesting opinion I got back, actually. Doesn't really potentially think that any of the teams stands out that much more particular than one or the other, that every team that has turned up has impressed people more than what was expected in general. So, you know, all 8 teams that are here today as Winter deletes Church Talk on that shotgun point blank range with a hip fire. Tries for the jump shot off the top of Med. Doesn't find Raze. He's going to get caught out by the SR. Windchill finds 2 on the spear, though, as both Dark and Booperino get paid the price. Raze goes down. Jones finds him with that bap cannon. Eclipse find the 4th.
I mean, anytime again you find these player advantages, you find early picks if you're Zenith. It's just that everybody on the side of ECL has that potential to pop off or find a clutch, and so
Mhm.
you know it's even when you have a little bit of success, you can't count this ECL team out because they're just so dangerous from anywhere on the battlefield.
Very excited to see what's to come. Obviously, Box playing later on today in one of the later games. I don't think it's the last one of the day. We've got Vanguard taking on Aspect. And New Dawn will see Master X after this one. The myth, he's not a myth. He's definitely mythical with these utility plays early on.
Heat-seeking grenades coming into play. It says, I can do it with a gun as well. We'll find the headshot onto Dark. We can hear the sniper ring out for Winter, as they will collect another kill here as well. And then Ghost on to Booperino, who unfortunately sat out in game number 1 due to some issues and maybe not quite warmed up just yet. And Turtle jumping around will find a Winner off guard, but has some help there. Windchill and crew not far away to clutch up and find the trade. ECL up 4-1.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for the Zenith side right now. I think it was Dark that was holding the angle I would like to formally call the Tamaga. It's the angle that literally is, you take about 2 steps just outside of your spawn gate and then you pop yourself down on the floor to watch the angle across the nose for the flank, for something that is a common position of play Tamaga likes to favor. That kind of a gameplay is not going to work here into a lineup as quick as Eclipse. Not necessarily because it's not got anything of value, but these players are too quick and are very commonly familiar on these spots that are played time and time again. You're not going to see someone swing and give you a free kill there. They are going to be pre-firing that prone position. So I'd like to see a bit more agency and urgency out of the Zenith line. Like this, for example, a great grenade onto Jones is going to give space. Now, are they going to push up and take it? Smokes come out. This is more like the setup we're looking for.
That's so crazy because I was going to say I'd like to see him nade toward hop up. We haven't seen a nade that direction, and before I can get it out, they find a nade just there, find the pick, but Winter is going to find one back the other direction here. Dev the Myth will get 2 in a row as well as he finds the 2K, making a triple as Eternal will eventually get Winter here, but Dev the Myth has been an absolute menace out here on the battlefield today.
And look at what it is. He's going to finish it off with the 4th kill on Internal around the ramp, but they play into the positioning of the deep player holding the flank the round before. He gets absolutely ruined. Zenith now realize they can't play that position, and Dev Demith takes full advantage of it by flanking around from the B site and finds 3 people with their backs exposed on a quick play. That is an absolutely crazy read from Dev Demith there from Eclipse, and that 100% is going to see them stealing their 6th round. Just, it's so free, Hort. The 4D chess match that's being played by Eclipse right now is outstanding.
Mind the games. I mean, they came with a game plan. They've certainly seemed very, very prepared, and it would seem that they have executed it near flawlessly here today, only giving up 1 round thus far here in map number 2 as well. But Ray's going to start off with a nice pick here on the Ghost. Winter again finding Dark here as well. Time and time again, he has been in a nuisance here for Zenith. Now we hear shots ringing out both directions. Dev the Myth is going to find Rays as well as we swap over to Jay Jones, and we see Dev the Myth in the kill feed. A little plaid stripes as Booperino will get a piece of the action. But Jay Jones says, I need to find me a kill here after the round's over, even if it is a teammate. I don't care.
They all count. Might not be on the scoreboard, but you know in your mind you got that kill at the end, and that's what matters, right?
Yes.
What an insane little round as well. Switching sides, 7-1. Eclipse cruise on into the halftime whistle with a dominating lead again after a very good first half on their 2nd map today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think if this was the Eclipse team that showed up from the beginning of the tournament, they would probably be sitting much higher in the standings right now. But it's great to see them overcome some of those early obstacles and bounce back and play so well here in these last few weekends, and more importantly here today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I see your pawn, I shall take your pawn and then cost you your knight. And I see your knight and I shall raise you your rook. The rook to bishop, bishop to queen, queen to king. But Eclipse are playing a different game of chess right here. They're saying, here, you can have a pawn and we'll have your king. They're skipping the steps in between and just going right for the throat when it comes to the aggression and the action.
Dev the Myth looking for something through the smoke here. Doesn't quite hit the mark just yet as we see them working together here. Windchill and Def beginning to find that swing. Two pushing toward Jin. Booperino's going to find one of them. That's Winter, who is the first to fall. Booperino will get Jay Jones, who previously picked up Church just moments prior, to allow Zenith to keep this player advantage. But time and time again, ECL has found a way to bring it back. We take a look at that mini map up there. We do see a slight rotation heading toward that B site.
So late nade from Race is looking really good, actually. The bomb is going to get across in time, though. Actually, too late almost, you could call it. It's a good read from Zenith, but it's not quite claiming the deaths that it was hoping for. And that almost has baited themselves into the information that there aren't that many people pushing that site. Internal is ready for the first, finds a good pickup onto Ghost. The bomb's gone back the other way for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. They're not quite sure where they want to go yet. Zenith has a nice setup here on their 2-2 split as we see Eclipse beginning to work back toward that A side. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, though. They're going to have to execute relatively soon. And unfortunately, Dev the Myth is going to find Dark, who has timing not in their favor. And with that, the device will continue to go down. Booperino here on site, just kind of waiting for that flank to come in.
Actually, yeah, Boot playing this really smart. He doesn't need to peek into Windchill. Now that Windchill does peek, the snap to the model is clean from Boop. Goodbye to the thoughts of any defense of this bomb now with 3 members on site. Dev's going to have to go through like a storm. He doesn't even realize there's one prone on his right on the floor. He's decided to ignore him for the time being. Boop gets up and bops Dev down.
You know, it could have worked out because, I mean, the gentleman that was prone didn't see him there as well. If he could have found that first pick and then swapped to the prone character there, could have maybe had an opportunity to do something crazy. But it's nice to see Zenith begin not only to reel it back, but to have a very successful round where the majority of the players are still standing at the end of the round. Unfortunately for Zenith, though, ECL has so many opportunities to look to close this match out. So Zenith has a lot of ground to gain here momentarily.
Yeah, absolutely. It was all potential possible, like you say. You kill one, transfer to the second, and the guy prone's the last one left alive. You've got the chance to transfer through all 3 in one mag if you do it right. So definitely doable. Not necessarily completely 100% conversion rate, but not out of the realms of possibility now. Fighting through the smoke, Windchill is playing on the edge of a knife here. 2 members swing through strong. Ghost with that tanky kit puts one down. Boot third second.
Oh
Windchill for 2 though in response. It's huge on Generator.
That second flick from Windchill was just insane. He was caught like a deer in headlights, but it didn't even bother him. Raise, though, eventually will put Windchill down with a nice little breeze. Dev the Myth, Winter finding 2 picks of their own. And again, they look like they have that early success. ECL somehow always able to bring these rounds back. Dev with 14. Is that Winter with 13, or Windchill, excuse me, with 13. So 2 players in double digits. Winter not far behind as well, and they continue to find not only the rounds in bunches, but the kills as well.
That grenade being chucked to teammate under the floor of the table there, seeming like picked up the wrong one of the pieces of utility they were looking for. The AXMC obviously normally a good class to be running those utility on too, because you play from a far enough range to not need to be up in the action quickly on tempo. Interesting to see that we don't have a jump peek from Eclipse there over the top of the ambulance to see if we can get info. Instead, they're just going to smoke off and start to push up with pressure. Jones finds a grenade onto Boot. Second comes out towards site. That's going to see Jones killing Church. Raise for 1. Windchill!
Windchill passing up Dev the Myth with those 2 there. With 15 on the board. Internal, the last member here as well. We'll find 1. Winter looking for a little hip fire action as Windchill will clutch it up. And ECL now 8-2 with 6. Oh, no, that's the 9th one there as well. They're going to close it out in that round. I mean, it happened so fast in a blink of an eye. I was hoping there was a few more rounds left here, but man, ECL looking very devastating here in the final day.
Yeah, I think we would absolutely agree that Eclipse have shown us the performance we were looking for. This is the Eclipse that we were looking to see throughout the entirety of this season, and this is why teams have considered them to be so dominant coming into this, is because, I mean, Winter and Dev the Myth are notorious for being known to being at the top of the rankings for ARP and for just being a pain to play against in ranked in general. So, you know, there's a whole load of talent on that lineup. You've got Jay Jones, Ghost, and Windchill. I mean, Windchill's been around a while. Ghost has been in the scene, but not necessarily in teams. Same can be said for Jay Jones. And these two new members, Ghost and Jay Jones, they look absolutely phenomenal. I'm loving Jay Jones on the AA12. That's a really good look, actually, to the side, and something I'm looking to see more experimentation with in the future. But, I mean, it's 3 points. It's going to put them in a good place, the best place possible on the final day to improve their standing.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I love you mentioned the AA12 from Jay Jones. I love this as well, not only because it was just fun to see, but I think it's going to open up the idea to some of these other players on other teams throughout the league as well as, hey, maybe we should be looking outside the box a little bit. Maybe there are other opportunities here for us to take advantage of some cheeky weapons. So, hopefully we'll see a little bit mix up in the meta as time goes on. But yeah, I mean, a phenomenal performance by Eclipse here today. And for Zenith, we often talk about it. There's really no losers as long as you're learning. There's winners and there's learners. So you got to take that VOD review. You got to take this experience and look to see how you bounce back, because you're not defined by those losses, but by how you bounce back from them.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations to those of you that chose your right team in the prediction for the channel points there. GG's to everybody that put their thoughts and hopes with the Eclipse lineup. You've now earned yourself some channel points and success. But don't worry, there'll be plenty more predictions for you to lose all your channel points to the bank later on with, and we're going to have 2 more amazing matchups to come in the very near future. So, folks, thank you for hanging out with us so far, but it's time to take a momentary relapse, okay? We're going to have a nice big 7-minute break for you all to go get up, get some more refreshments, some hydration, and those all-important seatbelts, because we're going to lock in for 2 more amazing games worth of action right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. That's right, we are here with the HPL Na Season 1 finals. If you've not been able to join us so far, then sadly you've missed out on half of the action, but don't worry, because we've got another half of it to come. 2 more amazing matches. I am Greg Wisdom, joined here again today on the Hunt Premier channel, live by Hot Sauce, the man, the myth, the mustache himself, ready to commentate on some insane action. Again, the Hunt Premier live channel here on Twitch has been partnered up with the Battlestate Games Squadron, including led by those the likes of Apple and company in the background that do some great work from the Battlestate Games side to help us bring you this wonderful Escape from Tarkov arena action. We are going to be rounding it all up today with 2 more matches, starting off with Master X taking on New Dawn, and our final matchup of the day, which will see Vanguard and Aspect clashing to close us out for the NA finals. Hot, it's already been hot stuff. Are you ready to see the hot action for our next 2 games?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. MX, I mean, we know that they have a very talented roster, but for me, they've kind of been that sleeper team in this league where everybody knows they're talented, but everybody was kind of talking about Aspect or Unknown. So for me, that was kind of the team that maybe wasn't getting as much hype as they deserved. But for them, I think this is a much more important series for MX than it is for New Dawn. Obviously, New Dawn would love to take a win away here at a minimum. But for Master X, they have an opportunity to solidify that second place spot as well with not only a big win, but some round differential here as well. So I expect to see them playing almost perfect here today. I'm sure they came very, very prepared, looking to at least get in that top 2 spot. But as a fan of underdogs, never say never. You can't count New Dawn out. They have a ton of talent as we take a look at the rosters here on that New Dawn side. Slaughter, Spiritin, Scooter, Scooby, and Steezy, the lovely alliteration there of the names of the S's, and their substitute players, 2BPS and Pug. So New Dawn did pick Bay 5. That'll be the second map coming up. But why don't you tell us a little bit about Master X, my man?
Well, we've got Exquisite, Shoreline, IFP, Jez, Judicious, and then Bloodbank sitting there on the substitute spot at this moment in time for the Master X lineup, and they're going to be deciding that Bowl is the first map that we're playing today. Lots of these players have had tons of experience playing against each other, specifically in these 2 rosters, as, again, through conversations with multiple people in the NA community, we know that New Dawn have been scrimming their hearts out for the entirety of the season, including this week as well, where they were pushing results out that were surprising other teams. New Dawn today, although seeming to have probably more of a Goliath challenge than the match that we've just seen to be able to take one of the 2 maps off of this Master X roster, they're coming into this confident, Hot. The conversations with the team, they feel like they can take one, if not both maps off of Master X today. Now, forgive me for being a negative Nancy, but I don't know if I had that strong a belief.
Where there's a will, there's a way, as they say. But I got to say, I ran into MX Exquisite last night in the wee hours of the morning, somewhere around 2 a.m. maybe, and he was still firing on all cylinders. So he was wiping the floor with my squad out there. I think I got maybe a kill or 2 on him. But absolutely on point. They were putting in the practice till the wee hours of the morning as well. So no doubt in my mind that Master X has equally come just as prepared and really looking to close it out in not only a 2-0 fashion, but I imagine they're wanting to eat up as much of those round differentials here today. We talked about, Hpl being 32, Master X Aspect 31, plus 31 on those round differentials. So really just 1 round separating the teams 2nd through 4th.
It's such a tough match. There is so much to be said for what Master X has got going for them with the players that are currently sitting on this team right now. I mean, we're 6 minutes away, give or take, from being able to roll on into this match, destined for the 6:30 start time there. Exquisite. I mean, CK's been around a while. As a Shoreline, this team has, had a few different members, the likes of Cruisin', the likes of Nova that have stepped away to other teams. They've had themselves replaced with the likes of IFP, Jez, Judicious, who all 3 of them have played exceptionally throughout this season of the NA roster. I don't know what New Dawn has to have in store to be this confident that they feel they can take a map off of Master X. And I mean, I am here for it. I'm not going to lie to you. I am so here for it. If there is a mad play okay, and there is something in this textbook that's going to throw Master X off their game, you've got to think that it's going to be to one of the underdogs, one of the unexpected teams to have come up with this kryptonite-esque approach, I guess, to try and find a way to stumble what, otherwise from a performance out of Unknown that was undefeated could be considered also potential champions as well. I mean, Master X, in my mind, before we started this season, Hort, I don't know about yourself, but they were destined for a 1, 2, or 3 spot in my head before we got started.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, the roster is stacked from previous teams. You never know how maybe they're going to play together as you get going forward. I think the scary part here for me for New Dawn is that we also start out on Master X's map pick. So if they win that very, very decisively, it could maybe potentially deflate the sales a little bit for New Dawn heading into their map pick. But honestly, I love the confidence that I'm hearing from New Dawn. I think that is the mentality that you should have. Even if you're playing an undefeated team and you haven't won a single game all season, you go into that game confident in your ability to win. So, like I said, we all love a good underdog story. We've seen plenty of upsets throughout the history of esports and traditional sports. So, I mean, that's why they say never any given Sunday. So you can't count them out. It might not be the most probable thing, but it's still an absolute possibility. So, as someone who's kind of grown up in that underdog scene, I certainly have some wishful thoughts for them. But if I'm being a realist, so to speak, I would, or if I'm, trying to gamble on it, I would probably put my chips in the corner of MX.
Yeah, it's not a disrespect to this New Dawn side to say that they are not the favored team in this matchup. Respectfully, it's not just that they're not the favored team, it's that Master X have known in this environment through experience and past results for being exceptionally good, including that of recent with, although a new lineup, a still consistent performance across 3 weekends with the tournament play at the highest standard. So you just can't knock that logic. It is what it is. However, every team has its time, and every Titan will fall. There is always a bigger fish. Sometimes it just takes time for the fish to outgrow its opponent.
Hey, you heard it here first from the man full of wisdom himself, cracked wisdom, and everybody loves winning. Maybe you're not participating in the tournaments today, but you two in chat have an opportunity to win. Exclamation point HPL in chat for that Tarkov Arena giveaway. So a huge shout out to Hunt Premier for always providing those little extra steps here for those of you in chat. So we'd like to see those exclamation point HPLs in chat if you want an opportunity to win yourself an arena edition here as well. But as we get ready for our third series here, MX taking on New Dawn. New Dawn certainly the underdogs in this one, but as we had mentioned, we've seen plenty of upsets in the histories here, so you can't quite count them out just yet. But I think if MX comes to play today the way that they've been playing here more recently, like I said, I saw the crew putting in time to the wee hours of the morning as well. In my mind, they are certainly coming very prepared here for today, and then starting out on their map pick as well, I think does slightly benefit them if they can have, like I said, if they can have a dominating performance on map number 1, that usually spills over into map 2, which, I mean, much like we just saw in that previous series with Eclipse and Zenith as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And little shout out, poor Apollo in the chat, still yet to play today, but already catching strays before stepping foot on the battlefield, is asking what the scores were from earlier on, and got followed by Enverosity. Apollo 0, Shower 1. Let the man compete before he's called sweaty, okay? He's got to pop off in a game later, all right? Give the man a chance. Sheesh. Roasting apparently coming from all angles inside of the chat, and we love to see it. But no, we will be looking forward to getting to see what Apollo has got to give later on. But there is so much to be said for this matchup, because Master X has the chance to change the top of the table, basically. This is now every other result, barring what Aspect does in the final, has been dealt with, okay? They will potentially have to contend with the Aspect score, depending on how their result goes. But it's in their hands now. They need to put down a 2-0 performance to give themselves the best shot. And New Dawn are ready to come and bring them as many problems as possible to change that outcome. They're going to have to be ready to overcome that obstacle too, because there's one thing that I always believe in an underdog, Hawk. You've nothing to lose. It doesn't matter at this point. You've played your tournament. It is what it is. And now all you've got is a final showing and one last hurrah before you walk out the closing door. And what would be better to do than cause an absolute bombshell of an upset
Mhm.
before finishing the season?
Yeah, I mean, that
I
was the
don't
point I
know.
was trying to make with Zenith, right? At this point, you don't have anything to lose. So don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone. Maybe don't even be afraid to try a different class or take a lesson or a note from Jay Jones's page and maybe see if you can toss an AA-12 into the enforcer class for yourself. So you really don't have much to lose. You can go out there and really just enjoy yourself, have some fun, and see if you can pull a rabbit out of the hat in the meantime. As far as the polo goes, I'm with him. I think you get sweaty first and then you take a shower. You never want to get a shower before you get sweaty. So, I feel it. You just eat that shade up and run with it, Apollo.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be looking forward to seeing them later on. Aspect and Vanguard. So this
Yes.
is another one. It's there are so many confusing conundrums in this NA season. Okay, and whilst we're waiting to get these two teams in for this one, folks, we've had Vanguard, another team that is built with a set of players that are very familiar in this environment, that have maybe not seen as much success as they'd like to have or would have hoped to have with their placement on the table. I mean, heck, there was a game that Scratch dropped a 30-something crazy bomb, and they still ended up not taking home the victory in that map, which is a wild thing to say. It's a statement you don't say every day. So, there's a lot of confusing things going on here, and I'm just building it, chat. All right, yeah, I might be talking absolute nonsense. Okay, that's fine. We can be broken waffle instead of cracked wisdom for a little bit. All right, but if we're gonna see an upset today, it's going to be in this match. And not because I believe in it, but because I have been told by people that are working with New Dawn, that are part of the New Dawn side, or their coaching, roster or whatever, that there is something, whatever it is, there is something cooked up for this. Okay, so whether it might be an attempt that we just see fall flat on its face because Master X are built different, we're going to see. Whether we see it suddenly exposed that Master X are a set of I don't know, one-trick ponies, or they find an angle that just works that Master X haven't thought about, then, well, New Dawn might bring about a New Dawn for the Master X theory and legend.
If we're gonna see an upset, I feel like it would maybe be in that final game, but I don't know if we're truly gonna see it here. But I mean, that's the great thing about having differing opinions. But I think Vanguard has an opportunity maybe to upset and take at least one of those games. Aspect has just been playing lights out recently, and their news only continues to grow and get better. So I'm sure they're gonna come in today's game with an all-time high basically. But Vanguard, they gave me my first ever Tarkov casting gig, so they got a little special place in my heart. I appreciate and respect them, but yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see it play out differently than kind of what we had thought. Cracked.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about the teams and the potential swapping of players between teams and the seasons. This is another one that I'd be interested to see keep together, is that Vanguard roster. I think there's a lot of development still to come out of that Vanguard side. I think they've shown an exceptional amount of potential, both of skill within the players and talent, and the ability to work together as a team. I think there's just a couple of
Hmm.
structural boundaries, a couple of little bits of foundation that just need tightening up, put together, and the whole jigsaw puzzle is going to start to look like a very strong, cohesive unit. So I have a lot of faith that we will see the Vanguard roster coming back after this season. And the same can be said for the likes of others. Like I mentioned, Box is one that we spoke to, and Box said that although this is the end of the HPL NA season one, they aren't done yet. There's got a lot left in the tank. All right, so teams all over the place. Even Slaughter saying, that the result today is not just going to reflect upon their standings in the table, but they're looking to get themselves out there as a team. The better
Hmm.
standing they can get today, the better chances they might have of reaching out to somebody to work alongside them. So who knows what might happen in the future. So everybody is fighting, for every gap at the moment in time. It doesn't matter whether you're finishing 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th. Anything you can put on that almost CV going into the rest of the competitive year to say, hey, we did this good. Pick us.
Hmm.
We're a really good team. Please, we'd like representing in some way, shape, or form, whether it be the likes of the liquids and whatnot that are looking at the scene growing, or whether it's new organizations that are put together by some of these brands that are going to start to look at the arena scene as their chance to get a foot in to the competitive scene as a greater picture. So, and again, it's a W down to HPL and the Hunt Premier for what they're organizing with this, right? The potential for these teams to grow, the potential for these individual players to find chance to play, potential for us as casters to get a chance to yap on screen would not be possible without the likes of Hunt Premier and their partnership with Battle State Games. So, again, thank you to you guys that are doing all the hard work in the background and giving us this opportunity. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know I love being here. It's always, again, always a fun time, not only to be with you, Cracked, but to everybody in chat and getting to showcase the talents of many of these teams. And yeah, I mean, for some of these newer teams like New Dawn, I mean, this is a great learning experience. I think that you come away with, yeah, obviously we didn't win, but I mean, we're new to this whole atmosphere as a whole. So it's just kind of filling out, the situation and getting an understanding of that competitive scene. And I think once you get one of these leagues under your belt like this, there's so much room for growth afterwards. And so I think we see a lot of teams really grow and excel a lot once they kind of get their first tournament or their first league under their belt and they get that experience. So, I think regardless of the outcome, you hold your head high and you continue to power forward and just get better.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we are winding up into our next game, ladies and gentlemen, it's still a chance for you guys to grab yourselves that wonderful prize that's going on in a raffle. Another one of the hot prize line gifts from the sky and an EFT Arena standard key exclamation mark HPL to get involved in that. And ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we're about to slowly, smoothly slide on into game number 3. Master X looking to try and solidify 3 points here into a New Dawn side that is confident they've got what it takes to upset.
I mean, again, I love the confidence. I think that you should never be going into a game with the mindset of, oh, these guys are better than us, we're going to lose 0-2. I mean, that's just, in my mind, a horrible way to look at it. I think you come in confident regardless if you're playing the best and the best of the scene or what. Yeah, I can take a game from these guys. I can take a round. Oh, I've taken a round. I can take 2 rounds. Okay, now we can take the game. So it's something that's certainly feasible. As you had mentioned, Titans do eventually fall. David and Goliath, we've seen it. We've heard it since the beginning of time. So, but we're going to get right into it. And Exquisite is going to waste no time. He said, yo, quit yapping and talk about that beautiful nade kill I just got.
Yeah, absolutely. Master X looking to get on the train towards 3 points, and Exquisite at the station says, sorry, no dogs allowed. The pug gets banned and doesn't even get access to the train before it starts. First round, hot off the rocks. We're 30 seconds in, and nades are being launched towards Yellow Band. The deep angle from Spritz in a good place, though. He finds one. IFP goes down. Judicious does trade out.
Back and forth here. 2 down, the player advantage favoring MX for the time being. Judicious up top as they try to inch their way in and now beginning to take full control of this B site. 2 on A still here for New Dawn. So the numbers advantage certainly favoring MX. We see that smoke go down as well, and it's going to make it a little bit easier to get that device down.
Actually, remember close. Slaughter finds a kill onto Exquisite. That's CK going down. The bomb is planted with 45 seconds left on the clock, but it was now leveled up to an even 3 versus 3. You can see Jez working alongside Shoreline, just covering the back fine to the point. Shoreline, as he crosses, gets some bullets fired his way. A couple of heavy bleeds. There's a prize for that. Judicious finds a good kill into Steezy. We've got BP and Slaughter. Jez, Judicious, and Shoreline. Pixel gets challenged, gets out of the way of Shoreline's shot. Shoreline's going to find the second, though, as BP's back is shown. 1v3. All on Slaughter.
Slaughter, not the ideal situation, and Jess will capitalize on that one. So MX will come out with an early round win. 3 members still standing here as well. So all in all, good work, a good start here. We'll see if New Dawn can find a way to reel it back.
And congratulations to Ghosts EZQ. Ghost, one of our previous competitors in the teams that we were seeing in the last match. Also now successful in winning themselves an EFT Arena Standard key. Congratulations, Ghost. Get yourself in the Discord, create a ticket, reach out to the mods to claim your prize. For the rest of you folks, don't worry. More to come. Keep your eyes open and your keyboards hot and ready. We'll let you know when the next airdrop is coming on in. Speaking of drops, New Dawn are going to have to drop a few more members than they did in round 1 to find any success in this one. It is only the first round for Master X, but this is exactly the kind of start that we would expect, and I do not think that these rounds are going to stop flowing in unless New Dawn pulls something crazy off right here.
I would love to see something crazy, so fingers crossed we can see everybody jumping around in the background there as Exquisite will find another early pick. Steezy just tucked into the corner here at the moment, trying to decide what they want to do, or maybe he was just taking a drink of water there. I'm not sure.
We're just going to lie in wait, chat. We're going to actually let the round develop. I'm not going to yap too much, which is a rare thing for a crack to do, but Just want to see where this comes from. CK's trying to probe and make some form of a play towards that split. Steezy finds him wanted. Slaughter for the second. Jez is actually going to trade out for Steezy. Judicious' moves are crazy, but he's not got bullets to be able to help with. Pug finds that one. Jez takes Pug out in the response after laughing his backside off watching that engagement go down in front of him.
Oh, the flash, and now Slaughter spots him. Shots ring out, but unfortunately he can't find the target. Jess will get Spirit in here as well, and it was looking decent here for New Dawn, but MX now able to shift the tides just a bit. Slaughter being cautious of his back here, but both members of MX lie in front of him here patiently now. We see one, that Shoreline going up top as Slaughter will begin to make his way toward that device and has to inch out just a little bit to define the defuse. Pros don't fake, is what they say, but from behind comes Jess, now in a tough position. The 180 not there. Jess ducking down behind the box, looking to play off his teammate here as well. Nice sprays, but Shoreline stays alive. Jess will find the kill, and unfortunately for New Dawn, they can't grab that round.
I'm going to give good effort there, though.
Absolutely.
For New Dawn, and the confidence in the push there, both angles, and I mean, there wasn't much difference between those heads being tucked away behind cover quickly enough in time, and maybe a millisecond later, and both Jez and teammate up on top in Med could have found themselves being taken out to some good shots there. So, again, that's a much closer round than I thought. We're seeing a good performance out of New Dawn so far.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. These rounds have been close rounds. We saw them almost able to clutch that one there as well. So, see some moments of shining greatness here from New Dawn. They just got to pile it all together in one cohesive round here and look to pad those rounds up. But again, we see the patience being displayed from New Dawn at the moment. IFP is going to find the first pick onto Spirit, and as they swap what site they go to, and really this B site is wide open.
Something that Master X have already shown us in the first 3 rounds that we've had is how malleable they are comfortably between both points. Exquisite's going to find a disgusting peek onto Slaughter down the lane, and then the second onto BP. Oh my word, talk about double dome action. CK's got one per letter in his name. IFP trying to find Pain through the smoke. Swaps to the double barrel sawn off.
Gotta have the shorty with you. Jess, Exquisite will find a teammate in the mix. Shoreline finds Pug, and MX will take another round. Exquisite, I can tell you from last night, is very difficult to deal with and can be a frustrating player to play against. Has phenomenal crosshair placement, great recoil control, and just consistently hits the head.
Not sure which way we're going to see this one go. Interested to see if New Dawn have got anything to give when it comes to trying to play an aggressive defense. I do wonder if we saw the New Dawn squad just Hail Mary push through curtain for some information. This might find them a bit favorable in this, as the Master X side have tended towards this B elbow quite commonly out of spawn.
Nobody down just yet. Opening moments, looking to linger toward the B site here yet again. There was some intel, but you take a look at the mini-map, and there's nobody over here for New Dawn as well. We'll see the pre-fires come. Oh, Spiriton was just below. I didn't catch him below that red arrow there, but Spiriton was actually below there pushing in. 2 BPS will find IFP here on the site, but again, MX has taken really complete control of this site, so it's up for the device to make its way over there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a very tough situation now. 2 versus 3, but way better positioning on the point for Master X at this moment in time. Slaughter's in a good spot outside. This is probably one of the better places to play from. He's going to get himself down the prone angle. Jez, a little bit of abuse to the arm of Slaughter, but nothing else. 50 on the clock still. Device being planted. Good patience out of New Dawn, actually, not to challenge into the smoke. Flash goes out. Slaughter is going to find himself being deterred again. Shoreline gets away to the top apps. Nade comes out. Slaughter finds him with a nade in his hand. Jez with a momentary mistake gets caught rarely by Slaughter. Shoreline does trade him though. 1 versus 2. We've seen Steezy pull off some crazy plays. Can he find it into Judicious and company? No, Judicious is going to read the run down the outside and finish the round off.
Yeah, tough to be caught in the sprint there, and unfortunately just not able to get the gun up in time, man. MX continues to capitalize on smart decisions here, and honestly, it goes back to the phenomenal situational awareness that they're displaying at the moment, really mixing up the strategies here depending on what site they're attacking. But it seems like once they gain control, they really lock it down on that post plant as well. And they often find themselves sitting at that player advantage too. So right now they've just been the benefactor of early success in these rounds. New down by 4 at the moment, looking to bring it back.
Yeah, down by 4, but only 4 to begin with, and this is Master X on their attacking side, and bearing in mind map pick and choices, you would think that they were going to start off with a very positive scoreline. Jez has only found himself being put down in the dirt once, while Shoreline hasn't. It shows that this Master X side have not died a lot at all so far, which is why they're being so successful here. Good trades, good teamwork, good battle buddy systems. Sees success when you're fighting with the gunplay. Flashes onto site as Master X are just toying with the emotions of those New Dawn members on site. Exquisite finds a kill onto Steezy. Judicious for a headshot onto Pug.
We can hear those shots continuing to ring out here as MX once again has the player advantage. Jeff Slaughter both getting a piece of the action. The pincer play comes in, and Slaughter will be slaughtered. Caught between a rock and a hard place there as the crossfire was too much. Exquisite will find 2 BPS as well. And man, MX looking very strong here through the first 5. New Dawn was feeling confident that they were going to be able to take at least one of these games, but they're going to have to start with taking a round here first. Now, I know this isn't their map pick, but you still would like to see them get at least a round or 2 here on the defensive side of things.
Definitely like to hope going into the half that you've got at least a couple under your belt to give yourself some confidence that there is room to fight back inside of this, because it does feel very disheartening to go into the other half of the map knowing you've only got 1 or 2 rounds worth of mistakes to be made before you get pushed on into the second map. So with New Dawn now playing out the last couple of rounds with a defense, need to try and find something extra here. Steezy, you can see it's a very common position, tucked behind the pillar on point, head down. IFP is just holding that box behind Generator from the top of A plat. Exquisite forcing those. Sprit trying his very best. Neither member dies this time around.
Much slower than we've seen in these first couple rounds as well. Not a single death yet here in round number 6 as IFP tries to find a pre-fire on the peak. One lingering on the other side of that smoke. Not dissipating just yet. One tucked onto the site here as well. There is a big flank coming in. Spiritin able to find Exquisite. Judicious will get Steezy here as well. And Spiritin's good for 2. Pug will find Judicious. And New Dawn beginning to come alive.
That's the first one on the board. That was exactly what you were asking for, Hort. Let's see that power in the punch from the New Dawn side.
Five to 1. We talked about New Dawn needing to get 1 round at a time. They started with that one there and hope to get more. So see, again, for New Dawn, they need to find a way to win rounds in bunches here. They can't afford at this point to go back and forth with MX, but as we always say, easier said than done. Steezy and the crew on a quick stampede forward here, looking to eat up a lot of the space this time. Good positioning, but it's IFP on the insane peak to find the first one.
Fade out, up and over. Slaughter's in him. Oh, actually, he's done himself a really good job of throwing that one out there to push off some of that aggression. And it's forced Judicious to come back around towards the curtain approach. Now, Jez has crept past Generator with this bomb, though, being pushed back the other way. Jez is in the back lines. The bomb goes down up on top med, and that's actually going to change the scenario drastically. Slaughter, if he finds this kill onto Jez, which he's going to do. You have got to be kidding me. Jez somehow found a kill before Slaughter takes him out there, by the way.
MX pretty nutty thus far here in game number 1. We can see Exquisite in the background, slowly crab walking forward here. The peak, the shot, Slaughter will duck down just in time. The pre-fire here as well, but Exquisite able to come out on top, looking for a second. But Pug, the thug that he is, will find that one out here on the battlefield. Now it's all down to Judicious. The health slightly favoring them at the moment as the plant will go down. It's going to be all down to Pug here.
I'm going to say, with all those beautiful teas in that pretty nutty comment you just came out there, you might want to grab yourself an extra tea to tee me up to be able to send me off to the moon if New Dawn managed to pull this one off, because they were in a really good position, but after Exquisite otherwise known as CK, has pulled off that magic on the generator, pulled it back to a 1 versus 1, and Pug versus Judicious. Well, Pug has the potential, as does Judy, but the mental mind game is going to be where it comes down to now. Oh, chase. Pug might find him in time for shots. Good duck from Judicious. The quick, slick shoulder movement saves his life. Pro's gonna fake. I mean, pros die too, though, sadly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Pros don't fake, but sometimes it costs them their life. I mean, a great game of cat and mouse there by Judicious, and honestly, we saw that peak right at the end. I mean, I think the bullets ripping through the tailcoat there, just almost finding him. But again, just a great game of cat and mouse, really toying with the thought of the other side there, and we saw him just deciding to go for the defusal, which I think was a smart decision. He saw that Judicious was really just running around as much as possible, but at the end of the day, just not enough time to find that defusal. A great job here by MX, is currently sitting at 6-1 on the attacking side, nonetheless.
1 minute 40 on the clock. Little crackle in the background as we hear grenades going off either side. Tight hold on the second as Jez is looking for the generator pop. Down it goes, nobody home. Pug playing the defensive position, stays away from that one. Slaughter finds the first as the headshot onto Exquisite. Eliminates one of the stronger members of the MX lineup. Pug now on that generator is going to defend his phase 2. Judicious falls. Steezy for another one as Shoreline's on the ground. Now the back of the head, Jez finds one. Steezy goes down, Sprit also to IFP. Slaughter claims up Jez from that generator mess though and cleans up the mistake left by Hop Up as they're facing the wrong direction. Now, there's only IFP left and he's got 3 problems to deal with and the bomb in a tough spot, Hot.
Yeah, I mean, luckily he has a minute, so there's still plenty of time for him to work his way around here. Unfortunately, in a 3v1, not the ideal situation. There is a long lurking flank that potentially could come into play here as well. We take a look at the minimap and we see him beginning to close that gap or that distance. The device not quite picked up here yet as well. And so for that flank, they might get that extra intel, but right now just being patient for the time being. IFP going back to peek for it. We'll see the jump over as well. So the intel is here for the moment, but everybody from ND just got to be impatient at the moment.
I love the Destiny references coming in from the Datto fans in the chat because of the kill on the bomb where it sends him to the moon. Those of you that get that, good on the taste. The kill's coming out for the New Dawn side, and they do take us to a second successful round and a very good way to close out the half. 6-2. Side swap though, and it's now onto the attacking side for New Dawn. This is where I think it gets tough.
Yeah, I think it's a great way to close out the half. The important part is they have to open the half with a couple wins in a row, I feel like, to really kind of begin to shift the momentum here. So if MX comes out and wins this first round, I think we could see trouble ensuing, at least here for map number 1. But we have seen New Dawn certainly begin to step it up in these last few rounds as well, making some smarter decisions, finding good crosshair placement, winning some gun battles here as well, and finding trades. So if they can continue to take steps in the right direction, we could see them battle back for this one. Two PBS, only 1 kill at the moment. Slaughter closing in on double digits. On the other side of things, Jess the first to reach double digits with a few teammates not too far behind here as well. And we're going to open things off. New Dawn now on that attacking side. We'll see some early nades come raining down here as well. Some of those traditional smoke lineups that we're used to, but most of the action happening around the med area here.
Smoke out onto Curtin, delay some of that aggression. The flash up and over the top to Ambulance would have caught members if they were there, but New Dawn have left themselves a big gap between the front line and the back line. That front line going to be reduced to 1 now. 2BP gets themselves taken out from a grenade. Both hop up in this deep generator position, ready to challenge for Pug. You can see Sprit on the ramp just behind. Steezy finds Exquisite.
Back to a 4v4 as we take a look on board here with Spirited. Up top, shots will ring out. Pug has 2 in the face here, and playing around this generator has to be careful. 1 tucked into hop up here. And that's going to be Judicious. Spirited is up above. IFP onto the site here as well. Pretty standard setup here from MX, and one that they traditionally use as well. And again, comfortable on their map pick. Spirited will spot the dome and take it clean off Judicious here as well. Looking for a second one on the site. The pre-fire, but the secondary peek doesn't come in. Pug on the other side of things will find Jess, and now they can look to collapse here on IFP. They do just that. Spirited finding another, and a huge round here for Spirited.
Sprit picks that one up. Device is being planted as Sprit puts Steezy down. Accidental knock of color on color, blue on blue. For a moment there, forgetting shoot red. Shoreline last alive is currently vibing in his spawn though. I'm wondering if we might be taking a momentary departure to sort this lobby out. Confirmation coming very shortly, but meanwhile, in this current moment in time, New Dawn have 3 members in full cover of the bomb on site and 15 seconds left to take it out. I wonder if...
He's back.
No.
You know,
I tell you...
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this is a tactical timeout, is this Hort. This is something we've not seen much of, but they're talking it out. Shoreline's taking time in spawn to sit there. They've decided we're giving the round. It doesn't matter if we don't get in time to challenge. They're just having a team talk where they're sorting out the mistakes. New Dawn have put 3 rounds in a row together here, and Master X, like you said previously, they want this round differential, right?
Yeah, honestly, I think Shoreline like ran to the restroom. I think he just wasn't there in between the halftime. It was like, it's halftime, let's go. When he got back, you saw the character kind of shake back and forth like he had just sat down back at his desk. So I think maybe they're like, hey, we're up by enough, just make it quick, buddy. And so he gets back, he finds a pick, doesn't clutch the round up. But for MX, I mean, they have, you know, so many opportunities here to work toward that match point.
Legendary, and Sprit finds the first with the grenade going off on the opener. Crazy little strength there. We say little strength, folks, at home as a little in-joke because these grenades are absolutely tiny. Call them pinballs of pain for a reason because the little monkey nuts are almost laughable in size visually. Over one goes, hop up, not finding a home. Pug instead is going to put a bullet in the body of that member. Shoreline is currently enjoying his cosplay of the Green Goblin side of that gas. Jez for one, MBPS responds into Jez though on the generator. Now we can see Exquisite running to join from Split. Shoreline takes one.
Spiritin gonna find the pick backwards. Exquisite though, finding Spiritin when trying to get out. Steezy quick to trade it back. So some back and forth kills in succession, but we see New Dawn now coming alive here. They have seemed to awaken the beast, and with that, slowly trudging back to the trenches here. Now just 2 rounds away from tying it up.
Absolutely, New Dawn looking to put on a show here. It seems like they have found themselves some momentum. They've inspired themselves to some success. Still have 2 more to level it up, but I mean, Master X have not moved themselves a point forward since. Now Slaughter again, smoke out. We don't see an early grenade kill from the New Dawn side this time around, so Master X have adjusted to that utility. Slaughter's now with the second grenade. Steezy is finding good kills again and again. IFP has to trade Steezy out for it to be a 1-for-1. Have they thrown him the wrong one? Or is this just going to be a super long flank? Are they giving them point for the flank? Look, it's full given, Hort. They are literally all on B side. Master X have completely given A point because they are flanking from the back, and Exquisite finds the bomb immediately.
Love when teams are able to mix up the strategies here, and MX pulling out all the cards for this stop here as well. Key for the boost up over the top. IFP will find Spirit, and Jess, the shots look good, but they don't hit the mark here. It's down to Pug and 2BBS as Exquisite dip, duck, dodge, and dive their way out of that near catastrophe. Take a look on board here with Judicious rotating around. That device is down for the time being. A site has been taken here by New Dawn, but still looking to clear out all the angles before they can comfortably find that plant.
The one thing I was going to say is that bomb is in a horrid position, but IFP goes for a play that they think is going to be strong, and in the meantime, Pug decides that that's the time to push the edge of the knife when it comes to the tension. Grabs the bomb, gets it onto site for the reward, plants it, but 2BP pays the price for their life. Pug finds Jez, 2 members left alive to deal with. Exquisite trying to push through from Curtin. He has support from Split. Pug's about to find himself in a player sandwich. Finds the first kill. Pug, is this going to be the clutch of the day for the New Dawn side? No! Judicious denies!
Man, some great shots from Pug. Unfortunately, being in that position they are tucked onto the site there. Judicious really has an understanding of where they're going to be, so it makes that pre-fire a little bit easier for Judicious. So just stepping out with that pre-fire, all while swinging back in, able to find the pick there and clutch up the round. Honestly, things were looking a little bit sketchy for MX, which I didn't think I'd find myself saying here in map number 1, but New Dawn had found a way to battle back, maybe a little crack in the vault, so to speak. So maybe looking for some things they can exploit, but I think MX realized that, and that's why we saw a different strategy that round, where they kind of gave up that site for free, put 2 on that flank, and those early picks from Exquisite really kind of led to the success late in that round.
It's a good strategy, actually. I really like the tactic. They were finding themselves being caught out in positions from good utility use, and that was because they were setting up with a very aggressive approach. Instead, how about we'll give the entire site to you, and we'll play from somewhere where you're not expecting us to come from. It's a great look from Master X and an insane adjustment.
Yes. Finger to the wind. Checking the wind speed here. Should see this nade hopefully come out relatively soon. Check the scenery. Oh, he's shaking his head no. He said, "You guys, I can hear you, and now I'm going to make you guys wait just a little bit longer here." IFP on that rotation around. Just on the other side is New Dawn. We'll hear some shots being exchanged from both of these teams, but all 10 members still standing.
Depeche asking the question that's on everybody's minds right now as Jez drops a bomb onto 2BP. Sprit finds the response onto Jude, though. The question being asked as IFP finds Sprit in response is, do you think MX will have the last word? Well, I think short of some malfeasance from New Dawn, it's absolutely going to be in MX's hands, and that's what they're showing us right now is 4 versus 2. They are stronger on the guns, hot and ready to make themselves a steady exit out of this bowl map too, with success as well. Exquisite finds another one, and Pug is the last left alive for the New Dawn side.
Bunch of successful rounds in a row, but unfortunately not in the position they'd want to be right now is Pug, looking for a little bit of the intel off the jump. But again, MX has the luxury of just being patient at this point in time, especially with the insane crossfire they got going on here. Exquisite over top, but it's Jess who does find the pick onto Pug there. And, well, with that, MX now sitting at match point.
Yep, absolutely. And although New Dawn absolutely did say that they were going to bring themselves into this game confident with the potential to take 1 of 2 maps, this is a great start, but is not the performance that is going to be needed to see this Master X lineup turned over. And it just goes to show that it is not against the New Dawn side, but you look at the adaptation that Master X has gone through in this 1 map alone, and it really is a testament to how skillful this side is.
Yeah, it's great to see teams that are kind of able to swap on the fly. Obviously, it's great to come in with a plan that you look to execute near flawlessly. But when things go awry, it's good to be able to find a shift of your own. And things getting a bit shifty there from IFP from downtown. The Kobe will find 2.
2 for the price of 1. We all love a good bargain bucket. 5 Master X members stand dominant and defiant in the face of the 3 New Dawn left alive. A little bit of a swap of armor. Slaughter's going to find himself a pickup. Pocket pinball, causing pain to Judicious. Shark. 2BP. There's no way he returns that. He almost won it back. Jez finds the headshot.
I mean, I'm actually surprised he got that far, but yeah, I mean, Jess able to pull it out. It looked a bit sketchy there for a moment. Slaughter, though, again, the last member standing will find a phenomenal shot onto Exquisite, though, as he threads the needle for that one. Clicking dome, sending him home here, and now the nade over the top. We'll see if this will drop at the feet of any MX players here. Slaughter now patiently waiting. Good positioning here from MX, though. I think they're just waiting for that audio cue to come in, but now we're going to see a big rotation through the spawn here from Slaughter. And honestly, I like it to keep him guessing. It looks like MX has heard some type of audio cue, though, and he's going to run straight into the firing squad.
He's about to be taken. He's trying to pre-fire it, but unfortunately, the 2-man squad of MX that one prone, one stood standing ready is ready to delete any thoughts that Slaughter has of trying to make a miracle move. 9-4, Master X take-home victory here on Bowl.
Yeah, you know, and again, this is what I was a little bit worried about, just because they get to start with their map pick. But honestly, we saw some great plays from New Dawn in the mix there as well, as we get ready for their map pick over toward Bay 5. So, you know, they were feeling pretty confident about at least taking 1 game off of MX with the way they played their, you know, after those first few rounds. I think that it's certainly feasible on their map pick. But again, they can't allow MX to have early success. They can't allow them to get, 3 or 4 rounds off rip. So I think the first couple rounds are going to really help kind of set the tone or dictate the pace for that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, all of these teams not just fighting for a piece of the prize, a piece of the pool, but also to place themselves well for the next HPL NA Season 2, which is going to be coming on a little bit further down in the seasons for you, ladies and gentlemen. September, that one is set to be coming through for you guys. All right, so we'll look forward to seeing that near on when we get past the summertime, which I'll be looking gratefully forward to. I'm going to be honest with you, because right now it is freezing in the UK. It has been hideous weather for the last couple of weeks, and I am darn sick of it. All right. Uh, I would like to see some sunshine, please, Mr. Man of the Weather Magic. Can we have some good days? That would be wonderful, so I can go outside and enjoy fresh air. That's a lie. We all know full well that I don't touch grass. Moving swiftly on,
Yeah,
that is the
we-
first game Master X claimed, right?
yeah, I think we can see by both your complexion and mine that we might not get outside too much. That's why you should always keep your vitamin D, next to you there in case you don't get enough sun. But yeah, it's very cold over here as well. We've been knee deep in snow, and I'm ready for some sunshine. Cracked is looking surprised over there, and I honestly am kind of more surprised that he's surprised.
I've just never
Yeah.
been roasted for my complexion so smoothly before. I never thought that the main man on my left-hand side would be just laying us out on a silver platter for a roasting, just like standing outside in the sun for more than 10 minutes at a time, which you know full well you are absolutely right about.
Your complexion is beautiful. It wasn't a roast. I'm just a realist, baby. We know how handsome you are. We appreciate you always bringing the action with such a great attitude and a wonderful looking face over there. But you know what? As you said earlier, it is what it is.
It is what it is, and hopefully that's not going to be the motto for the New Dawn side as we slide out of the game 2 coming up very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We only got to see one flavor so far, and I will say one thing. It was a good look for a New Dawn side that played against an extremely strong Master X. It took nearly half the game off of them, okay? I give props to New Dawn for that. That is not what we're expecting out of them, and I mean, looking to more of that going forward after this. Potentially a map victory, maybe. I mean, I'm not saying it's a definite, but I am beginning to believe that there is more potential there than I was coming into this match.
Yeah, I from what I've seen in game one, they certainly have the potential to take a game away from MX. But I think for MX, we saw them come in with a game plan. They kept executing this strategy almost perfect. And then the moment that they have trouble for a couple rounds, they immediately switch up the game plan. We see them giving up the site. We see that double flank coming into play there. I think Exquisite was leading the way. So that shows me that they're able to adapt and react on the fly, which makes them a little bit scarier than I thought of before. So that is something that New Dawn is also going to have to learn to deal with. If you're New Dawn and you find yourself having a couple successful rounds in a row, maybe at that time you look to switch up your strategy a little bit or just hold off to see if that flank comes in as well. All little mental notes that you have to take while trying to play the game as well. It's easier said than done. Hopefully you have a coach maybe standing by that can kind of help take some of those notes for you. But yeah, I certainly am feeling a little bit more confident in New Dawn's ability after some of the success we saw them have in map number 1.
They've got to look to map 2 for not just a response, but I think a final finishing statement for their performance in the HPL NA season. I know the New Dawn squad have been very positive, like I said, about everything that they've had to bring to the table, including their variety of players, the mentality to it going in. We're a fresh team. We're not expecting to top the table. We weren't naive in thinking we were the best team out there. They had a good mentality going into this. So for the New Dawn squad, it really is. It's just a step up. It's how much more can we get before the season's out. So this is going to be their final chance for a big hurrah before they leave. It's also going to be the final test for Master X. Although New Dawn might not be the big problem that they've got in the front of their minds right now, the Master X perspective is we need points on this table and a good round differential. So they are going to be putting home every round possible here, and they're not going to be taking them for granted, as we saw. Exquisite and Jez, between the two of them so far, are on an absolute tear.
Yeah, and for Master X, if they can solidify a win here, that 3 points would then put them out of reach from Aspect as well. Of course, we saw Aquila with that loss, earlier. So Master X now has an opportunity to solidify that second place standing as well, which is, roughly 2250, I think, in that Euro pool there as well. So a little extra chunk of change. I think roughly like $750 more than third place. So, or euro, excuse me, not dollars, but an opportunity there for them to really solidify that in this game. So New Dawn was confident about taking a game away. If they can tie the series 1-1, all of a sudden that leaderboard gets shaken up a little bit more.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed in the mistake of euros to dollars, Hawk, because as you very well know, $800 weight euros converted into dollars is more. So everybody's a winner, and that's never a bad thing. Padding the pockets out with more pieces of paper to be able to profess your perfection in the professional scene is not something to be snarked over, okay? Whether you sat there at home eating milk chocolate pistachios or just enjoying the party here with us, we appreciate you taking the time to do so, and we're looking forward to seeing which of the two teams out of New Dawn and Master X are going to be able to take it home in our second game here in the best of two. Master X find themselves 1-0 up after we've seen games earlier on today deciding our overall Season 1 HPL NA champions. Again, congratulations going out to Unknown after their successful performance in the first game, where they took home a 2-0 victory versus an Hpl side that was ready to try and challenge them, but on the day, Unknown were better. It's been the story of the season, and they've just been better.
And as much as I love money, and I do love money, I think, I like bragging rights maybe a little more. If I could spend the whole year or until the next HPL Na, if I get to spend those full amount of months letting all the other teams know that I'm better, I'm going to really enjoy that. So at risk of having people like me less than they already do. Yeah, I have a little bit of a toxic side, but so, you get the money's great. The bragging rights are great as well. But, again, we saw other teams as well already congratulating teams in chat. As much as we do have that friendly banter, it's great to see the camaraderie amongst the other teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You said people not liking a ratty playstyle? No, couldn't be. It's definitely not Tarkov players, man. I don't know what you're talking about. No, nobody could hate that mustache, right, chat? How could you possibly not love the man here on the casting desk? Ladies and gentlemen, there is a prediction up in the channel for you to place your channel points on. Give us your opinion. Who do you think is going to take it home between New Dawn and Master X in our next matchup? Unsurprisingly so, right now, an astronomical 98% of you think that Master X are going to be successful. Am I a fool to think you're wrong? Probably not. But is there the potential for New Dawn to upset us still? Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing what comes up in the next game.
Yeah, me too. And again, it is New Dawn's map pick, right? So, maybe something that they're slightly more comfortable on, maybe a map that they practice or perform more of their strategies on as well. So, I think based on what we saw from map 1, there's certainly the potential for them to take away map number 2. But again, Master X playing very well today. They're going to be hungry for that second place position, for the extra funds as well. So I want to believe. I want to believe that New Dawn can do it. But, that's my heart wanting to believe. My brain is punching me in the head saying, no, MX is going to take this.
Yeah, I'm going to say we're all in love with an underdog story. Everybody is totally down to hear the hype of somebody rising way above expectations and overperforming in a miracle moment. But those of us out here who have lived a little bit of life realize that realism and great content sometimes don't always coincide. And that's because there are people out there that are just built different, that don't fail under pressure. They don't give mistakes for people to capitalize on, and that's why they're considered the more consistent players out there. One we're going to look at in our next match coming up after the Master X and New Dawn showdown is going to include Aspect and the likes of Apollo, who is one that I have forever considered one of the most consistent players on their team for the performance they put in. It's not necessarily a 30 bomb every game, but it is consistently at least better than just worth his man's worth of gold.
Yeah, for me, Apollo and Tom or Deceased now, two of probably the most consistent and players that we've seen play in the base tournaments, players that we've seen play on a team together in the base tournaments there not too long ago on the customs as well. So very confident in each other, and it's great to see. I mean, it's important to be able to trust your teammates to do their job as well. So, but that kind of goes back to MX for me as well in that same situation. You know, we've seen him be able to adapt on the fly, and it's also a team full of members that have tournament experience, whereas New Dawn is a little bit more of that newer squad. So I think some of that experience has really played a part for MX, which is the big reason I think New Dawn, the next time we see New Dawn, they're going to be even, even scarier. I think this getting this league under their belt, getting this together, this experience together as a team is going to be huge, and then building that team cohesion going forward.
Yeah, I think just quickly checking some of my notes there of the members that have spoken to us based on what they have plans for going after this season in the time between now and September when the next NA season is touted to be. Another team that has said that they've got a lot to give is this New Dawn side, and even with the confidence coming into this last game, it just goes to show that they're not putting in that amount of effort just for a final match for this season of the HPL. Like, it's with good intention to go forward, to continue building up this team's representation, their skill level, and what they can bring to the table in the competitive scene. It's the reason why leagues like HPL offer such a good playing field for everybody to be able to turn up on, because you can't get better unless you are challenging people that are better than you. That's always something I've strongly believed in when it comes to performances. The more difficult your opponent is, the more it forces out of you to become better, to be able to stand on the same level. And the majority of the best players in any competitive game are driven by that hunger to be one of the best in the scene. So it kind of all falls in under the same wayside. Master X have gone down a percentage. There is 3% now worth of people that believe in the miracle run of being able to pull it back to 1-1 and a draw. But I don't know. We're going back to another familiar map, aren't we, Mr. Hawk? We're not changing the scenery just yet.
Not yet. We're gonna have to wait to that final series before we get a little bit of change up in the day. But I mean, I think it goes back to that comfortability pick when you're on a map or a situation that you're a little bit more comfortable on. You can allow your brain to work in other areas. Again, I think there's certainly potential here from New Dawn to steal this game away. They would certainly have to steal it away, though. They're gonna have to work very hard for it. But fingers crossed. But for me, I think Master X. I think we're gonna see another dominating performance here. I think in the middle, we're going to see a few really close rounds, and it's going to appear to be somewhat close. But I think by the end of it, we'll see MX begin to kind of run away with it, much like they did in Bowl.
It's going to be a very exciting story, one which we cannot wait to see play out in front of us. We did see 5 rounds put together by New Dawn in quick succession as well, to be able to force that first match there on Bowl to go further than what we'd expected it to, given the pace it took off to. I mean, a 4-0 start from any team, regardless of the skill in the matchup, is a scary thought. That's a very daunting beginning to an arena match, especially when it's a 1st to 9 and you're already half the way there without your opponents putting a point on the board. So it's, again, I think if New Dawn are going to see success in this map, we have to see them put rounds on the board within the first 4. At least go 3-1, try and go 2-2 to keep up with the tempo of the game, so that when you do start putting rounds together consecutively, it's not, rounds consecutively to cover such a huge gap that you've got no cushion to drop one once in a while.
And that's the tough part, is they're starting out on attack. So if MX can kind of pad those early rounds before halftime, they fall into that problem that you just mentioned, that cushion being a little bit too large to overcome. So hopefully they can find a way to come out swinging here. Again, I think if they can take the opening round and then, look to take an additional, I'd like to see at least additional 3 for a total of 4 in the first half, but I think it's still feasible with 3. But they can't allow it, to be a 6-2 or a 7. I think 6-2 was that previous one. So they can't allow themselves to kind of be in that situation where they really are kind of climbing out of a hole.
Yeah, lots of questions still to be asked when it comes to these two teams. I mean, we've got another map to play out here before we go into our 7:30 matchup for the final one of the day, which is going to see Vanguard taking on Aspect. And whilst we're just waiting to get into the next game, I think it's time to sort of pop something in everybody's minds before we come to it, because we'll have a more detailed natter, shall we say, on this after this game. But for those of you that haven't necessarily kept up with the socials and keeping an eye out, the Panderic team from the EU region, okay, have been a very delightful familiar face that we've had around the EU scene for HPL for a very long while, and we're very grateful so, because what they contribute to the scene is insane. To add to this, what they are now doing is they are extending their love and reach to contributions towards the NA scene. And we would like to congratulate Aspect on being joined or signed, shall we say, by the Panderic team. They are now no longer Aspect. It is the Panderic NA squad in Aspect. So congratulations to Aspect, and congratulations to Panderic, I think we should say, for picking up a demon of a squad.
Yeah, and that just it kind of lets, other teams throughout the league know that, you might be playing for more than just that prize pool or those bragging rights. If you are out there performing exceptionally well, there's orgs taking note. Tarkov Arena recently getting introduced into Liquipedia as well. So the scene is ever growing, and there are plenty of more opportunities. So, you never know when there are, various orgs, big or small, out there looking for teams to represent them. So a great showing in a league like this could certainly be the right foot forward, and getting yourself discovered and potentially playing for an org.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fortune of working with Panderic recently through a load of different events. Won't go on about it too much, as we are going to be getting into the game very shortly. But if you guys are interested in any other action that doesn't necessarily ride alongside the Hunt Premier stuff, I know that the Pandas and Ski Mask Timmy are doing a lot of work in between the seasons. If you get a moment, swing by, see what's going on. If it's to your fancies, then maybe drop by and get involved. There are many other things going on. Don't forget, obviously, the CIS regions tournaments are going to be going on as well, broadcasted by a separate group of people, which is going on alongside the stuff that's happening here at HPL. There physically isn't enough time in the year for us to be able to run it all, so we've had to share the load out around, but it's great to see, and it's building a humongous scene right now, Hort, that everybody is starting to get their engines a rolling, and people's heads are starting to turn and go, oh, this arena thing, I don't know, man. It seems a bit like it might just, die out in about a year, but it's still here. And then you go to the next year and you're like, well, I don't know, man. They didn't really ban too many cheaters, but it's still here. And then, well, the audio's been a bit shaky, but it's still here, and we're still smashing games out, and arena tournaments are still being delivered, and players are still delivering top tier performances. So I'm here for it.
Here
Let's
we are,
see it
baby.
evolve.
Yeah, and honestly, I gotta say, I'm happy that I have my 5-year anniversary wedding party after this, because I think I would be sad after today, having to wait another full month to bring more HPL action. Like, as I've gotten to do a lot more EU stuff and become more familiar with the EU players, it's certainly I've grown a vast love for them as well. So a little bit sad that I have to wait so long for the next HPL, but I've got something to pick me up after this to at least carry my spirits for a little while longer. But I'll tell you, I'm gonna be chomping at the bit to get back in the booth and cast the lovely talent from our brothers and sisters across the pond.
Don't stress, folks, because it is going to be coming in soon. I'll put my book down somewhere. We'll grab it back just to make sure we get the dates right, because I don't want to get told off by the powers that be above me later on when they'll be like, cracked, you've been told these, you should know your dates. So, yes, we are going to be seeing Saturday the 8th of February, Sunday the 9th of February was our start to the HPL NA. So by that logic and Hunt Premier logic, ladies and gentlemen, we try and keep everything consistent for you. All right, same start time, same days of the week, so that you can put it in your calendar. You can go about your lively business from Monday through Friday. You can turn up on a Saturday and know that that's HPL time. That's your weekend action. That's your esports to tune into. So again, I'm going to expect about the 8th or 9th of March, give or take. Wait for confirmation on the announcement from Hunt Premier for the qualifiers for EU HPL. And then the 14th onwards will be the actual tournament itself. Exactly. Mr. Hot Sauce has done its research, ladies and gentlemen. So the 14th of March.
Told you I'm excited, bro. I don't want to wait.
So EU HPL on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. The qualifiers most likely the weekend before the tournament. But again, keep your eyes out on the socials. And another reason to hit that heart button below on the channel, because we'll be going live here on the HPL channel on Twitch, partnered up with Battle State Games. We will be going live to bring you those qualifiers, all the action information, the ins and outs of the scene in between, because there's been, again, some roster changes in the EU region, which we're going to get to touch on going towards then.
Yeah, honestly, you want to mark your dates on the calendar because you don't want to miss it. It's always so much fun over here. And honestly, I get the pleasure of casting many titles, but I feel like I don't ever feel as good as I do here. And it's the community, it's the people in chat that show up week in and week out. It's the continued support of everybody, the hype, the love. I mean, you name it. It's really unmatched. And so. I enjoy casting all the various titles. It's something that I'm passionate and love to do, but there's just something special about HPL and the Tarkov action.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a testament to the environment. Okay. Sometimes they say that too large an environment stops it being intimate. You don't get the same feeling because it's not as connected. All right. Sometimes it's the 150 to 5,000 people's worth of the community of Tarkov that turn up to HPL events time in, time again that make the scene that much better. The random messages in the middle of my week from somebody that was in chat that says, "Hey, you commentated this and I thought it was really cool," or "Hey, your commentary is garbage. Stop making cheesy puns. Go get a better job." Like it's all hilarious. You know what I mean? Like it's all great, and it's good to see because it's all in good jest and good kind words. Yeah, all about it. Absolutely all about it. Seeing familiar faces. I mean, there's been so many of you in the chat now that I never believed that I would be able to remember more than 10 to 15 names. You'll know this, Hawk, from casting.
Yes.
But when you look at a chat of X hundred people and you go, do you know what? There aren't many I don't recognize. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about the Tarkov community is they've really come together here and continue to make steps and strides in the right direction. So just thankful to be a part of the whole process here and to get to continue to watch it grow and hopefully to share some of that excitement with you guys as we get to again showcase the talent and the skills of the many wonderful individuals here in both the NA scene and the EU scene as well. So always a phenomenal time over here.
So talk to me. Let's have a little bit of a chat about the two teams that we've got going into this one because Master X have gone from strength to strength to strength to strength throughout the season. And one of the players that I think has impressed me the most on this Master X side is Jez. A lot quieter, and shall we say, one of the less known members of the Master X lineup, but definitely a force to be reckoned with. Again, we got to speak to Blue, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Blue ESQ, another one of the beautiful casters that gets to grace this desk with his words, smithery. I had a fair few things to say about Master X, shall we say. You know, Master X have won many tournaments in NA since their inception in June, July 24. They do have a different roster, but historically they've been incredibly consistent and strong. CK, Exquisite, we know them as on screen, is still on the team as well as Shoreline. IFP is new, but has been hyper competitive in the game in the NA scene and been a part of the NA League since its inception. Judicious started out on MX Red and is now a starter on MX Black. For those of you that didn't know, MX Red was the second version of the Master X team that they initially had because there were so many players interested in playing under the brand. But is known as being one of the most consistent top fraggers for them in the current HPL. It's Judicious, a name that people would recognize for that exact reason. Jez has been a competitive player in NA, definitely an extremely skilled player, but not sure if he's been consistent since Teamfight left and Blast Gang began. Well, Blue's only question, I guess, in his analysis of that Master X lineup and his wealth of wisdom being closer to that community than me from my other side of the pond, the question's being answered, and the answer is he is very comfortable in Blast Gang, is our Jez.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I'd like to see who's IGLing for the squad because the mix of strategies, like I said, we saw the double flank as well coming in, changing things up, the game plan, the game style, is really a key factor in this as well. And for me, Exquisite probably couldn't find a more suiting name. The gameplay has been just that, absolutely exquisite, near immaculate, if you will. And so, again, I think if MX continues to play their style of game, they should come away the victor here in the second map. But, as we keep saying, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, we love that underdog story. And New Dawn is certainly a team that you cannot count out.
Yeah, absolutely. Underdogs are always the ones to watch out for. They aren't called the black sheep for a reason. They aren't decidedly the one that stands out amongst the pack, not because that was the one that you were looking at, first of all, the bright white sheep that appear in your eyes, but the one that's hidden in the back in the shadows, the one that you don't necessarily pay attention to, but you then realize it's a little bit bigger than you'd first conceived. It's got a few more claws than hoofs than you first thought. It turns out not to be a sheep at all, and it's an absolute animal. And once in a while, those kind of teams do, start off as a newcomer into the league and then pop off and become a rather dominant force. I mean, you look to the likes of the most recent EU HPL season we saw, Decoded, one of the newer teams that stepped up there, 100% made their mark through a good performance.
Sometimes you just got to weather the storm before you can blossom or bloom into, those expectations that you expect to meet. So I think that, that might be the case for some of these newer squads. But again, I think getting out there, getting involved, being in part of the action and getting a feel for it is a big step in the right direction. And once you get one of these leagues under your belt, you can then look to progress forward. But, for New Dawn, again, at least it is their map pick. Unfortunately, starting out on the attacking side could lead to maybe some early troubles. But again, at the same time, if they're able to find a couple early rounds, 3-0, something like that, they could really help propel them into victory here for the second map.
Yeah, a slight technical issue with the spectator mode right now, just delaying us getting on into the game, folks. But don't worry, getting that one leveled out in the background. We are missing the first round, but we have been given the information that the match is going to start 1-0 New Dawn. So that first round, although we don't get to see that on screen, New Dawn have already started out on the right foot with a single round lead. Looking forward to getting on into the action. And like we said, Hawk, that's what we need to see in the second game here for New Dawn to really, really make a dent into this Master X side.
Yeah, to do it on the attacking side would be phenomenal for them. If they could set themselves up for a little smoother sailing in that second half, it would be the more viable option for them. But I feel like no matter what kind of sailing you're looking for, it's always going to be rough waters when you're playing against a team like Master X and the plethora of talent that they have littered across that roster.
And we got to see a couple of different players playing there as well. Obviously, 2BPS, BP, jumping off the bench and getting a run out for the squad. Everybody getting to be able to dip their toes in the water, shall we say, and get a familiar experience and feel for the environment, which is only going to benefit them going forward. I mean, there are players that have been on the benches, the substitution spots for many of these rosters that, as the scene develops, they will get some experience under the belt and they may become talented enough that the teams might already have a full roster, but other teams looking for them might say, hey, I've got a slot in my starting roster, actually, if you fancy playing for us, rather than working on the bench for this team. And, it's going to help these players develop. They're going to find new opportunities of their own. So I am interested, as always, to see how the development comes through and whether this New Dawn side stays together as, again, a team that develops from the core, or whether normally 2 or 3 members stay as that unit core and they find the 2 extra that mesh or meld with them. I mean, it hasn't been a bad look. We haven't necessarily seen a New Dawn match and gone, this person or these 2 people look distended from the play. Like, it's a lack of team play. It's more just been a case of there are so many dominant guns in so many of the other teams here. It's hard, really, to pick a team they're not favored into.
Yeah, and I agree. And for me, hopefully all 5 members stick around. Yeah, we often do see a lot of roster changes in many different titles, but for me, I just truly enjoy seeing a core team give it a shot for at least, 2, 3, even 4 seasons. If you go 3, 4 solid seasons and things aren't still working, then yeah, you can maybe look to, hey, it's a great group of guys. Maybe we just don't mesh as well as we thought. But I genuinely love when I see teams willing to be like, yeah, we lost. So what? Let's get better as a team and then work to power forward. Because a lot of times you don't really see that in this industry anymore. A team loses and how can we win a championship next year? I mean, we see it even in traditional sports, right? They want that now. And so I like teams that are willing to kind of look forward toward that bigger picture, who are willing to maybe take some bumps or bruises on the chin, fight through it, and then begin to build that juggernaut of a squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Slight correction coming in, ladies and gentlemen. I am completely and utterly blind as well as broken today, it seems. We're not cracked wisdom, we're broken wisdom. But the score's going to be 0-0. It's going to be a complete restart. So just so all of that confusion is cleared up, the game is going to be reset to a restart. Nice and easy for you all. 0-0. Scoreboard will be completely reset. So we'll be looking to rock on into that very shortly. Please do not stress and thank you for your patience. Bear with us. We should be getting into the action as soon as we can. Now, I was just having a quick nosy, Mr. Hawk, at the breakdown for the prize pool for the guys at home. So just so that everybody's thoroughly aware of how those 10,000 euros are going to get split, just to remind those that maybe didn't catch it earlier, the first prize winners and the current top place on the table, which will be your champions for the season 1, unknown, are going to walk away with 4,000 euros. Second place takes 2,250. Third place, 1,500. Fourth place, 1,000. Fifth, 750. And sixth, 500 euros, respectively. Now remember, folks, this is the HPL for NA. Euros don't fly in that country, but Freedom Funds do. So when those euros get converted, it's going to be even more, okay? The likes of 4K, I think, goes up to about 5 something. Those of you that are from over the pond, maybe the likes of our magic man here, Mr. Hort himself, could, shall we say, enlighten us to what the conversion would be in a more accurate case of what 4,000 euros is in dollars. But all I'm going to say, folks, it's good numbers. I mean, you played 5 days worth of Escape from Tarkov Arena to earn a 5-man split with the 4,000 euros. That's a pretty good do, honestly. It's not bad.
Let's see. That's about $4,185.80 in the U.S. department. So you know, about 186 more dollars as far as euros. So you know, we like those higher numbers. You know, it makes us feel a little better. I guess we're stuck in our stubborn ways.
Gotta love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 from your New Dawn Master X matchup. 1-0 Master X currently as Steezy finds the first kill in our first round here on Bay 5.
Opening up 0-0. New Dawn has an opportunity to open up with a big round here, Jess. 2 BPS flirting with disaster at the moment, jiggling back and forth, trying to find one another here as we find these continuous games of cat and mouse. Jess circling around as they have good control of the A site and the back alley at the moment, but it does appear that is where New Dawn does want to go here.
Moment of quiet sees IFP finding Pug. Oh, never mind. IFP finds 2. That's a quick double from IFP inside of the A site to claim back dominance and control. Sprit trying to work with BP to find some space here with that bomb on the back. Windows. IFP gets out of the way for peaking time. 2BP almost gets his head taken up in the jump shot. Shoreline finds Steezy. IFP takes out Shoreline. Sprit finds CK. This is going to be really close. 2BP gets annihilated as IFP's crosshair placement is perfection.
Now it's going to be all down to Sprit here. They could hear the audio cue, but Sprit also waiting here on IFP from Crack. Find the pre-fire and will begin to take off. Back and forth they go. IFP is on the hunt here. Hot on the footsteps, on the heels, if you will. But now New Dawn has to be careful. Sprit maybe looking to bait out the plant, but IFP wastes no time. The fast peak will find it, and MX will take round number 1.
Well, IFP, 1 kill short of finding himself an ace in the first round. There's a very dominant performance from one of our Master X members there. One of the quieter ones in the first game, but we all know what happens to each of these teams when the environment changes. Sometimes the dynamic shifts drastically. Some teams love it, some teams hate it, and then you swap maps and it flips sides, and those that weren't having such a great game suddenly have an amazing game because they're back in home territory.
Ooh, exquisite with a late nade here. Comes raining down. Well, not too late, actually. Shortline finding Steezy in the mix. I mean, MX continues to find these early nade kills. Exquisite will pick up on Sprit here as well. The device goes down, and again, MX working off a big player advantage here as Jess continues to spray through the wall, trying to pick up on Slaughter here, but IFP will find 2 PBS, and once again, all down to Slaughter. Every single member here for MX still standing.
And look at the agency on Exquisite. He picks up 1, he picks up the second, and as soon as that second kill is taken, he's out of the point again, into alley, running around to try and get into the flank of the team as soon as he can because he knows the space is available. It's just a ridiculous set of game awareness coming out of the Master X squad when they are being pushed and pressured inside of that A site.
Yeah, it's how do you deal with all of that pressure, you know? And I feel like they're having a tough time here at the A site. We see Jess getting a lot of control over that back alley, and I think they have to find a way to either eliminate Jess and regain some of that control of back alley before they look to push into the A site, or maybe opt to look to bait an early rotation there and send one toward B. But it does look like most of the action right now, Crack, still lingering toward that A site.
Yeah, early grenade kill again, gets the bomb carrier on the front door. The bomb is reclaimed. Slaughter does find a good kill onto Exquisite, but he's going to go down to IFP in the trade. Hulk's going to walk straight on into the same line of sight. IFP's placement on the crosshair, this time not as good as before. Steezy for 1 into Jude. Shoreline finds Pug. Plaid Stripes in the kill feed, and we're tied down to a much lower, closer round in a 2v3. Oh, this bomb is again in a nightmare scenario. Oh my, Jez finds a deletion on the front door into 2BP.
Yeah, it's just tough for New Dawn there, not having that early success we were hoping to see. And now for Steezy again in a 3v1 situation. Not ideal, but one shot from Steezy, making it look easy, baby. We'll find the head of one. And with that, make things a bit more feasible here into a 2v1 situation. Steezy leaning with it, rocking with it, but Shoreline's going to find him. And with that, MX will pat another round on the board.
3-0 Master X, and this is the scary situation that we were worried about, Mr. Hawk. We did not. If you were looking to see success from New Dawn, want to see Master X running away from it. If you're a Master X fan, you are absolutely happy, popcorn in the armchair, soda sat on the side, ready to swig away at, because it is all cruising without cruising even being here. Now, a member of a different team, the Master X side, showing that they are more than ready to appear with just as much power and presence, regardless of the 5 members on their side.
That they certainly are doing here again in map number 2 already. A 3-round lead as we see IFP proned out here. Slaughter just on the other side as they begin to cheat through that smoke here. Judicious is going to find a pick onto Pug. And again, MX with early success here as Exquisite begins to collapse in. But Judicious finds 2. Slaughter gets 1 as IFP will trade it back. And once again, all down to 2BBS, who's got too many players coming at him. Shoreline will find the final one, and MX continues to put rounds on the board.
I don't know whether it's
7-0.
coincidence or intentional, but right now, yes, 7-0 on IFP, and the Master X team has closed the round out 10 seconds quicker consecutively every round for the last 3 rounds in a row. I'm not sure how much quicker we can get before we break the limits of going backwards in time. I mean, you can only ever have 2 minutes on the clock, and that Splint, clearly not MX's mascot. They're not very happy with that one at all, as it gets a couple of bullets put into its model or as it drops on the ground there, or Splint.
New Dawn taking a lot of space through mid here, though, and a potential flank onto A. They have to be careful with this rotation through the spawn side, though, and IFP finding Slaughter. They continuously get these early round picks. The player advantage favoring MX once more, and now 2PBS has to be careful. Steezy finds Shoreline. They're able to get away from the play here as well. Now, Judicious did pick up Steezy on the back end of that play as well, but they're moving toward the B site. They have a 3-on-1 advantage. They need to utilize it here quickly.
Good shots from Pug. Finds Judicious. Bomb is planted. 45 left on the clock. Good reposition from Pug. Puts them out by this forklift position. We can see on the minimap here 2 members from Master X looking to push in from Connector. Jez is working his way after that harbor position inside of red. Sprit finds Jez. Exquisite trades BP on the other side of the point. Pros don't fake.
Yeah,
2.
eventually.
Oh, he got off.
Oh. Apparently, sometimes they do. Sprint's going to come up with a big pick here onto Exquisite, and things now turned around the other direction. New Dawn will take a much-needed round.
Oh, he got off. What do you mean he got off? No way. I honestly, I was sold. I genuinely thought the round was going to be done there. If that was pressure diffused based off of the distance, I don't even think they got there to challenge in time. That is a crazy closeout from New Dawn.
Well, if you're New Dawn, you'll take them where you can get them, and they certainly needed that one. So we'll see with that round win if they can begin to put some on the back of it here as well. 2-2-1 is the split currently for New Dawn. As again, they've done a good job at eating up some of this mid space. They just need to put it to use on one of these flanks. Jess has taken complete control of this back alley every single round here, and really they haven't found a way to kind of put a stop to it.
Yeah, and while the New Dawn side might look like competitive eaters when it comes to the space and the ground that they're taking, it seems like Master X is becoming the master chef with a 5-star Michelin magic that they're putting into the rounds. They're giving them the space, it feels like, serving a silver platter meal for New Dawn to walk up into, and then just cleaning them back as they retake the space. This time, though, Slaughter's got other ideas. The Slaughter on arrival, fully fulfilling the namesake. And it's going to cause the New Dawn side to rotate. Judicious is going to find Slaughter and a trade back. Steezy's already inside a connector. Oh. Judicious, though.
Unfortunately, timing not working out in the favor of Steezy this time, and Judicious. Gonna hear some of these audio cues. The free fire is there and has just enough left in the mat here to find Sprit. Maybe one more does. Gets 2 BPS as well. Judicious. One hell of a day for the whole MX squad here as they continue to put kills on the board. 8 for IFP and Judicious here as well. 5-1, not the start that New Dawn was hoping for.
That's the second 4-piece that Master X have managed. The only thing that seems to be out of the reach of this team so far is any single player being able to complete an ace on their own, because people are already dead as they're running through them that quickly. Master X, now decidedly, in my mind, Motor X, are the way that they are speed running their way through this matchup in New Dawn here. New Dawn baited us for a second with a good rounds with a success, but since then it has been Master X success time and time again, and that is the reason why Judicious finds the first one to Steezy. Slaughter returns one into Exquisite. Bomb is halfway up mid on a charge that then got halted very quickly. Halt. This is a very dangerous spot for the bomb right now. IFP finds Slaughter, 2BP, not wanting to repeak.
BBS knows he's here somewhere, but not quite exactly sure. And for that, the intel coming out from Judicious as well. We see Shoreline beginning to slowly make their way toward mid. Sprit will be caught off guard, and now the rotation to the other side of the pre-fire. No good this time as Shoreline will continue to dance around Harry Potter here. Pug, and then look to maybe make this transition toward the B side. Judicious is going to catch Pug, though, and now Shoreline from behind. The spray is good. MX will win another round, and they only lose a single member here yet again.
Somebody give Shoreline a little bit of a shake, a sleepy Shoreline there, slightly slow on the reaction time to the last member left alive. You can understand why. He's looked left, he's looked right, and he's assumed that after the kill just made on that connecting angle from the boxes outside a connector into the B site was most likely a teammate. It had to be a teammate, surely. Then he clocks on, it's a red model, and takes the shots into the back to finish the round out. But Master X are not slowing down. This is all speed, all domination, all authority from our veteran side here in HPL Season 1. Judicious for the first again as Slaughter finds himself being headshot in the opener. Judicious for a second.
Oh, Shoreline's going to find Sprit here as well. The device is down on site as Pug and IFP will both find a piece of the action, but Judicious will wrap it up once more, and really a dominating first half here on New Dawn's map pick as well. 7-1, not the ideal situation, and really a tough hole to climb out of.
Well, they need another one of those performances where they can put themselves 4 rounds in a row together consecutively. I mean, ideally, they need to put 7 rounds in a row together consecutively. 8 if they can possibly muster it, but boy, oh boy, is that a task right now. And the first thing they're going to have to worry about, as we talked about small stepping stones to success early on before this match, Mr. Hort, is how on earth is anybody going to be able to kill Judicious before he has claimed at least 2 members per round?
Yeah, you make a great point. I think that's the biggest problem is MX is always finding, or almost always finding, these opening picks, if not one by the double. But for Steezy, he's going to find this first pick onto Exquisite, so maybe a little life being breathed into New Dawn here. Everybody kind of cheating toward this B site. There was a flank coming in, but Shoreline's going to find Steezy here in the mix as well.
Steezy, one of the better performing New Dawn members across all of their matches so far this season, will find himself being looked at probably quite favorably by some of the teams going into the split between seasons. Sprit's going to find the first into Jez. Judicious deletes BP out of the point. This man is just on fire at this moment in time. IFP getting quick and a bit cheeky with it. Sprit for one back, Judy for one. IFP on one back into Sprit after the trade goes down on the point. IFP trying his very best to pop himself inside of a model to hide where it is. Mischief being played on the point here. Pug has to make an insane read to find this, and he's not going to get a chance. IFP just puts a ball in his head.
IFP's movement is just insane. And I believe, I think I've seen in chat it stands for I'm for peace, but we always see people saying, I'm fast peeking, because the man is insane. Out there in a Ferrari everywhere. The movement, phenomenal. Always fun to watch, and certainly putting in the work here today in this, in what is MX's final game of the league here. But again, you take a look at some of those stats. Judicious with 15, IFP with 12, Shoreline in double digits as well.
Yeah, I've heard that Ferrari actually looked to IFP for tips and tricks on aerodynamics from his speed, actually. I've heard that's where the madness and the mindset comes from. So, shout out IFP, producing top performance sports cars everywhere, as well as insane gameplay. Inside of the corridor he goes, head tucked down under the windows. IFP pretending he's Harry Potter in the cupboard. Exquisite finds one onto Steezy. IFP's going to go down to a grenade. That's a great response from Sprit, actually. Good setup from New Dawn. Counters this kooky little play that was coming in sneakily. Oh, never mind.
Sprit did find one. Unfortunately, Pug takes out his teammate, who is Slaughter. And with that, Sprit's going to find Jesto right back into the favor of New Dawn now, as they have that player advantage. But it's going to be up to MX here as they decide wisely to get away from that site. Now, they still have one to deal with. The auto cues have been heard. Sprit is waiting here through crack. Can he find one? No. Exquisite. Able to thread the needle, and will pop the head of Sprit here as they head toward this B site. 2 BPS. Waiting patiently, here's the cue. The jump will spot one, but some nice shots will collect Judicious here as well. The peek over the top, the spray. Doesn't hit the mark just yet. 2 PBS, the hip fire comes in, but Exquisite now dancing to the other side here as 2P waiting for his teammate to come into play, and that's exactly what will happen. He'll repay him with a shot to the dome, but a much-needed round here for ND as their backs are fully against the wall.
Yeah, absolutely well played out, actually, there. For a second, I was going to testify to the fact that that definitely was not the end of the round for Master X. The last two players being alive, being Exquisite and Judicious. You definitely would not be counting them out in a 3v2, but well-played positioning. And honestly, 2BP doesn't get both kills, but what he does get, the first kill, is beyond exceptional. Nailing that headshot on the jump peak to stop both information denial being useful to the teammate behind and also giving space to get out of position and reposition was really, really massive from BP there.
Speaking of massive things, short line going to start out with a massive pick here to kick things off. Exquisite finds Slaughter, and now at a big player disadvantage, New Dawn beginning to feel the pressure, the swing from Exquisite, but Pug able to lock it down. We'll find the shot here. Knock the head, clean off the shoulders, rolling across the floor like a boulder, baby. But can they find more? Shoreline has other plans. Sprit will go down, and now MX can begin to feel the win coming.
And they've already sensed that this is most likely going to have drawn everybody bar one player over to the A site. So instead, with the numbers, Master X are going to leave two to cover the rotation. One on the front door should somehow that player make it through the two flank guards and then clear the guy off site. Pug goes down, a trade 1-for-1. Actually, Pug claims the kill onto Sprit and does not go down. It's BP that gets taken out. And now Pug is going to find the way across from site to site to try and make this happen. There's no way he knows where IFP is. This has just got to be a hell zone. Pug, you read this, you're a god. Oh my word! Right, this is on. 1v2. Top box has an angle. Pug. No, the box is going to get him. Oh.
Tough one. I mean, we saw Pug have to do the double take to find the first one. Tried to jump to safety, but couldn't get it. Judicious, able to lock it down. 17-4 with 6 MVPs. Judicious, your player of the game in this one. And quite the dominating performance here from MX as they look to solidify that second spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting a little bit hyped there because that could have been a very crazy 1v4, even with the rounds pretty much being gone and done in the favor of Master X. It would have been cool to see that being pulled off at the end there. And actually, it wasn't red as I thought it was, but the reaction time and the snap to the headshot was absolutely gross there on the red container outside of that B point. So, tip of the hat to Pug there in the end. What could have been an absolutely phenomenal play and a great effort nonetheless. But it's GG's and commiserations to our New Dawn side. It is a well done, exceptionally so, I think, to the Master X squad. That was a very dominant performance and one thoroughly deserving of the position on the table it's going to earn them.
Yeah, and it's interesting because MX is a squad that tied Unknown 1-1. So, they're not going to quite be able to take that first place away from them. But it does make things very interesting to think about. And honestly, Master X has to go back and think about, maybe where they dropped the game where they shouldn't have. We saw Hpl Na, another team that was able to upset some of these bigger teams. So again, it's just great to see the fierce competition here, especially in the Hpl Na Season 1. So It just makes me more excited for all things to come.
Yeah, that's it. More to come is the tale of the day. And ladies and gentlemen, it's finals day. So although you've seen 3 full matches, guess what? There's still more to come. That's right. But before we get on into that action, it's time for a little breather. Okay? So go get yourselves up, stretch, relax, and get yourselves back to lock it in for what actually I think is going to be set to be one of the best closing games of a season that we've seen on HPL in either EU or NA to date, where we're going to get to witness Aspect, now Panderic NA, taking on Vanguard. Don't go anywhere because you don't want to miss this. We'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. That's right, we're here still, you're here still, and the reason why is because we've got more amazing arena entertainment and action coming your way in the likes of Vanguard, taking on the newly signed Aspect roster, now Panderic and A, in our final but ultimate match of the HPL Season 1 for the NA region. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute delight to bring all of this amazing action to you, and let's take a second before we talk about these two teams to make an honourable mention, Mr. Hort, to a couple of the gentlemen that could not be here with us today. No, they have not passed away, folks. It's just simply the casting desk that has helped us bring you this amazing action that, well, sadly, we can't put 5 or 6 of us on screen at the same time, okay? So only 2 of us got to be the lucky ones to do the final day. But a shout out to Mr. Bepic, to Kirk on the Lurk, to Blue ESQ, and everybody else that has helped going into making this production amazing. Those 3 guys have also helped us out a humongous amount yapping over this action for you and bringing this entertainment. And although they are not necessarily here on the desk today, they are absolutely here in our hearts. Like I said already previously, a couple of times, Blue has even gone out of his way this week to go and get some information from the scene and the community that he is very familiar with to help us understand what's going on behind the scenes, I guess, inside of each of these teams. It's, it's a crazy, crazy world out there. Teams are changing all the time. And, it's good to see that we are well received and able to intermingle with you all so we can bring the information to those that aren't as fortunate to be in those circles, I guess, with the pro teams out there. Hort, it's been an insane day. Have you enjoyed it all? Have you had any highlights so far?
Man, I've enjoyed every minute of it. I think Yuki's triple nade was probably a big highlight for me. I didn't know we were going to get 2 treats to wrap up the day, though. We've got one more exciting series, and my man Cracked has unleashed that beautiful head from the cage of his hat. I can't help but smile every time. It just fills me with so much joy. And I want to give it a little rub and ask the Magic 8 Ball, who's going to win this next series?
Reading says it's going to be a Vanguard upset. No, come on. We're not going to be that naive at this point in time, are we? I mean, Aspect held themselves the top spot of the table for a couple of times throughout this season. They are, on paper, arguably one of the top 3, if not one of the top 2 strongest teams coming into this season. Looking at it with results that have been put out by members and consistency, you've got Europe in there that's not stopped slaying. You've got Apollo that's been doing a great job. I see this team going from strength to strength to strength. Flip side, like you said, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, led by Deceased, Oberstom for those formerly known, that brain cell work that goes into the strategy and the tactics and the aspect side is not something to be slept on. Now, they're going into Vanguard, and I think my question today, and the reason I'm touting this to be our closest matchup is Horse. Look at these 2 players, all right? You've got the Titan that is Zachrix when he's popping off versus the killer themselves, Mr. Scratch Killer. Okay, that is 2 demons in this arena scene, and that's probably going to be our featured matchup to watch out for today if those 2 clash.
We'll take a look at the full rosters here. Aspect, of course, has picked Bay 5. We're now Panderic in A. Deceased, Zachrix, the Apollo C. Apollo C and Deceased have been playing together for a long time as well. We've seen them in some of those base game tourneys. Head Eyes, Europe there. And then, of course, those substitute players, Blue and Zanika. On the other side of things for Vanguard, though, I mean, an interesting pick and fort. We haven't seen it here yet today, so maybe they've seen something through VOD review that they could potentially exploit from Aspect. But on the side of Vanguard, of course, Blake, Dahlia, Box, Clutch, Scratch Killer, who does a ton of killing, Snappy Dragon, and of course, their substitute players out here bopping and not declared.
Yeah, absolutely. So out here bopping, we've seen stepping in and out of the Vanguard roster, but with that 7th substitute player being not declared, we're not going to get to see them swap out a 7th. They're only 6 deep at this moment in time, but, that has been something we've seen them use to their advantage a lot of. Hot. We've talked about substitutes that have played for other teams, but Boppin has played in a fair amount of games. In fact, this Vanguard roster has fluidly swapped in and out of players throughout the entirety of the season. And I think, on an analytical standpoint, I haven't seen it necessarily excel or decel in speed when it comes to their success. Like, the team hasn't looked out of place with either player in there, which says that they're working together as a core unit of 6 very well. So good to see some fluidity there. The interesting one, Snappy Dragon is one that I think I'm probably the least familiar with on this Vanguard roster. There's a couple of momentary comments in chat, and Snappy is the main GOAT. Okay, he's movement GOAT. One of those players out there to watch for sliding in and out of angles. So, maybe we're going to get to see some of that prowess today. Aspect have an infinitely better record, Hot, and going into Bay 5, I think the chaos of Bay 5 is probably going to be somewhere they'll excel.
Yeah, and again, I think that's the tough thing here for Vanguard is we start out on the pick of Aspect. If they do have a lot of success with like they're expected to, it can make that map pick for them on Fort a little bit tougher. But again, Fort's a map that we haven't seen at all here today, and maybe a map that some of the teams have kind of strayed away from a little bit. So that could be the slight upper hand that Vanguard needs to at least take one game in the series. But it's going to be a very tough uphill battle for them because I think that Aspect, because that they are currently in fourth at the start of the day, really wants to finish up very strong here. So they're clearly looking to take a 2-0 in dominating fashion.
I mean, it's Fort, the second map in there that is also considered chaos inside the arena, right? We're going from chaos to chaos, and we've got to see both maps essentially being upset. I mean, in real terms here, like I said, this is the closest matchup on the day when it comes to looking at the two positions in the table. It comes to looking at individual player versus individual player matchups. If you look at the play styles of each of these two teams, aka which of your players are going on to scouts, which are going on to enforcers, onto marksmen, or onto assault, and then where that puts them in their standard positioning. So I think we're going to see a very front to back esque set of gameplay here, where we saw the likes of IFP and Exquisite from Master X finding them wicked rotations, or the likes of Dev the Myth for their side and Eclipse, just pushing the boundaries, shall we say, of what is giving space and taking space. I think this one will be the opposite. It'll be just boom, head first, get into each other's faces, challenge gunfights, 50s, try and see who can come out on top, get some confidence early, and then go on from there. And I do not expect that to be something that Vanguard will find an easy job to do. I actually think Aspect, on paper, across the board, are better guns. I know that Vanguard have put a lot of time and effort into their strategy and into their cook. Which one's going to come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of times we see teams kind of traditionally attack the A site a little more than the B site here on Bay 5. I might want to see Vanguard just mix it up a little bit here, and maybe switch up kind of away from that norm. I feel like the A site can be a little bit easier to get control of. There's a lot more areas you have to check when you're kind of pushing into the B site. But if you can get control of that back alley before your teammates work in there, I mean, you can have some success and look to kind of change things around. But I have to agree with you slightly. I think as far as guns go, Aspect slightly more favorable here. You take a look at the standings, and Vanguard, I think, really has only beat Zenith and New Dawn. So they traditionally have struggled a little bit against some of these tougher teams. But, I mean, it's a good way to kind of put a nice little cherry on the top of your season here if you can come away with at least one map win.
Yeah, and I mean, 3 points here for Aspect would put them up to 14 points and a really good final standing on the table again. We've spoken to 1, 2, 3, I think 4 teams respect today in regards to placing well. Master X, Unknown, Hpl, and then Aspect. Now, 3 of the 4 teams have placed exceptionally well. Hpl will probably argue that they wanted to place better, with theirs being the toughest match on the day realistically for today, facing against that first place spot and having to overwhelm all of the odds to be able to take better positioning. But then, with that being said, still finishing in the top 4 for Hpl, I think they're going to be very happy with that. Master X and Unknown, we know full well, would definitely have been aiming for those top 3, top 4 spots. And then I think Aspect would also have been on a similar mindset. So it's really in the hands of Aspect now to complete the top 4 dominant positions closeout, right? Complete the full circle of those going into the day, looking to finish a good run in the season with a W. And it's going to be in the hands of Vanguard to say, no, we're here for the last hurrah.
Hopefully we'll get to see that last hurrah. And honestly, I'm glad that we saw Unknown versus Hpl. I mean, being the 1 and 2 team, if you're Hpl, that's kind of like best case scenario, because if you are able to upset Unknown and you win both of those games, not only do you then take a step up, but you see Unknown kind of falling from those points. So it's really an opportunity for you to change up that 1 and 2 positioning. But that wasn't the case here today, Unknown. continued to play flawlessly. We've seen three just absolute bangers of series here as we get set ready for this last one, and I guarantee it's going to be equally as exciting.
Yep, can't wait to get into it. I'm looking forward to seeing what Vanguard's got to bring versus their final challenge, and
Yeah.
then what they've got to take on into the future. I mean, like I said, I mentioned earlier on, got a good conversation with Box. Um, a little note that they mentioned, the the team themselves think they've done a relatively good job in this tournament here, considering their 2 days with the PC-related Tarkov issues, something that they let us in on in the background. That's always a thing that can happen. Tech is a pain in the backside sometimes, and Tarkov loves its code. Sometimes it doesn't always work as it's meant to, just the same as technology. So is what it is. But they've weathered it well. Like they said, the 4 matches that they reckon they've taken losses in were down to other things rather than skill or maybe making mistakes that definitely affected the overall outcome. They took those rounds, they took those days against the best teams that are playing in this tournament, the likes of those top 4 tier teams. They've taken rounds off of them consistently, and they're very glad about that. They're happy that they were able to fight back. They aren't done, and they've got a lot left in the tank. So regardless of what performance we do see out of the Vanguard side here, folks, this is not the end for the Vanguard squad. All right, more to come in the
Not.
future and exciting things, which is, I'm going to be honest with you, it's exactly what I'm looking for, Hort. Right, you know it yourself. It's only so long before the arena scene attracts the right attention from the right set of people, and we get more and more players from different environments popping over. I mean, the EU scene and the Arena Cup series have people asking questions like, "Is that the Kiyoshima from Counter Strike?" Yeah.
Yeah, every
You've got
time.
the likes. You've got the likes of Fox and Stripey the Tiger from the EU scene that have come from games such as Rainbow Six Siege and other similar platforms. You've got the likes of Yuki's, who's playing on the Hpl Na side, who was previously a Fortnite pro. Okay, there are people playing from different scenes all over the place in different competitive games that are starting to pay attention to the arena scene and get involved as well. And it can only be a matter of time before the talent pool keeps rising and rising and rising. In addition to that, there are players that were here from Tarkov originally that are going to get new challenges come in, and we're going to find out, is it the OGs of Tarkov that rise up, or are these competitive pros from other scenes going to come in and maybe upset the original Tarkovians? I don't know.
I mean, I certainly would love to see it. I love any type of wrench that gets thrown into the mix of great things like this. And honestly, I mean, you take a look at EU's been around for 3 seasons now, but we talked about Liquipedia getting involved. Now there's an NA scene, and Battle State providing us with the mini map and the extra things as well. So I mean, you can see that it's only continuing to grow in the right direction and get bigger and bigger. So again, I'm just ecstatic to be on board and to be part of the program. Certainly very thankful for that to Hunt Premier and to Battle State and to everybody behind the scenes, as well as everybody on the scenes from all the other wonderful casters that we do have. So, I think it's great to see the community showing up in chat as well. And it gives you high hopes and great views for what's to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And lots of things to come on the horizon, folks. We've got an amazing matchup coming up next. We're going to get to see Vanguard taking off against Aspect. In addition to that, something on the horizon that I hope Philbo isn't going to shave what's left of my hair off for sharing, but I know that myself and Hot Sauce have been cooking in the background. Something we discussed about was a potential breakfast podcast and into the arena scene where we maybe grab a couple of arena pros or a coach from the arena teams, be it NA scene, EU scene, and we just have a chat. Just a
Mhm.
good old natter on stream live with you to speak to you in front of the community so you can give some of those inside opinions to what's going on between the teams. So you can talk about players who you admire, who we're looking forward to challenging, and the so on and so forth like that, guys. So, keep your eyes out. Coming to a Crack Wisdom or Outsource stream near you soon, maybe. Potentially, if Battlestate or Hunt wanted to double down with us, well, offers on the table, folks. Look, we're happy to do the talking if you're happy to do a breakfast podcast of an into the arena behind the scenes. But we'll see. Many, many are things coming soon, and I'm sure that every single one of us that are involved are going to be doing everything we can to interact with everything we can to make it keep on growing, including saying thank you to you all for turning up in chat. The numbers have not stopped rising today, okay, from the people viewing, and it is great to see some of the familiar faces, even some of the EU scene members, the likes of Fox we just mentioned. I see you in the chat there, Mr. Fox, and so on. All right, everybody's popping up today, so big, big, big fan. Appreciate you all for hanging out, and I cannot wait to get into more ridiculous action. We've got another insane game, and this is going to be a good one. I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm excited for it as well. And I think it would be great to be able to kind of step into the minds of some of these arena players. Often when we're casting or watching, we have speculation about what might be going through their minds or different plays that happen. But to find time throughout different weeks to grab different players or coaches and to get into the mindset or to even talk about what goes on behind the scenes, all that extra hard work. Because we talked about it, it's not just sitting down in front of your computer and playing a game. If you want to take it to that next level, right? So for a lot of these teams, there's a lot of extra work that goes on behind the scenes that people might not recognize. So I think something like that would be a great way to kind of pick their minds and have a little fun, while doing it. Again, the community has been nothing but supportive. It's great to see everybody in chat. We certainly love seeing not only all the old names, but the new names come in as well as we continue to take steps in the right direction. So again, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us here today. If you guys are having half as much fun as I'm having, you got to be having a ton of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anybody in the chat that's been able to convince their better half, girlfriend, partner, or elsewise to sit down, pull the EFT arena scene, and get more engaged in it than themselves, who is playing in a professional arena team, then, well, that person's doing a W effort for the scene right there, okay? All the ladies in the chat rise up. I am super proud to see both the women and the men in the chat supporting,
Yes.
getting on board with it all. And there's many actually that are starting to get involved in the scene. For those of you that know the EU scene familiarly, okay, Blitzer Girl, hot off their performance in the EU season within that EPA side. You've got the likes of Steffi, you've got the likes of Glizzy, Miss Hellcat, who we've seen across many a time in different tournaments, including maybe something on the horizon. No spoilers here, folks, but yeah, some of the people inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen, don't be fooled, okay? Because some of the women are just as deadly as the guys are, all right? And I've been put down many a time by a
Hmm.
certain cub that is definitely going to be one I think I'm going to be taking to my gravestone with me. She's way too good
You
at
know,
outplaying me.
and it's funny, you pretty much took the words out of my mouth. Blitzer Girl, I think, was going to be the first that I was going to think of as well, because she puts down plenty of people. I would put her in that top 5% of a lot of the players across EU and NA. Just an incredibly talented individual, and I've been doing myself a little bit of an injustice because the first time I watched her play on a base game tournament that we casted, had the best settings visually, at least that I thought amongst the screens. So I've been meaning to hop over to her stream and exclamation point settings and steal those, but I've been a little bit lazy, so that's on me.
Just get out that long extended fishing rod, just sort of throw it at a distance and then reel them on in. You just get some remote access to that exclamation mark settings from the Blitzgirl chat, or maybe, folks, like you guys at home should be doing, if by chance you spot one of these amazing arena players and you're a big fan of the content and they stream, then pop the name into the top of Twitch, go swing by and see if they do stream and drop them a follow, because as well as playing EFT competitively for Arena, I'm sure these guys content create for base game and Arena as well. Some of them do both, some do either or, and they spend a lot of their time making our, shall we say, our downtime uptime to be enjoyable, entertaining, and to allow us to take away from some of the stress of the world and just relax for a bit, enjoy a good old bit of good content and laughter. So don't forget, folks, that little love heart button below the screens, it does a lot of good for supporting channels, the content creators, and everything else that goes into it. So take 2 seconds for us if you can. Hit the heart button down below if you're enjoying the entertainment. And don't forget to spread the follows amongst the teams and their players so that we can continue bringing you this madness. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not far off getting into our final game of the day. A quick recap to break it down for those of you that may have missed it. Unknown was successful in claiming the title today as the first season NA HPL champions in a 2-0 victory versus Hpl in our first match. Our second saw us going to Eclipse and Zenith playing against each other, where again Eclipse were the more dominant force by a clear margin, and they took home a very successful 2-0 as well. In the third match of the day, Master X found themselves absolutely crushing it. I don't think there's any other way to say it, despite New Dawn turning up as strong as they could. And then we are going to be getting to watch now. Oh no. How rigged are we, Hawk? How rigged? I've just seen it.
You know what? I have a buddy who, like me, like Crack said earlier, if you're poor like me, the follow is a free way to help people out, right? Well, I have a buddy who much like me, doesn't have a lot of fun. So he's been dying to play Tarkov Arena for a long time. So I know exactly where I'm sending this code. And so I'm going to bless someone else. And now we get to see the Tarkov community grow a little bit more because I don't need a Smurf. I'm not that good at Arena. And I want to spread the love. So, even though it does appear rigged, I promise I'm going to take and put that code to very good use. And it'll be another Timmy for you Chads to stomp on. So it's a win-win for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, chat, we can't fault the selflessness out of Hot Sauce. Instead of taking that second key and creating a Smurf to get better so he can bring himself up to the level of get good, he's instead going to give that gift of giving to somebody else. There's no slight on how skilled Hot Sauce is. I definitely wouldn't want to be on the other side of the pitch to him on Rival Rivals, but I think I'd get him in the arena, I'll be honest with you. But definitely not, definitely not one that's going to go down lightly. I can see a caster v caster 1v1 on the future coming up to settle the beef, but for sure it's going to be a great one to see. And congratulations, Mr. Hot Sauce, to I guess the next beneficial recipient that's going to kindly get that graced by yourself.
And it's my 5-year wedding anniversary, so whether it's rigged or not, just let me have a little success on my happy day, Chad. Okay, come on, just one time, please.
That's a point. We'll remember actually to mention that whilst you're here, chat. If you weren't here earlier on, Hot Sauce has taken time out of his day. If you weren't here, ladies and gentlemen, take a moment to congratulate Mr. Hot Sauce here on his wedding anniversary. A whole 5 years worth of success. Okay, being allowed to take time out of his day to still grace us with his wordsmithery. And he's going to go and grace his wife with his magical moves later on. But 5 years worth of success we'll talk about on the horizon. Congratulations, Hor. And I believe with that, actually, we're going to be going into game very soon. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Vanguard and Aspect. Come on, Hawk, give us a prediction. The final one for the day. Who's your favorite? Who's your hot rock in this one?
Well, I just wanted to shout out my wife one more time because you were right when you said aloud. I had to ask very nicely. So I'm very happy that she allowed me to come on and cast before we go have fun today later. But for me, again, Vanguard, they have a special place on my heart. I really like the team. They gave me my first ever casting opportunity for Tarkov. So they do have a special place in my heart. But man, I don't know how you topple this AP squad, now Pandaric NA. They have been playing so well. The squad is jacked, but I'll tell you how. You start off with a nade from Blake Dahlia, and this could be the opening pick they need.
That nade that went back towards Ali as well did not find a home onto Scratch. Clutch for 2 is going to take out both Deceased and Zakrix there as Vanguard find themselves 3 members stronger in the opener to round number 1, and we are just over 30 seconds in. Oh, Apollo is barely millimeters off of giving Clutch anything other than the haircut he just received. Clutch somehow finds Head Eyes meanwhile. There's no way Clutch just pulled off the barbershop trio, literally out of the corner underneath the smoke. There are so many members everywhere. Apollo literally has 5 problems to deal with and not enough chances to be able to succeed. What a round out of Vanguard to start it off.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe I just need to go back on everything I've said and potentially eat my words here because Vanguard comes out and they come out swinging. They don't drop a single member as well. And I would love to be in that Discord call right now. I guarantee you they're screaming just off of round 1. They could look to build off of this momentum here and, really give AP a run for their money.
That's it, Clutch. You can see the energy inside of these players as well, Hawk. Clutch is absolutely furiously shaking his head up and down at the success in that round. And off they come to the races again in round number 2. It's going to be an A-site annihilation. Yet again, the bomb is playing its way deep through the lane, coming out from White Van instead of playing anywhere near Tetris. Only Oberstorm here actually on the charge. Mr. Deceased himself.
Slowing things down a bit. The calm before the storm. The serenity that we don't often hear in Tarkov Arena. Certainly be muffled by the sounds of explosions as Europe will find Clutch in a clutch situation to give them the advantage, but Box fires right back. Will return onto Europe here as well, and already back and forth we go.
Yeah, dominoes going from either side as the dice roll falls in favor of either team, one after the other, round after the round. Zakrix finds a great kill onto Scratch in the back of Ali. 3 members from Aspect have full control of sight now with Head Eyes picking up Blake Dahlia as well on entry in the back. Nice swing from Zakrix onto the front door, finds Box wanted, and it's Out Here Boppin, who is literally the last left alive Out Here Boppin all on his own, and he's not bopping nothing. The only thing he's bopping is his head off the ground and his way on into round number 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boppin got booped on that one, but I mean, still 1-1. You had a solid start. You can give and go a little bit here and play back and forth for Vanguard. You do want to see him get at least 4 rounds on the defensive side. Hopefully, they can do, at least one better than that and maybe look to put some of that pressure onto the shoulders of AP. But we knew it was going to be an exciting series, and here we are just after 2 rounds tied up.
I am going to say one thing, though. I do remind you of a first look match from the Aquila side that went 1-0 Aquila and then very slowly started to slide the other direction. So,
Mhm.
got to see Vanguard continue to put pressure down by claiming rounds consecutively or at least back to back in one apiece fashion if they're going to keep this pressure on.
And it's always tough to tell by one half because just because a team 6-2s on one half doesn't mean a team can't do the same when they swap sides. So I normally look to see that second half start before I have an idea, especially when you have teams as good as this one, or these ones, excuse me, out here. But right now, it does look like they're going to opt to pressure toward the site. Clutch finding two, though, here early. And Vanguard having some big success early in these rounds. Scratch is going to head eyes. And with that, again, only one member standing. It's going to be Apollo, who finds a bit of a consolation prize on the box, but is immediately traded out, and Vanguard will retain the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Apollo's going to have to find the weirdest, most sickest three-person transfer with minimal bullets there to be able to get out of that engagement alive alone, and that then would have still left him problems to have to deal with in the 1v situation to get out of that round with a point. Vanguard do put a second on the board, and Aspect's starting to feel a little bit of pressure in this good opener from the Vanguard squad, hitting the ground running and taking the heat to Aspect, showing them that they are not necessarily to be considered the underdogs here, that this is an even match.
It is AP's map pick as well. If they could find a way to take this map away from AP, it could lead to later success on their map pick as well. Some pre-fire here, Box, excuse me, with some pre-fire, but Europe, Zacharix step into the site, find the picks with ease, and now AP looking to turn around once more. They will get this device here planted.
Bomb goes down. 50 seconds on the clock now to 45. Blake trying to fend off the push from Apollo inside a container. He does actually win that fight out, but only as long as until Oberstorm is there to trade him back. Deceased picking that one up. Scratch finds one onto Zacharix. Deceased picks up Clutch. Good shots from Scratch. Finds Head Eyes walking into the spray as he's trying to duel Europe. 1 versus 2. 20 on the clock.
Oh, man, that was kind of a little strange altercation there. I mean, we saw a nice pre-fire through the wall, then having to readjust mid-gunfight. The shot still looked good, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the kill there as AP and crew turn out, tying it back up once more, 2-2. And honestly, Vanguard already doing better than I initially thought they were going to do. AP has been playing very well over these last couple weekends, but maybe Vanguard finding a little crack in the vault here.
Yeah, it's always good to watch the big battle buses throwing marshmallows at each other from a distance as the two Enforcer classes clash face-to-face at distance with not the strongest of ammo, shall we say, to get through all that tanky armor they're wearing. Smoke going off towards the A site as Aspect is starting to push on in very aggressively here. Made over the front. Nobody home. Vanguard are a lot more depressed when it comes to defending this site here. They are way more distant off of contact than they would like to be, I think, in this scenario. There's only one member on this front door that's now finally getting support. Bomb is being planted before support's ready to push in. Blake Dahlia in office going to have tough time. The swing onto point gets backed up by Deceased. That's a really, really good pickup from Deceased, even though he does end up taking a teammate out in the middle of it.
Apollo gonna find Blake here as well. We can see him trying to make some headway onto the site, but Head Eyes, Boppin will get one. Head Eyes returns fire, finds a two-piece of their own, and now for the first time here today, AP will find themselves up on top here on the attacking side.
Well, this is the kind of game we were looking for. Back and forth, the lead swapping hands as we see rounds going either way, back and forth. A very close game is what I had thought we were going to see here. Both of these two teams showing equal amounts of potential to pop off when everybody turns up on the day.
Ask for a better thing than everybody showing up here and showing out, showcasing the skills as we see Some of those nades raining down for the time being. The quick pressure from Apollo and crew up mid here as they look to eat up some of this space as well. And now through crack, we'll kind of begin to head toward that A site. Most of Vanguard over toward B or mid here, though. So potential outnumbered play here for AP if they're able to pressure onto the site. They do have to be careful. There is a player here kind of hanging out in that back alley. Dahlia is going to find deceased. Clutch onto head eyes and a couple early picks here for Vanguard.
Yeah, Apollo trades one back. Dahlia picks up a second one. Europe and Clutch both pick up one apiece as Plaid Stripes fill the kill feed. Again, we're looking at great clothing, but not great results when it comes to the aspect side in these chaotic scenarios, which is something that shocks me, as I would have considered them stronger in the chaos, but instead in the Clutch, Blake Dahlia on that front door is absolutely set, ready to finish off the final member. 3 apiece and we're back tied.
You know, and it's interesting because in the previous series, we saw MX kind of getting a lot of space on that A site, all the way up at the end of back alley, all the way through site as well. Whereas here in this case, we see Vanguard okay with being more patient, with giving up some of that space, kind of almost luring AP into a sense of comfortability and taking that site and then finding those picks from holding the angle. So it's nice to see the difference in strategies amongst the teams here as well.
Different in pace, difference in play style, and difference in confidence as well. Bopping out here, finding some confidence of their own as they're out here bopping the first into head eyes. Deceased and Zacharix with the bomb side of forklift. Europe drops a good grenade onto Boppin. That's 1 for 1 so far. Fight and jump between Zacharix and Box as bullets fly out, finds nobody falling over.
That was a ton of bullets to put downfield to not find a single kill. Europe is going to find Dahlia. Unfortunately, picks up his teammate here as well. We've seen a couple team kills coming out from AP, but Apollo and Europe will find 2 combined here, and now Clutch all alone versus 3 of these AP members. Not the ideal situation, but Clutch is the name. We'll see if Clutch will be the game.
Doesn't find the shots onto Europe, jumping over the top of the container. Gotten to the point now where normally you need roughly about 10 seconds a player to be able to isolate ones and deal with this. So as time ticks down, Clutch is really running out of options. Swing from Europe, a bit over aggressive, nearly costs him his life. Checks the rat position, gets past it, now gets a 1. First down, but Zacharix is ready to take Clutch out as soon as he exposes. Good cover from Aspect, and they claim the lead again.
Back and forth we go. I knew it was going to be an exciting series. I'm going to say I didn't expect it to be this close this early on, especially on the map pick here for AP. Obviously, things could change when they swap sides, but for Vanguard, they're doing a great job of keeping this one close and really, allowing themselves a way to win this game.
Smokes out early. Apollo deciding the Crayon is not as important to getting that utility out. Interesting perspective on that one there. Normally stims pop before you leave spawn, but apparently very crucial, and this is why. Apollo's going to use that smoke to get himself up through the mid lane really aggressively. A nade goes off 1 apiece. Blake Dahlia and Europe claim 1 of their own. 2 are dead on the side of Aspect down in the forklift area. Shots towards the top of heaven through connector window. Nearly take out a surprised Aspect member.
That was a rare case of Apollo not hitting the shots there, and Vanguard coming away unscathed for the time being. They're going to hear the audio cue. Spots him, able to dip in. The shot comes back out, but it's Clutch who will win that gun battle. And now Vanguard sees themselves with a nice 2-player advantage as AP looks to make their way on toward the A site. Scratch is going to catch Europe. And again, head eyes now, having to dodge a ton of bullets. We'll find Clutch with a nice shot to the dome here as well. Unfortunately, caught in the reload. Boppin will do just that. Bop him on the dome here, and well, right back we go, all tied up once more, 4-4.
That's going to be the half. Side swap incoming. Vanguard move across to show us what they've got when it comes to an attacking approach. Difference is going to be, are we going to see the stronger theoretical team on paper putting out a better performance on defense? I mean, 4-4, it's anybody's game.
Yeah.
But with the sides swapped, are we going to see dominoes again?
And that was the tough thing I mentioned earlier. It's really hard to tell how a game's going to go by one half, because I've seen 6-2s get turned around, and the team that had 2 going into the second half still wins. So, for me, it's about these first couple rounds of that second half to see what team is going to be able to look to pull away with this game. But for Vanguard, they're just playing it kind of slow and methodical at the moment. Unfortunately, Deceased is going to find box here on this first pick, so it'll be AP with that player advantage. They've eaten up a lot of space. They have control of back alley here for the most part as well.
Clutch is going to work his way slowly towards Head Eye's position. Won't have been close enough to realize that the prone's coming now. He'll have heard the audio of him getting back up, though. Good localization. Clutch is going to have that crosshair ready. Not quite for the off angle, though, as Head Eyes is slightly more elevated than expected. Blake finds one on top mid. That's a good positioning kill from the Vanguard squad. Scratch Killer picks up Deceased. 3 versus 3. Something we always talk about on Bay 5. Vanguard have mid control.
Mid control the device. We can see spotted there as well. They'll look to grab that, and now potentially that rotation toward the B side. It looks like AP is going to come prepared, though. We see him shifting through the spawn, one toward or into Harbor here as well. And they're going to go ahead and relinquish that last man on A as well. But Europe is going to catch Blake Dahlia here as well. Scratch will ring some shots downfield and potentially look to get the plant. Has to be cautious of Harbor, but from now, both sides, the pincer play comes in. Head Eyes will wrap it up, and AP looking strong to start off the defensive side.
I don't know whether I want to say that was overcooked. I feel like Vanguard could have probably just pushed the tempo that they had moving towards that A site rather than rotating out after mid control, or at least have tried to push and flood the A site with a couple of extra picks on the way through sandwich or gap, maybe. Interesting one. Very interesting one. Obviously, not on a pro team, so who would I know? That being said, Aspect find themselves successful, 5-4, and it's going to be a similar approach again.
Yeah, they're really approaching this A site very slowly here. We can see some shots from Scratch ringing out through the smoke, but Blake again finding an early nade kill, and Apollo's been kind of stifled here in some of these early rounds. Unfortunately, we'll eat that nade. Head Eyes on the peak. There's 2 there. The firing squad, Relentless, is popping. We'll find one more, and again, Vanguard sitting in a pretty position.
3v5, but we've seen these go awry more than enough times. The likes of Deceased is going to claim the first. He's going to get himself behind the cover enough to jiggle out of Scratch Killer's abuse. Is he going to be there for the retake? No, Scratch goes down instead to Europe, as well as Zachrix finding it even. Zachrix taking out Scratch. Europe gets Clutch instead. So Name's flooding the kill feed. One back as Blake Dahlia then finds Zachrix. 2 versus 1. Deceased after some great work as the last left alive. He has to push this front door. There's no way you push to the smoke there. I'm going to say you're a madman, Deceased.
He's looked to bait out some of those audio cues there as well, maybe baiting that other player in through main, but with that smoke dissipating, things getting significantly harder. Deceased, though, has an idea, and the rotation back and forth. Luckily, close enough to hear that audio cue, so we'll circle back. Finds Boppin as well, and now, all of a sudden, this round looks a bit more winnable here for AP. Looking to buy some time. We'll bait out that plant, and Dahlia, a beautiful job on the bait. Well read here, and picks up the kill. Vanguard doing a nice job keeping this one close.
That's crazy. I actually thought that was going to be all in AP's hands there. Deceased had everything he needed to do, all in his favor, including tempo. The bomb had to be planted. All he had to do was just stick enough of his body out to bait that he was challenging, but not give him the headshot. Instead, Blake takes full advantage of knowing that he has to push it and gets himself further off the point far enough that the head is exposed and finds the shot. Great round from Vanguard, and we're 5-5 again, tied up evenly.
5-5. Both of these teams, every round incredibly crucial at this point as it comes down toward the wire, and Zach finding Deceased. We don't often see a ton of team kills from AP, but we've already seen, I think, 3 here today in game number 1 as Scratch is able to find Head Eye. Zach will find a pick back here on to Scratch, and now Clutch will find Europe. So the moment that AP looks to find a trade, Vanguard just so quick to answer back.
Yeah, that's it. And you can see the support coming in from the chat. The Pandas spamming the Aspect, newly signed Panderic roster, getting all the support they can as they start to put bodies down. They are left again in a 2v2 with Vox putting this bomb down on site, and Apollo in the best position to start the challenge here. He has got support from Zachrix in close location as well, but as Vanguard back away and start putting themselves in good post-plant positions, Oh, Apollo knows his angles, almost trying to find the wall bang through the top of that box onto the opposition of the other door. Box backs away. Smart positioning.
Polo will spot one here. Looks to pressure out the jump, the shot, the spray, and it's good. Zach finds one on the backside as well. And with that, plenty of time to deactivate the device. AP, that was looking like a very sketchy round. They pull a rabbit out of the hat for that one. And with that, we'll regain the lead once more, 6-5.
I mean, it's confident decision making, all right? There's a conversation between the two of them there. Zacharix, you're dealing with Ali. Apollo, you've got the front door covered, okay? 1, 2, 3, swing, and both go through with confidence and both win their individual ones. And that sees Aspect surviving in round number 11 to claim themselves the victory. 6-5. Aspect take the lead again.
Vanguard needing to reel it back here once more. Dahlia has had a lot of success with these early nades, as Europe will send one flying out here as well. And a little bit of a split at the moment. The majority of the action, though, heading toward that A site. As it does look like they are sending one back toward mid, maybe potentially looking for a flank coming in.
Positioning from Head Eyes is god tier, though, as he gets clutch and bopping in a 2-for-1 rent-free positioning play on the outside of this alley. Now trying to spray through that wall. Find something extra. Scratch finds Deceased. That's a good return pickup for Vanguard. Scratch is going to be caught with his back turn, though, as Europe finds that one.
Big pick from Head Eyes as well. Box does return fire and get a little consolation prize of their own. With that, we see a very quick rotation. I think Apollo was able to catch a bit of that noise. Now teetering through crack the spray from Box, and he's just going to keep on rolling, baby. No looking back. Pedal to the metal. Living life in the fast lane.
When does he choose to off time and try and challenge one of these guys? And he's got to try and catch one of them in the rotation to give himself a chance here in the 1v2, or else he's just going to be caught on the plan. He sees the one on red, decides he's going to challenge for it, goes for the shots, puts damage down, loses more of his health as well. Apollo on the close door, two together.
Ooh.
Europe's just going to swing and take him all on his own.
I mean, really, the first time today that we've seen it's separated by 2 points. It's been one round apiece, give and go, back and forth, tied up here and there. But now we see AP beginning to extend that lead just a bit. Now one away from match point here as well. So AP having a little bit more success on the defensive side, but they put the work in on the attacking side to kind of get him here.
Moment of chill. We had the grenade going off in the background as members avoiding having themselves removed from the equation before they get any gunplay involved. 3 strong on the front door for Vanguard towards the safe site. You can see one delayed player playing that slant position for a heavy swing. Head Eyes finds clutch and then gets taken out by Scratch Killer in return. Scratch finds the second as the front door nade is being thrown by Deceased. Zacharix paying the price for that one. Bomb close, still on the door though. Shots from Deceased don't quite find a mark. Also tanks a headshot of his own. You see that concussed icon on the model there. Europe finds one to Scratch.
Europe on the peak here, back to a 3v3. I mean, every single one of these rounds really could go nearly either way. Apollo, though, stops on a dime, feeling fine. My man, popping heads, getting bread, as we like to say. And with that, they'll find themselves that player advantage. Deceased, though, showing some good signs of patience here as well. We see Boppin teetering around with Disaster on the other side of things. And now Box will step in here as well. They're going to catch Deceased off guard. Europe up in the face here. Can't find the kill as well. And Vanguard turns it around.
For the time being, it's all on Apollo. Mr. Consistent. In a 1v2 clutch, this is where he's seen the best. Spots the guy, swings back out. Actually manages to get away from the shots from Boppin. Tempo in Boppin's favor. Apollo's going to nail him, though. The bullets and the BP from that mutant's not going to give any monkey about all of that armor you're wearing now. Apollo tanked up, tries for the pre-fire through the door frame. Knows the Box is going to be close door. Has time to play with. He's going to swing in. Box is going to move inside, outside, and Box with the blue suede shoes says no to Apollo on the site.
If you can see my face right now, I'm manually putting my chin back up off the floor to my face because I don't know how those shots didn't connect for Apollo. Yeah, it was up close, but the hip fire looked good. Didn't go their way this time. And with that, Vanguard able to inch just a bit closer. Now one away again from tying it up. And For Blake Dahlia, Scratch, Europe, Head Eyes, all in double-digit kills at the moment. Deceased, Hpl and Zach all sitting at 8 here as well. Everybody playing very well today.
Exceptional performance from both sides. We're still only 1 round separating them, and I don't think it's going to be like that for long. It is 7-6 right now. Aspect really being pushed to the limits here. Smoke on this door frame is really good, though, from stopping them being able to get in. Scratch not being able to find anything with that pre-fire through the smoke, and you see Aspect playing all these really defensive positions, so they're not giving anything up for free. Clutches in. Deceased does not move a muscle. Front door, Zachrix is going to be found if he's not careful. Goes down, actually. Zachrix gets the return kill somehow from the front door out of nowhere.
Scratch trying to find Head Eyes on the backside. I'm not sure if he's aware that Deceased is tucked just on the other side here as well. The jump shot looking for Zachrix there as well, but doesn't connect the mark. Clutch, unfortunately, has fallen prior here as Zach is going to be able to pick up a kill on the box as well. And now things getting tougher. The spray comes through, but Scratch a little off target on this one. Has a teammate to work with, but Deceased is going to pop the peek and pop the shot. Scratch will fall. Europe will get bopping as well. And once again now, it's all down to Blake Dahlia, who finds a dirty shot. Can't get the second one as Zach will quickly extinguish that flame. And now AP sitting at match point.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that we're going to see either team extend themselves to a 2-round lead here. An Aspect have chosen the right time to do it. Just at the death of the game, they give themselves 2 match points to close out with. This is only for the first map. We will be going on to Fort after this, but you'd like to think that Aspect want to close this out here. They do not want to be taking this game into overtime. Vanguard have put up an exceptional performance here in game number 1, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they allow Vanguard to get back into this and tie it up, we very well could see that momentum shift in Vanguard's favor. Speaking of which, Scratch finds one. Blake Dahlia with another nade kill. The master of disaster, the Tarkov king of nades at the moment. Maybe channeling some of that inner Yuki. It's not quite the 3K that we saw earlier that was crazy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Boppin gets one to Head Eyes. Apollo finds one back onto Clutch, though, as trades is not going to be enough for this Aspect side. Now the numbers are definitely heavily favored the other way. And one of these 2 match points looks to be slipping out of their hands rather quickly here, with Vanguard putting pressure down on the pressure points of the Aspect side. They're looking to try and focus a little bit of that chi back into action. Europe, a little bit of rotation outside of their door frame and safety. Swings in, looking to find box. Hipfire does not find a home. Shots through the wall as Europe annihilates the wall back. Europe for 2. You've got to be kidding me right now.
Oh.
He's out of bullets, but the magic that just got made before that was ridiculous. The wall bang into Ali. What was that?
You know, it was great, but it wasn't great enough. And honestly, you start to almost feel this momentum begin to change favor here as Vanguard now 1 away from tying it up in a game that looked like AP was going to be able to close out here. So I think if Vanguard can find a way to win this final one, they very well could begin to steal this away from AP. And, you know, you take a look at it, was their map pick as well. I think that's going to make you feel a little bit more comfortable heading into Fort as well.
We're on the last day of the HPL NA Season 1. We're on finals day. This is the final match of the final day. We're bound for overtime. You know it, Hot. It's destined.
It's destined.
Into the site they go. Vanguard. 1 member already straight across, actually, into the on-door frame. Aspect have played 2 deep in alley. There's 3 deep in alley this time. What a weird setup. Aspect's sandwich player right now that's getting support actually coming in from the van because of where he's at is in a tough spot. Now the office fight has to go down and win. Scratch wins that on office for Vanguard. And the second one onto Zachrix. He finds one back into Boppin. This is going mad. The 2 are flanking round from the Aspect side. Both teams have swapped positions. Now, Vanguard from a defending position, Aspect from an attacking position, are pushing in the opposite way. Deceased finds the first, Clutch is down, device is planted.
Head Eyes leery of the mid and is going to catch Blake in that rotation. That's going to be a huge pick here for AP as they increase the numbers of the odds in their favor. The pincer play coming in. Apollo doesn't need it, though. Takes out Scratch. Nearly gets his teammate as well, but Deceased able to duck back into the site here as well. And now it's going to be all down to box for Deceased. They hear the audio cue. The spray looked decent. We'll pad in just a little bit of damage as they look to deactivate the device. And now they're going to trust in Deceased here. The run, the gun, the spray box hits it, but he can't get there in time. The defuse comes in, and AP with, oh man, just nearly in their grasp. They're able to clutch it up here. I thought Vanguard was going to be able to sneak their way in, but just not enough time on the clock.
And I'm gonna wait till we roll to the caster cams, because I am not surprised at the closeout to that game. And I'm gonna tell you why in one very clear moment. Okay, look at the score lines first of all, at how very even that spread is across the kill feed. But ladies and gentlemen, who's there at the clutch? On the bomb, not a care in the world that his teammates losing the fight to Ali. Mr. Consistent, the Apollo C, sat on that bomb, humming himself a comfortable old tune with a cup of hot cocoa. It's all right, guys. I got it. Perfection. Honestly, there are times when you've got a 2 versus 1 on the bomb and teams take too long to just commit. Get your head down. I've got you covered. Even if he kills me, he can't cover that distance. You just go. Commit. Because the second you put your finger on that defuse timer, you've started the clock. The longer you take to start the clock, the more room you give them to make it happen. And I love the decisiveness from Aspect to close it out. Thoroughly deserved victory.
Yeah, you love to see when they can trust in their teammate. I mean, we take a look back at some of those other series, and 2 different times here today, we've seen them start that defusal and then just hop off because they hear an auto cue, maybe didn't trust in their teammate to find that pick, and then go on to lose that round. So, you know, we talked about, hey, pros don't fake. We got to finally witness it here in Apollo C as they clutch it up. And what a way to end map number 1 as well, especially when things were looking a bit sketchy. So you get that win. Now you get to feel a little bit more comfortable heading into Fort here as well, which is VG's map pick.
About comfort after game 1, I'm just going to say that. With how dominant Aspect have been in other games, including, I believe it was them that put a 9-0, 9-0 home into New Dawn when they played against them. There have been a couple of very hefty games, but let me just say, Aspect have played exceptionally well throughout this season. For Vanguard to keep them a round at most apart for the entire game in Bay 5 is an exceptional performance. To take it 9-7 is the kind of performance that I think we said this about our previous match too, right, Hort? If that had been displayed all year long, I think Vanguard might have been looking at a different position in the table too.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, again, that's the exciting thing about all these NA teams is there's so much talent in all of these teams. Some have a little bit more experience than others, which is great that, you know, we finally got these HPL NA seasons kicked off because, like I said, once you start getting a couple of these leagues, a couple of these tournaments under your belt as a team, you're really going to start to see your team grow in the right direction. You get a little bit more experience. You find yourselves a little more comfortable in some of those situations you might not be in early on. So, again, I think this speaks volumes for Vanguard, not only for the talent, but how well they can play as a cohesive unit as well. So the team synergy continues to grow. I wouldn't be, I don't think it's going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if Vanguard is able to steal one of these games away.
Yeah, I mean, it's all again in their hands. We've put this on Aspect to be able to close out what they needed to be able to cement their place for the season. They're finding themselves minimum a draw here. Will keep them in good stead for that top 4 positioning. Flip side, it's Vanguard's game.
Mhm.
After a 9-7, you cannot argue other than actually taking game 1 to have put a better foot forward to try and take a map off of them in game 2. Like, it is literally as far as you could go, short of a mega overtime, to have taken that map off of them. So I just want to see Vanguard come out of the gates again, swinging just as hard as they did in map 1, put themselves in an advantageous spot going into the half, and force a response out of Aspect to have to bring it back from a deficit. I think that's the recipe to success for Vanguard here, if we're going to see this one finished off with a bang. And I mean, who knows? Maybe the fated overtime will be blessed once today.
It could happen. I will never complain. I love Tarkov, so any extra Tarkov we're going to be blessed with, I'll certainly be very appreciative. But I mean, honestly, they're writing this beautiful story for us. We just get to tell it here, and so, you know, like I said, we've had a couple 2-0s throughout the day. We've had a couple close games, and we've had some blowouts as well. But for me, this is probably the most exciting series thus far. We've seen a lot of that back and forth, and the fact that this is a little bit more important for Master X because they're higher up on the leaderboard. So for Vanguard, I feel like maybe not as much on the line. You can play a little more comfortable, and potentially you could steal something away here from or from AP, excuse me, and kind of mess with their money position. But Pandaric saw something in them, picked up this new squad. They certainly have a ton of talent. We talked about a lot of these players have been playing with each other prior to this team as well, more specifically Apollo and Deceased, or formerly Overs Tom. So I feel like the team chemistry kind of already there for them, and for a map that they do very well on as well. So even though it's Vanguard's map pick, historically we've seen AP perform very well on Fort.
Yeah, I mean, I like running down that middle lane in Fort towards the barricade that is now extending out of what passes underneath Hell to Cull or going up to Heaven, because of how many different rotations there are around that. You've got challenges that come up from the Vault by Donut. You've got the entire rotation out through Cult to go to the A site instead. We saw a really cool perspective from Master X earlier on Bowl, where they decided to give a ton of space, like the entirety of space, just the entire point altogether up, so that they could retake from a different angle, and it ended up being absolutely phenomenal. So I'm really excited to see which of these two teams, especially maybe Vanguard, if we're going to Fort, because they think they've got something extra here. If they've got something cooked up on this, this is one of those maps that is 100% set for that kind of entertainment. I mean, imagine a slight picture here, okay? A 3 or 4 man strong push through mid, goes Heaven, goes along that metal ramp, but swings a left and drops down Cult, and just full 360s its way around to the A site. There's just, the possibilities are endless. So I am very excited to see what these two teams have to bring to Fort coming up. I'm also curious as to whether we're going to see a couple more different kit choices here. The Ash 12 and the MP7 have seen a fair bit of favorability inside of the close quarters of this map because of how small spaces are to fight inside of. However, I think the meta at the moment has been dominated by this 7.62 and 5.45 variants of the BP rounds. The AKs, the AK-12s, the mutants that are running out there that are just really the most seen gone to class right now. So I'm interested to see whether we see more of that or whether we've got any change-ups here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Ash 12 perform well on Fort before for, even in the EU scene as well. It's a fun gun. I don't like it, and it doesn't like me, so I wouldn't use it. But, I just enjoy seeing the different kits. Obviously metas are metas for a reason, and you want to give yourself the best opportunity to win. But, at times we saw the AA-12 earlier having a lot of success in the hands of Jay Jones. So I think you can still find ways to win even if you're not using the, quote unquote meta. And for me, it's just interesting to see, the different picks, the different kits. It adds a little extra spice to the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Going to be excited to see what the teams go with. And not just to mention that, I'm also excited to see whether we have a very repetitive approach to the attacking sites, shall we say. We did think that, I mentioned a little bit that the Vanguard squad maybe overcooked the rotation on rotating out of what looked like a good approach to the A site the first round, which they then actually doubled down on by going back to the same approach, but instead of rotating away, they just went in on the site that second round, which saw them being very, very successful. So I'm curious as to whether Vanguard are going to play one site heavy here, or whether they're going to vary their playstyle between both sites and keep it relatively simple. I think that's actually where they'll see the most success. Pick a site, play that site quickly and aggressively, maybe 1 or 2 rounds in a row, change it up. Go for something else, a couple of rounds, change it up. Same again. And I think Aspect, well, they've shown that they can handle adjustments, very, very much so. Another challenge, the final challenge, shall we say, for the HPL NA Season 1.
Final challenge of the day coming up here for us shortly. I feel like, at least on Fort, a lot of that action tends to happen around Kitchen as well. So it'll be interesting to see if teams start that direction as well. I feel like B isn't hit as much, and it does look like that might be the case here as well.
Europe is going for a really aggressive push out here. He's going to actually find out that Scratch is more than ready to wait for it. Scratch finds the second onto Zachrix from Sinks, and Vanguard are off to a 2-player lead again.
Clutch is going to find Hpl Na here as well. So Vanguard, early success again. Scratch, though. Unfortunately, we saw Blake with a ton of great nades, but he's going to have to eat that one from his teammate there. And with that, back to a 4v2. We can see through the smoke there. They're looking to inch their way on and find this plant. Deceased down low here, looking to maybe if he can get a little intel through the bottom of that smoke. But with that, we do see Vanguard kind of being a little bit patient. Has to be careful. Head eyes on this flank. Has a good opportunity, but it did look like Vanguard was prepared this time. Unfortunately, Scratch is going to fall here to Head eyes.
First one down after this chaos has settled. And it's only an individual pick to try and dissuade the approach. It has worked for the time being, but I don't think it's worked in the favor of Aspect right now, as out here bopping has been left as a massive distraction. Whilst the other two are, well, ladies and gentlemen, the bomb has been planted on the B site. Deceased has realized, as has Head eyes, that this is no longer the bomb site you were looking for. Head eyes does find here bopping on the way out, though, so they've leveled the ties to 2v2.
Back to a 2v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Still a little time to work with here, but certainly beginning to dwindle away as Deceased and Head eyes look to work together now, and they'll pressure on toward the site. Have an idea of where Box is, but honestly, they can play time, and that's what they'll do. Clutch will find the pick onto Head eyes. A good bait out from Box as Deceased will look to pressure the pre-fire, and Clutch is good for another.
Good for another is an understatement. He's good for the round. That's going to be Vanguard starting off in the lead, 1-0. Little bit of deja vu scenario, Hort. I feel like we've had this this scenario before. The question is, are we going to follow in our footsteps and going down memory lane, or are Vanguard going to double down and put a second dent into the armor?
Yeah, but you know, I feel like we're going to have a lot of back and forth here today. We saw it in that first map. We did see a team be able to go up by 2 rounds at one point, which was the biggest lead. So, you know, I feel like we might be sticking to that true fashion of a lot of back and forth here, a real nail biter in Ford as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I cannot wait to see how this one turns out. I love these kind of games, especially when both teams are just kind of feeling each other out with a sense of how far can we really push. We go aggressive the one round and play safe the next round. We're going to hold angles the next round. Hpl Na and Zachrix find one apiece. Box and Scratch paying the price. Clutch puts Hpl Na in the ground. Europe for one back. Blake finds Deceased as Europe then takes out his teammate. What is that?
I feel like we've seen more team kills today than we have all tournament. It's been rough for some of these teams that don't often make some of these mistakes, and it's up to their opponents to be able to capitalize on it here as we look at this 2v2 situation unfolding on board with Blake. The crosshair placement is good, and Head eyes will get just that, a free Head eyes. And now Europe looking to hold the device. Does get picked up here, though. Europe spots one. The spray comes out, and with that, has to be careful. 50 seconds here. It's going to be interesting to see if they opt to rotate away or not.
Honestly, ridiculously good peeking from Blake, gets the info, and then Clutch is given enough free room to just be able to slow peek it and swing. Good closeout from Vanguard. 2-0 lead. Clutch, by the way, not dying yet. 5 kills. We saw him popping up in the previous game. Always one to watch out for, but Clutch is ready to slay today. And I'm going to say, Hort, it might only be 2 kills on Blake right now, but how many times today have we said a big kill from Blake Dahlia in the middle of a round where somebody crucial has been taken out, and then the Vanguard squad has found space to be able to leverage the way back into what looked like a losing round?
Yeah, I mean, Blake Dahlia has probably 3 or 4 nade kills already on the day. Unfortunately, had to eat one from his teammate, so maybe didn't have an opportunity in round 2, but we'll look to do so here in round 3. They're having a lot of success toward the A site, so they're going to keep working that way. If it's not broke, no need to fix it for the time being, and we'll see if they can continue to have success over here on the A side.
Oh, Scratch for the first. Zachrix goes down. That's a headshot to open it up with. Only 1 kill with lots of bullets ringing out across the corridors and the courtyard over the A site. Boppin finds Europe on the corner. Deceased just making sure that mouse button one works fluidly, fully oiled up. Instead, he's going to walk straight on into the armaments from the sky that Blake Dahlia is dropping down. Aerial in strike inbound. Catches one. Head eyes finds the header box.
Scratch going to find Head eyes here as well. It's all down to Hpl Na, and Vanguard playing very good here on Fort. Scratch will find that final one, but Blake Dahlia, I mean, he seems to be the nade master. Turn on the beats, he'll rock that ghetto blaster because he's playing sweet tunes all day long, baby.
This is crazy, actually. Suddenly, even the chat has started to wake up a little bit to the Vanguard strength coming out of the opener here. It is a 3-0 lead, and we have seen 4-0 leads been turned around to a 4-4 today, but going into the half. This is absolutely the kind of performance that Vanguard needed to put in. 3 flawless rounds in the sense that they've not let any through from an aspect so far. They are attacking this A site for the 4th time running, though, Hort, and I do wonder, hesitantly, how long it is until Aspect find a solution. Quick push into Sinks, finds Deceased, having a first kill into Blake Dahlia. That's a good start from the Aspect side. Now in the lead when it comes to numbers. Gets out of Sinks for safety as well. Scratch is forced into a challenge to Europe. Europe wins the Wiggle War. Zachrits finds a kill into Boppin.
Clutch going to find Apollo. Head eyes, though, quick to get one onto box here as well, but it all comes down to Clutch, who's able to find Zach. Has to pop that reload as pre-fire shots come through the peak. And now again, AP backing off here. They have an understanding of exactly where Clutch is. You take a look at that mini map, you can see AP beginning to get into position here as well. They have that numbers advantage. Clutch with the bleed here, looking to push forward, and now we see AP backing off a bit. Clutch just stepping out, though. The fearless peak, able to find one, and now looking to swing things back in their favor.
Yeah, but look where the bomb is and look where the Aspect members are. Oh boy, is that a difficult one. And Clutch is not on a weapon you would consider to be exceptional at distance. Absolutely able to hit the shots, but once you start spraying a little bit, that SPP is not going to find its mark as easily. There's a heavy bleed as well that he could probably do with fixing before getting into this, but I'm not sure he's got anything left on him to be able to fix it. Oh, brother, and it's a game of sleeping lions. Look at this, Hort. This is a gameplay style that you must be absolutely delighted to see.
You know it, baby, as we like to say. Hashtag rats on top. And AP with that will take their first and much needed round here as well as they look to battle back into this one. But honestly, I'm very impressed with how VG is playing on Fort.
Yeah, I've got to agree. Aspect decide that the statue out front of their spawn requires a couple of extra prone statues to join in to close that round out, but absolutely rightly so. I mean, the bomb is left in such a hideous place there that you've no better play than to just keep it locked down. Don't need to push out and give free kills, just lock it down 2v1, lie down on your knees and take a little breather. So Aspect finding some breathing room both in the round and with the lead into the game, now putting a point on the board. Still 4 more attacking rounds to go. Apollo finds an opener into Clutch in round number 5. That's a good start for the AP side again. Apollo finds a second into Blake Dahlia.
Back and forth they go again. Those scratch box, both finding picks of their own. And right back to a 3v3. Europe, though, tucked into the corner here, just waiting patiently. There are smokes in play at the moment as Deceased is pushed up very far here and potentially could be considering a flank play.
I think after the positioning from the last round, both teams will be fully aware of checking every angle rather than just a couple because everything is now possible given the positioning and the smart minds that we've got inside of the game. 3v3. Bombers on the back of box. Scratch. We can see us pushing through the sinks and trying to find first point of contact. The bomb is hiding towards the back area of kitchen with support out in garden trying to look for a long angle onto site. Europe is not going to give up his position here, and as this clock ticks down, I am wondering how many members are going to get past Europe. Oh, I think they have information now, trying to flash him out.
The patience being displayed by everybody here, incredibly crucial, but as we see that clock at the top middle of your screen begin to dwindle, they will be forced to make a play here. Europe, Bop it, now know where each other are exactly. From behind, though, Europe, a quick pick on the box here as well. Now Boppin on the other side, unfortunately takes out his teammate. And a little help here from Boppin. AP will see themselves having success in round number 5. And a nice start for VG, but AP beginning to reel it back a bit. Now just one away from tying it up.
I'm not saying that killing your teammates is a good idea, but the one difference I will say is a lot of teams have team killed today, but Aspect when they have team killed people, it has been in the midst of chaos, and normally after team killing their teammate, that same person has also killed the person they have been intending to kill. Whereas a couple of other teams today we have seen pick each other off by accident through to definitely what we could probably put down to miscoordination. So communication is crucial. We know that very much in Tarkov. For anybody who's played more than a solo raid-based game, you'll know for sure. But Arena even more so here. Early shots from Boppin as Garden Contest is being held by Europe again.
Oh, the peak, it can be scary sometimes as they're both looking to throw some bullets in each other's direction. Clutch is going to be the one to find that first pick on the head eyes, though, and we can see that rotation coming through mid here. It does look like they're going to go ahead and head toward that B site. Now, if they can quicken this pace, they will be able to get there in time before AP. As you take a look on that minimap, you see AP did send one back toward B here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a tale of three different sides of stories. It's Clutch or Apollo. It's Blake or Deceased. It's Scratch or it's Europe. Whichever one enters the round and starts the momentum off, the rest of the team is ready to back it up. And this time, Clutch finds 1-2, and then Blake is ready in position for 3 and 4. A two-piece scenario where a double down on the two-piece bargain bucket. 2 for 1 is handed out to 2 Vanguard members. Europe is the last left alive, and he's going to have to get himself the whole set if he wants to find a way out of this one.
Fortunately, he won't be able to find one. Vanguard will take the round and take it flawlessly as they don't lose a single member. I'm kind of surprised that Blake Dahlia only has 5 kills. I feel like every time I look up, I see his name in the kill feed, and that two-piece that he got right there in that round, more specifically, the second kill there was a very nice shot. Obviously, Deceased had no idea he was there. You could hear the auto cue for the first one, but Vanguard, again, kind of maintaining this 2-round lead, which is actually, you know, absolutely what you want on the defensive side, especially. You need to give yourself a little bit of a lead heading in toward the other side. But for Vanguard, I mean, they're doing this on the attacking side. So looking good for him so far.
Oh, Clutch swings in, and that's a first kill onto Deceased. Again, first blood in the hands of Clutch as Vanguard find themselves up numbers. Box with that bomb inside a kitchen. Now we see 2 members from Vanguard pushing through Colt towards mid. Blake gets a nade onto Europe, and that's another one of those kills where we see Blake Dahlia. You look up to the feed, and their name's there again. A crucial moment, and this has thrown the Aspect side of one. There is going to be a member waiting for info, but Clutch is going to find the kill onto Head Eyes on the rotation. Boppin finds Zachrix, and it doesn't really even matter about the bomb now because the killing squad's going to come through. Scratch Killer, the leading in that one, finds the final member in Apollo, and Vanguard move on to 5.
Clutch has been a menace here on Fort. You take a look at that. 4 MVPs, already double-digit kills with 12 on the board. And, I mean, I guess you couldn't find a more fitting name. Clutch being very clutch here for Vanguard on Fort. Can they continue put the right foot forward here and carry this momentum? Because looking very strong. I didn't expect... I was expecting it to be a little closer on the AP side, especially after that first map. But Vanguard looking very good through the first 7.
Slowly, Clutch moves to this position again where he's sat in Colt for the majority of the game. And the first person to challenge him has found access, and then Vanguard have played to that kind of direction, whether it be the A site, the B site. This time it's Box who's going to find the first pick onto Deceased. Zachrix returns one, and the bomb goes down out left side of Sinks. Scratch trying to find shot through the boxes, doesn't find Zachrix. A smoke grenade off of the wall from Blake is going to feel a little unfortunate as they watch that one fall to their ankles. Oh boy, Flash comes off of the metal panel onto site and doesn't find anyone. Europe's going to get a great shot onto Blake.
I think Blake Dahlia might have watched my nade tutorial video. Because that is a problem I always have. Hit the corner in front of me and then panic and run. BG, patient, Clutch, able to find one. There's more here. The spray is good for 2. Clutch has been an absolute raid boss here on Fort, continues to do so, but that flame will be snuffed out here by Europe as they look to reel this one back. Europe, Head Eyes, the last 2 standing here for AP.
Yeah, that flame snuffed out now. He's going to have to carry it himself. The beacon has been lit, and it's Europe, the last one standing. He's actually going to run directly into a great set of pre-fired shots from Scratch Killer, using some good audio information there to get the shots down in time. What a ridiculous closeout there from Scratch. I thought Europe might have actually had that one in his hands after some wonderful moves to keep it close.
14 now for Clutch. Scratch almost into double digits here as well. I mean, it feels very good at the moment here for Vanguard. Obviously, things could potentially change when we swap sides here, but you know, I can see why Vanguard opted to go to 4.
Definitely looks like a home turf favoured match, doesn't it?
Hmm.
It's an interesting startup. Aspect find themselves 1-0 up in the best of 2, but 2-6 down going into the half. Now, it is their attacking side. And the one thing we saw from Vanguard is they really like that A site. And it wouldn't surprise me at all to see exactly what we're getting set up for here. And that's a really quick B. Boppin, however, is ready for the first person that gets into Spiral. Oh, brother, this does not look good for Aspect. The Blake's going to pick up one onto Deceased. Head Eyes is in a really tough spot in the middle of nowhere. Apollo finds a great one onto Box. That's a beautiful shot from Apollo. Europe takes out Boppin, leaves room for Head Eyes. Scratch finds Apollo in the return. Bomb is being planted. Europe is away. That's a huge movement, and Head Eyes is going to keep him covered by taking out Clutch, leaving us in a 2v2.
Clutch is down, but they still have Scratch, Blake, who have been very clutch as well for VG. Head Eyes, though. A beautiful little nade, and that is going to spell disaster for Scratch Killer. He said, go ahead, hold that. You can keep it. And what a shot from Head Eyes.
Excuse me? What on earth was that from Head Eyes? Hello?
I
Mum,
would
get the
love to see
camera.
that replay back.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Wow. Holy.
Those are the kinds of insane shots that end up on Twitter later, and you know someone's accusing them of cheating.
Yeah, yeah. Walker
But, you know-
3.0 exact accusations incoming.
Yeah, but you know it's just it's the type of skill and talent that gets displayed here at HPL, and you know it goes back to putting in time, to having that situational and game awareness, and paid off in their favor. Head Eyes up into a similar position here. Look at the rotate around though, potentially flanking on this B site. We'll opt to just chill here for the moment, but AP continues to kind of work toward the B side here.
Yep, Deceased is going to find the person to play Dahlia. That's going to knock them down. Numbers reduced. Boppin does back off very well, actually. Position is better for Boppin. Europe pushes up to find him again, though. This time now, Head Eyes pushes with confidence and finds Box in a similar position. And it's going to be left on the last two members, Scratch and Clutch, this time to try and close it out. Scratch pushing from spawn. Clutch finds one onto Zachrix on the other side. A pincer movement, maybe a better approach. Lots of smoke down with Clutch is tough to have to work through. Europe's creeping. Europe's creeping. Clutch finds him, though.
Clutch. Teammate to work with, unfortunately, Deceased from behind will find that pick. Head Eyes will wrap it up here, and I mean, both of these teams having a little more success on the attacking side, it would appear.
I mean, the argument hitting the headlines tomorrow at this point in time is Fortis attacking favored, question mark? Definitely seems to be so. Given the argument, though, with a 2-6 attacking side from Vanguard, I see Aspect moving at a similar rate. This is going to take us to an 8-8 overtime scenario, Mr. Hort, so I'm here for it. Saying that, though, Vanguard needs to find a round somewhere, because it's been a little while since we've seen their name on the victory side of one of these rounds. Blake, that's a beautiful little cook.
Yeah. Unfortunately, doesn't come away with a kill, but again, time and time again, just phenomenal timing, the awareness. So much fun to see on display as Boppin does find a pick of their own. With that, Blake will get Deceased here as well. Now things beginning to shift in the favor of BG. They need a round here soon, but Zach and Head Eyes brings it right back in favor of AP. They've had a lot of success on this B site, and we see that device going down once more.
Yeah, and Clutch, Scratch, and Blake in a tough position until Scratch gets here in time. So that middle chamber is being watched very well from a couple of different angles. Head Eyes playing the position in mini. Zachrix on point. And the rotating player, of course, the Apollo C, the playmaker. As Blake actually finds that rotation now, though. That's a big one. Zachrix trades it back. Zachrix on the point for wood into Clutch. Makes life a lot easier for Aspect now. Scratch in a 1 versus 2. Can he do Scratch things?
Oh, my. Almost hits the first one. Eventually is able to get Head Eyes, but because it takes so many bullets, it's easy for Zach to find that second additional peek there and be sure to trade that kill out. So Vanguard, I mean, looking very good on their attacking half and had kind of a substantial lead heading into this half. But now we see that it's all but dwindled away here. And AP just kind of chirping at the heels. One away with now again from tying it back up 6-6. The momentum has just been drastically shifting back and forth.
Yeah, and that I feel like was one of the rounds that Aspect would have capitalized on their defending half that Vanguard might have just let slip through their clutches. In the case of that mirror match there, Boppin's going to have his head taken off by Zacharix as it's just peeking over the top of that ramp. Zacharix with great map knowledge there, knowing the timings on that and getting himself set up for an easy kill. Now Box gets absolutely deleted by Head Eyes, who is steamrolling his way towards the spawn.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a kill that Head Eyes probably shouldn't get in that situation. He was kind of like a deer in headlights there, but able to bring the gun up and find the kill anyway. In the face of defeat, you're going to find Scratch here once more, and shots will continue to ring out. Clutch coming around, but Head Eyes, again, just waiting patiently, finding themselves in great positioning here as well. Now just 30 on the clock. Blake, Dahlia, all alone. Will find Head Eyes. The step to spray has a bit of help, and now tucked into a corner here. The arm barely peeking out. Europe will be able to solidify that kill, and now all of that damage that has been done is no longer there. Back to basically 0-0, all tied up at 6, and you gotta feel like the momentum certainly favoring AP at the moment.
Oh, this is the match we were looking for. Now we're going to see him drop a round apiece, but honestly, we've got to see Vanguard take a round in the next 2 at least, or this is going to be an Aspect reverse sweep to write home about. Aspect have absolutely brought the thunder on the B side, and Vanguard decided they were playing A to excellence. There's got to be a way for Vanguard to find a response like Aspect did to claim at least 1 or 2 rounds from this attacking half. Apollo finds the person to clutch. Box just trying to probe and tap away towards the position. Head Eyes Apollo for a second into Blake Dahlia.
Head Eyes, the spray doesn't connect. Head Eyes has been the big game changer for AP here on Fort. Really been the glue holding the squad together at the moment. Box, unfortunate. Team Frank coming out on the bop and the flick of the wrist. Scratch, though, able to find Apollo as Europe shots don't connect here. And around the donut, they play. Head Eyes on the jiggle. Again, we see that device going down. Europe's going to pick up Box, and now in a 4v1, Scratch back against the wall. Vanguard's lead has completely diminished, and that's why we say never. Pandaric NA or Aspect, however you see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did we swap matches in the halfway point? Have we decided watching a different match now? I swear this is a different game. What's crazy is, have you noticed how well Europe has played Box out of that position in the archway on that B site? Every single time Box has had himself held and delayed by the player, mostly Head Eyes, playing inside a mini. And every time he's not taken the challenge, instead of overextending into it, Europe has just swung round from the left-hand side or pushed over the point and killed him.
Head Eyes has just been taking so much space here in these fights, and then somehow is able to win these gun battles. It seems like everybody's just missing on him, but Head Eyes, I mean, took every single bullet in the mag there to find Box. We did get another pick from AP on the other side. That's Europe, who will find another one here as the device continues to go down. And unfortunately for Vanguard, struggling just a bit. Clutch can't be that crutch, unfortunately. And Zach able to find the pick.
I'm interested as to how many bullets Europe's got left. That 100 rounder is going to run out eventually. I mean, it doesn't matter because Aspect have found all the kills they need, but that 100 rounder got depleted to 27, I think it was that when we ended up leaving the magazine there. W to the production confirming that one in my ear. But yeah, just, I mean, that's one way to do it. Look, if you can't fight the peak duel and you don't want to risk the 50 in the peak duel, just mouse button 1. He's gone into cover. He has to get found at some point, and unless he just super swings you and nails a headshot, then volume of bullets will win the game. So, I mean, you got to give it to Europe. It's keep it simple. It works.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you get the kill. That's the most important part. You win the battle and help to win the war of attrition here for your squad, as it certainly has been that. Back and forth we go. AP, though, sitting at match point. Could be the final round as Blake Dahlia finds another. Head Eyes continues to just find these kills somehow. Clutch, Blake, Apollo, all in the kill feed. Talk about plaid stripes, but still favoring Vanguard at the moment.
This is crucial, though. This was such a good play. So Box and the team have finally realized it's not working, and that's what's going wrong. So instead of him going to the position again, they spread more wide and they go for a two-man super aggressive flank through Colt that comes through with them coming out of the chaos with a 3-for-2-man advantage and the bomb under their control. Finally, Vanguard have a response. The reaction might be a bit late, but it is just in time if they can close it out.
Oh, they're going to catch head eyes, though. That's a big pick here by Poppin to turn things in their favor. Apollo C, the last remaining member, who will be Blake Dahlia here. And with that, Vanguard will take another round. If there is overtime, it often finds me, and I would not be upset in the least to end in overtime.
It's got through. The Vanguard squad have found the cipher to break the curse. They have understood the issue, and they threw a Hail Mary at it, and it works. The question is, there's no way they get allowed to pull off that two-man flank around the other side again, and this is where the Aspect squad has the A push, and this is what you've got to expect. Now, surely Vanguard has to read this. Surely you've got to think that they've got an A push the first time the B doesn't work. Mid player's pushing towards it, though. Coming through Colt. They are going to get here in time for a 3 versus 3.
And there's just a hailstorm of bullets ringing out across the field here as Blake is going to find the first pick now. Boppin gets deceased as well. They have a 2-player advantage. Shots ringing out through the smoke. Scratch kills a teammate. Europe with a 2-piece, and it swings the other direction. Head eyes finds Blake Dahlia. It's all down to Box, who denies the plan of the device, and now back to a 2v1. Everything on the line.
This is it. This is the redemption play for Box after he's had himself pushed and pulled around the B site on A in his home territory. He's got to win this fight to Europe, and he doesn't. Europe's going to close it out. AP take the victory 9-7. Vanguard put up one hell of a fight, but when it came down to it, Europe had his number on the day, and he closes it out for Aspect.
Europe, a huge game, but Head Eyes certainly the MVP of that one. 18 kills, 15 headshots, but I mean, hats all the, tip your hats to everybody out here. GG's well played all the way around. Vanguard showing that they are also a force to be reckoned with. Clutch went absolutely mental in that series as well. And so, even though it doesn't go their way, they should be happy because they put on one hell of a show for everybody watching.
I had to readjust my glasses and my headset as we got back into the camera there. I was losing my mind over those last 4 or 5 rounds. It was absolutely crazy. The entirety of that match was exhilarating to watch. Both teams coming out swinging on the attacking side with a hammer the size of one reckoned alike and to Mjolnir of Thor for how much damage it was dealing when it came to converting on getting that bomb planted or winning the round. An exceptional performance out of Head Eyes and Europe combined together in that final match is going to see Aspect successful not only in their first but and their second map. 2-0. I've got to give it, that's the game of the day for me by a long shot out of a lot of them. The
Thanks.
unknown game for the first was amazing, but that is the game of the day by a long shot. And a massive GGs and commiserations to the Vanguard squad because what a performance, honestly. 9-7, 9-7.
Mm-hmm.
Did yourself proud.
It just felt like it took them a little bit to get going here in this series. So they made strides in the right direction throughout the series. For me, I think when this team returns in the next one, there's certainly going to be a team to look out for. I mean, we've seen continued growth, really smart decision-making from the crew. And even when things aren't going their way, they find a way to correct that mental and to look to overcome. Vanguard, a really fun team to watch and to get the cast as well.
Yeah, and absolutely. Now, Aspect, signed by the Pandas themselves, have been showing and flooding their support in the chat. So appreciate you guys. We appreciate all the Pandas, but it's good to give some room for the guys to talk in there as well. Don't forget that one too. But no, good to see that Aspect have been picked up by the Panderic squad. We'd love to see the support being spread around, and I'm very excited to see them continue their streak of success. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that brings the first season of the Hpl Na to a close. Congratulations. We are very aware that Unknown, after their performance today, have taken that top spot as champions for Season 1. But we will shortly bring you to a schedule update screen, a total table update screen, which has all the final results on there, including 1st through 8th position. And we'll give you a little update as to how much of the pennies each of these wonderful competitors have won as well. And then we'll say some thank yous and some goodbyes. And we will also let you know when the next lot of action is coming, because this is not the end. There is so much to come this year. It is unreal.
I'm so excited for it. I mean, this was just a tip of the iceberg, if you will, a little teaser, a small taste of all the action that Hunt Premier has in store for you guys throughout the year. And like I said, I would be probably pretty depressed today if I didn't have an awesome party to go to after this. The fact that I have to wait until next month for some more HPL. This time in EU though, and I'm excited for the EU squads to get to show up and show out and what they've got for us in store. But you couldn't ask for a better day here on the final day. Like I said, we had some tough games that were a little more on the blowout side. We had a very close one to wrap it up as well. But we got to see these teams, regardless of the outcome, fight all the way to the end. And it was truly, like I said, not only a fun experience to get to watch, but to be in the booth here with you, Cracked.
Always absolutely honored to be able to sit next to the majesty of that mustache. You know full well I love every second of our time here in the casting booth. Always delighted to be joined by another wonderful wit, ladies and gentlemen. Cannot always be claimed that the wisdom comes purely from myself, not at all. This is an even split bench. Thank you to Hot Sauce, as well as the other casters. I will say a final shout out also to Blue, ESQ, Mr. Bepic, and Kirk on the Lurk as well, who have joined us throughout the entirety of the Hpl Na Season 1. We've appreciated you guys tenfold. It's been amazing to sit amongst an A-star tier cast list of casting comrades, and I cannot wait for some more action in the future. In addition to that, this is going to be us redoing our doubled efforts towards giving praise where it's absolutely required. And one that we cannot shout out enough for is the work that goes on in the background for the Hunt Premier squad. Okay. Starting from the top from Connor, who is doing a heck load of work when it comes to production level. Amidst all of that, by the main man himself as well, Mr. Filbo. Okay. There are tons of work that goes in from different opportunities and places like the graphics, the likes of Walker that gets his hands stuck in thoroughly with all of that amazing visual that you get to see on screen, the matchups, the team lineups, what maps they've picked, those bits that go out on socials, as well as all of those that work on the cameras and all of the admin stuff as well, being amongst the teams and getting them organized into these games. So, without going through every name in the Hunt Premier list and being here for the next 3 hours and doing so, thank you to everybody. Even though your name may not have been mentioned, you are just as important and inside of our hearts for all of the hard work you put in. And then, of course, Hot, the chat.
Oh yeah. And if they want to spam emotes, now's a great time to spam blame Philbo. Because if there's one thing you should blame him for, it's creating this wonderful thing that we have here and allowing the community to grow in the right direction. So huge shout out to Philbo for also giving me an opportunity some time ago to come on and yell at the mic with you guys. It's not always easy to trust a random guy from the internet, right? So we certainly appreciate him. Yeah, right. Well, some people might be different, but we appreciate him allowing me to do that, as well as everybody behind the scenes you mentioned. I know Damien's been a goat here for a while, and at least on the observers for today, Kevster, Sergeant Raging Snake. I mean, doing a phenomenal job. It's not easy to stay focused and find all of these phenomenal camera angles. They somehow seem to do it with ease. Like I said, we kind of got the easier job. We get to come on here and look pretty and yell at the mic. They've got the tough action back there, so we certainly are very, very thankful for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Boosh for Dag for inspiring the gameplay out of Jay Jones today on that AA12. Absolutely inspired performance on the flechette there. Looking forward to seeing more of those in the highlights. And I think there's a couple of shout outs to various different players. Yuki's with the 3-piece. We're going to say it again. It was a lovely grenade to see. This is what we were looking for, ladies and gentlemen, when that extra time and effort that's put in the background to a crafted play comes to fruition. We saw some phenomenal clutches. We saw many a time players in 1v2s, v3s on the point when they really shouldn't have been winning fights, absolutely annihilating people that were just not quite ready to face the heat. So it is what it is. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have that table ready for you. So let's have a look at the final results.
Well, we knew Unknown was going to be on top, right? We saw them dominate earlier. So coming in up top was 17 points. 66 on that round differential is crazy as well, Crack. But we got to see Master X and Aspect. I mean, they were down quite a bit further on that list. So we got to see him eat up some of that round differential.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so many phenomenal performances. There's a couple of matches in there that stand out to me of ones that were upsets, the likes of that from the Vanguard performance at the end there. Although they didn't take themselves a victory in that last game, it was still an epic match to watch. And, first through 8th ends up with Unknown being first, Master X second, Aspect third, Aquila fourth, Eclipse fifth, Vanguard sixth, Zenith 7th, and New Dawn 8th. But realistically, you could argue that any of the top 6 teams inside of this league, Hawk, could have had a
Mhm.
chance of placing within the top 1 through 6 for sure. No disrespect meant to Zenith or New Dawn in any way, shape, or form, but when it comes to the match results and how things played out, the top 4 absolutely were in it to win it, and the top 6 could have had a very hefty chance given the results.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better like series of competition. It's great to see, especially in the first season of HPL Na. And so, again, my hats go off to all of them. I can't give them enough GGs because they really brought the entertainment for us here today. And a quick reminder that those in sixth for that 10,000 euro total prize pool, but sixth getting 500, fifth getting 750, fourth will take home 1,000, third 1,500. That second place for Master X will be 2,250. And your top dogs with the bragging rights, at least until the next one. Unknown coming in with the 4 Gs, 4,000 euros there for that first place prize pool. And you know, you get to feel very good knowing that you took the dub.
Yeah, absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all the action we've got for you today. So, a final reminder before we wrap up for the day, ladies and gentlemen, the HPL EU Season 3 starts right here, live on the 14th of March. Do not miss it. Get it booked out into your calendar because this one's set to be a spicy one. There have been team roster swaps, there are new faces in the scene, there are a couple of teams looking to redeem themselves, and there are a couple of teams looking to push themselves even further onto the rankings and the charts for how well they've performed in the history of Escape from Tarkov Arena. As always, I have been Cracked Wisdom. This has been Hot Sauce. You guys have been epic, and we will look forward to seeing you on the next one.